Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Living Shadow Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was locked up in his room again, being punished for having snuck out to watch the heroes at work in the streets. It had already been a week since the purse snatcher with a size quirk had started rampaging, and a whole group of heroes had shown up. It was the first time Izuku had gotten to see Kamui Woods and MT Lady. In person, of course, he had watched all of their recorded news segments and action shot compilation videos on his computer. He really didn't care that he had been scolded and grounded, because it was completely worth it, and the new pages in his notebook reflected all that he had learned. It wasn't like anyone would have noticed him. He was smarter than that. Izuku knew how to keep to the shadows. Wow, that was really great. I even got to see Kamui Woods use lacquered chain prison. He excitedly murmured to one of his shadow friends. He had made a whole group of them, the dark corners of his room being perfect for keeping their forms steady. Of course, he knew they weren't really friends, and they weren't really listening to him. After all, they were just manifestations of his quirk. But it felt less lonely to have them around. It wasn't like he had any real friends. 3 loud bangs sounded from the other side of his wall. "Zuku, shut up, I can hear you talking to yourself. I'm trying to sleep." His brother snapped at him from the room next door. "Whatever. You ratted me out. You can stay awake for the next year for all I care." He yelled through the wall. "It's not my fault you stay up all night playing those stupid games online," he whisper-screamed at the wall, not wanting his brother to hear that last bit, but wanting to still express his irritation. Opening his notebook, he flipped through the pages. He had been making these entries, cataloging information about heroes and their quirks, for as long as he could remember. This was probably his 30th notebook he had filled. The information compiled inside revealed the true extent of how much of a fanboy he was. And he was a huge fanboy. There was probably nothing in the world he loved more than heroes. He wanted to be a hero so badly, but he could never tell his brother or dad that. They would get really mad at him. They were totally against hero society, always saying that the pros were fake heroes who just contributed to a rotting world. His brother was supposed to be the strongest, the one who would topple hero society and create a more perfect world. Izuku hoped he could be a hero in the new world. Maybe when all the bad heroes, the fake heroes, were gone, there would be some place for him. Just then, his door swung open, and his brother stood in the doorway, hands braced on either side of the frame. His brother was tall, lanky, and skinny, but Izuku shared only the latter 2 traits. He hoped someday he would grow tall too. He really hated being so short. Long light blue hair hung in an unkempt mess down over his eyes. Eyes that were glaring at Izuku. "I told you to shut up," he snapped. Izuku hadn't realized that he was mumbling to himself again. He cringed back. "Sorry, I'll be quiet." His brother looked around the room, at the verifiable army of shadow people Izuku had made, filling up all the space in his room, and let out a sigh. "Do you want to come stay in my room? I'll let you play on the computer if you put on headphones." The shadow people all shrunk and were pulled back into Izuku as he beamed a smile. "Yes please. Thank you, Tomura." He yelled and ran through the door, ducking under his brother's arm. He was halfway through the doorway, almost out into the hallway, when Tomura snapped his hand down on top of Izuku's head and squeezed. "I mean it, you have to be quiet if I let you do this. And you can't tell master." Izuku swatted at the hand clasped in his own messy curls and blew breath out in a huff. I promise," he said. A small part of him felt guilty. He had done it again and thought of master as his dad. At least he hadn't said it out loud this time. 30 minutes into playing a maze game on Tomura's computer, his eyelids grew heavy. Izuku had spent so much time, perfecting his plan for how to sneak out, that he really hadn't slept much the past couple of days. Tomura was asleep, curled into himself on the far corner of the bed. Izuku thought about crawling in with him to take a nap, but last time he had done that, he had gotten kicked onto the floor. So instead, he just laid his head down on the little arm cushion in front of the gaming keyboard and mouse setup and drifted off to sleep. A familiar dream came to him, one that he was used to by now. He had it so often. He was sitting in a hospital chair next to some woman that looked more like himself than anyone in his family did. She was small and had the same shade of green hair. She was crying. In front of him was Dr. Garaki for some strange reason. Izuku could never hear what they were saying to him, but he always wondered who the lady was and why she was so sad. "Zuku." The warm, comfortable dreamland started to fade away. "Wake up, Zuku," someone was shaking him. "Huh?" he grumbled as he sat up, his back aching from sleeping hunched over onto the desk. His muscles screamed at him as he stretched back, his arms extended high over his head. Master is coming here, you need to go back to your room now, Tomura told him. Ah, Izuku whined as he rose to his feet and shuffled out into the hall. Tomura would break the rules for him when they were alone, but never in front of Master. Izuku grumbled all the way back to his room until Tomura shut the door behind him, locking out the light and sending him into the darkness of the shadows. It wasn't like he disliked his room, in fact, the darkness was where he was most comfortable. However, sometimes he liked to look out the window, at the people who walked along, or at the birds that flew outside, or the occasional cat that would sit and lean up against the glass. Izuku remembered watching all of those things out of his window when he was younger. None of that was possible anymore. In order to encourage the strength of his quirk to increase, Master had bricked over the window, so no light could get into his room. It didn't affect Izuku that much, as his quirk allowed him to see in absolute darkness. Well, not exactly see, but he could feel everything, so it was basically the same. As he walked through his room and towards his bed, he created shadow people, so he didn't have to be alone. And he waited. After what seemed like hours, voices sounded from the hallway. They were instantly recognizable as Tomura and Master, with Tomura's scratchy voice and Master's deep timbre. Even though he could hear them, Izuku couldn't quite make out what they were saying. He waited, his knees pulled up to his chest, sprouting out shadow people like crazy, nerves fraying out of fear of being scolded again. By the time his door opened again, there was no more space in his room, every inch being filled by various shapes and sizes of masses of darkness. Izuku, the deep rumbling voice belonging to Master said, "Come out and we'll talk." Izuku pulled the shadows back into him and his friends disappeared one by one. Once the last tendrils of smoke-like shadow retreated back into his own shadow, Izuku stood off the bed and ventured out to Master. Master was taller than Tomura, and he had broad shoulders. He always wore this mask contraption on his head to help him breathe. Izuku had learned from Tomura that this was because Master had been in a fight with one of those fake heroes, and he had been injured, so the mask helped him breathe. It wasn't often that Master actually came to their house, so something big had to be going on. Izuku shuffled out to the main space of their little house. Kurojiiri was present as well, hovering behind the couch where Tomura was sitting with his legs crossed casually. Izuku joined him, sitting on the next cushion, but he couldn't sit comfortably. His back was rigid, and his hands formed fists in his lap. Was he in this much trouble from sneaking out? It had never been such a big deal in the past, but was it necessary to have everyone here? Izuku, Master started to say. "I'm sorry, I'll never sneak out again." Izuku cried out, trying to appease his clearly furious Master. "Izuku," Master repeated, softer this time, "it has become clear that you don't want to stay cooped up here." This is not at all what Izuku expected. "It's come time that you start to play your part in my plan," he announced. Izuku's jaw dropped. Was he finally going to be able to contribute? The joy filled him so quickly he could almost feel steam puffing out of his ears. Master continued speaking, "Tomura has recounted your affinity for studying heroes. I've decided that I can put this talent to use. I've come to learn that All Might will soon pass on my brother's power to a student at UA High School. It will be your job to learn everything you can about the students there, to discover which student has received the quirk." Nothing could possibly top this moment. Izuku was not only being let out, but he was going to be able to follow the future heroes around. Maybe he could even make some friends? "So I'll be able to attend UA? I'll be going to school?" Izuku asked. "No," Izuku's glee fell ever so slightly. "I will still need you to be here to support Tomura," Master replied. Izuku pouted, he had really wanted to go to school, and UA was the top hero school in the country. "Do you remember the last time you went to school?" Master reminded him. Unpleasant memories flooded back. "Do you remember how they treated you? Just because they believed you to be quirkless?" Master's voice turned hard and cold, their scorn and hatred? "It was I who rescued you from that wretched existence, who took you away from the ostracism." Izuku did remember. He remembered being pushed around, getting hit and burned, his teacher not even willing to help him. All of them thought he was disgusting, worthless, useless. The few friends he did have, had turned on him. His dreams had been crushed. He was left all alone. The flood of painful memories caused his shadow to grow darker and larger, creeping along the couch cushions and rising like smoke around him. Tendrils of dark seeped from his eyes instead of tears and covered the lower half of his face in a misty mask. "Diamine Izuku!" Tomura yelled, scooting away from the encroaching wall of darkness. That snapped Izuku out of it and he started reining in his quirk. "Sorry Tomura." But Master looked pleased in his posture. "Find your targets, infiltrate their lives, and learn all you can," he instructed. He turned his attention back to Tomura, but Izuku was happy with this rare moment when Master believed in him. Stain has been rising in incidence and popularity among the underground. I believe that we can work with him to increase our numbers. I want you to go with Kurogiri to recruit him." Tomura nodded seriously and rose to walk to his room. He returned minutes later covered in his hands. Izuku always hated it when the hands came out. It meant that Tomura changed into that different person, that darker person that Izuku didn't recognize. He was lighter, more carefree, and nicer without them, but every time Master had him put them on, Izuku's brother was effectively gone. It often took days for him to recover from the resulting depression. Izuku watched quietly with large eyes as Tomura and Kurogiri warped away. "I'm counting on you, my boy," Master said, placing a large, scarred hand on Izuku's shoulder. The excitement he felt, that Master might actually be proud of him, almost made Izuku forget how upset he was about Tomura. The next morning, Tomura and Kurogiri still hadn't returned. Their absence left the hideout feeling strangely hollow, and quiet in a way it rarely was. For Izuku, though, any discomfort was overshadowed by his excitement. Because he had been given permission to leave. Real permission. The kind he had almost never been given before. The moment he stepped outside, he broke into a run. Morning air rushed past him as he sprinted through the waking streets, the sky still pale with the first light of dawn. The sidewalks were mostly empty except for the occasional commuter clutching a cup of coffee. Izuku was fixated on making the train. He had spent hours last night on Tomura's computer, looking up maps and schedules, planning how he was going to get all the way to UA. By the time he reached the station his lungs burned and his legs ached, but the thrill buzzing through him drowned out the exhaustion. The train doors slid open with a soft chime, and he slipped inside just before they closed again. The ride felt both impossibly long and far too short. Every stop made his heart pound harder. When Izuku stepped off the train and followed the route he had memorized, but nothing, not his countless hours watching recordings of past sports festivals or admissions videos, could have prepared him for the real thing. The campus rose before him like something out of a dream. The massive front gates towered high. Overhead, their iron bars stretching toward the sky. Beyond them stood the main building broad and gleaming, its glass windows catching the morning sun and scattering light across the courtyard. The bright, clean, paved pathways were still empty, the ground silent before the arrival of students and teachers. Izuku stepped closer to the gates, his breath catching in his chest as he looked up at the famous building he had only ever seen through screens. In person, it felt larger and much more impressive. For a moment, he simply stood there, fingers curled loosely around the cool metal of the gate. His mind wandered, daydreaming about becoming a student, the possibility to train to become a hero. He pictured the halls filled with students rushing to class, hero costumes flashing with color. Training fields alight and booming with the sounds of quirk practice. He imagined himself among it all, running across the campus grounds with his notebooks clutched to his chest, and learning all there was to learn about being a hero. "Hey, are you a middle schooler?" The voice came from behind him, bright and sudden enough to yank Izuku clean out of his imagination. He spun around, heart nearly jumping through his ribs. Towering behind him stood an older student, easily a head taller, broad-shouldered and solidly built in a way that made the crisp UA high school uniform stretch across his frame. His blonde hair rose upward to almost comical heights, catching the sunlight. But what stood out most wasn't the height, hair, or the build that surely supported hard-earned muscles. It was the smile. His smile was bright and wide, like Izuku had never seen before in person. Izuku froze as nerves flooded his brain and body. Did he know how to lie to people? Did he even know how to talk to people? His throat tightened with panic of saying the wrong thing and potentially messing up his mission before it had even begun. After a second too long, he settled for a silent nod. The older boy's grin widened. "Are you planning to apply here?" Izuku nodded again, curls bouncing as the motion knocked a few strands into his eyes. He pushed them aside quickly, wishing he had anything even moderately intelligent to say. "That's great," the older student said. The student clapped him on the back with such force that Izuku nearly fell over. His bones rattled, and he stumbled forward a step before catching himself. "I'm in my second year right now," the boy continued cheerfully, completely unaware of the structural damage he just inflicted. "So maybe I'll end up being your upperclassman." He laughed, loud, bright, and completely genuine. Izuku blinked a few times, partially to quiet the stars behind his eyes from his brain rattling around in his head, and partially because he was unsure what the apparent joke was. "Didn't you only laugh like that when something funny happened?" The student stuck out his hand and Izuku hesitated again, but this time only a moment, before taking it cautiously. It was a mistake. The handshake that followed was less of a greeting and more of an earthquake. His arm was nearly wrenched from its socket as the older boy pumped his hand with terrifying enthusiasm. "I'm Mirio Togata," he said. "And my hero name is Lemillion." Izuku stared up at him, completely bewildered. Mirio's grin somehow got even bigger. Look out for me in the hero chart soon. With that bold declaration, Mirio released Izuku's hand and turned toward the massive front gate of UA High School. He strode through without a shred of hesitation, sunlight flashing across the school emblem on his uniform, and still laughing to himself like something hilariously funny had just happened. For a moment, Izuku just stood there, rubbing his aching shoulder. Maybe Izuku was glad he wasn't actually going to school here. He didn't know how to deal with guys like that. More students arrived and started passing him as they walked through the gates. There were people of all kinds, with all different quirks. It was so overwhelming to be around all of these bright, shiny people that Izuku ran to the side, hiding in the shadow of a nearby tree and melting in the darkness. He called his own shadow to cover him, until he effectively disappeared. Izuku remained hidden, not wanting another encounter like that, until he was sure all the other students had entered the gate, when the first bell rang out. School really was like the manga he read, with happy groups of friends, uniforms, school bells, and slackers who ran late and got caught by teachers at the gate. There were a group of such slackers now, doing push-ups under the watchful eye of a teacher that Izuku recognized as Present Mike. Izuku always listened to his radio show, and was starstruck at seeing him in the flesh. Present Mike was yelling out the number of reps that the students were on, and how many more they had to do. This day had been entirely too overstimulating already, and he had so much more to do. Izuku released the shadow and stumbled away from the tree, as Present Mike's voice echoed in his ears. The days that he got to be out and about were so few and far between, that he decided, even if it was overwhelming, he had to take full advantage. But, he had to build himself up a little more before he went back to UA. So, he decided to stop by a hero merch store and check out the new items. All Might took up an entire half of the store. Izuku used to really like All Might when he was little, and he remembered having toys and pajamas, and watching videos of the hero. Of course, Master didn't like All Might, so Izuku had drifted away from the obsession. But the store did have Hawk's merch, which Izuku thought was pretty cool, the youngest pro hero debut, and now he was already on the charts. Izuku thought seriously about buying some items. Even though Master had destroyed them the last time he had hero figurines shipped to the house, and of course, that was when he got his computer taken away, he could hide them under his bed. Or he could make a pocket of shadow on one of the walls and hide them there. Izuku shook his head. No. He had to be good. He had to be trustworthy. He had to fit perfectly into Master's plan, or he would be confined to his room again. Izuku left the merch store and decided to go by an internet cafe instead. He could try out all of the new games, the really gory and violent ones that Tomura never let him play. By the time he finished, it was already so late that the sun had started to set. While it was bad news for him that the sun was already going down. Because he didn't know how long he should be out, it was good news that the shadows were growing longer and deeper. He hopped into a dark alleyway outside of the internet cafe, disappearing into a puddle of darkness like it was a bottomless pool, and slithered along the connecting shadows. Whenever he traveled like this, he lost his own shape and became darkness itself. It was much faster than walking. Voices sounded out but were muffled as he passed people on the street, who were walking home from school or jobs. The sounds of city life blurred together to become a static din. He rode along with the flow until he started to recognize the buildings. Izuku stopped, pulling himself out from behind a trash can. The shadow held on to him, asking him not to leave its comfort and stretching over his form like cling film, before he broke through the surface and was back in his body. He scampered to his feet and ran to the door, fearing he had stayed out too long, and would be discovered. His fears were soon quelled as he entered the completely silent building. No one was back yet, and he was alone. His legs moved on instinct alone as he shuffled his feet down the hallway and to his room, the weight of exhaustion bearing down after such a long PRD of quirk use. Each step felt heavier than the last. By the time he reached the door, his shoulders sagged forward. He fumbled with the handle, nearly missing it on the first try, and finally pushed the door open with a quiet creak. The room greeted him with stillness. Soft golden early evening light filtered through the windows in the hallway, and illuminated dust motes drifting lazily in the air from behind him. He staggered the last few steps to the bed and collapsed forward, face first into the mattress. Izuku made a weak attempt to roll onto his back so he could pull the blanket over himself, but halfway through the motion his body gave up entirely. His head sank deeper into the pillow, curls spilling across the fabric. His eyes slid shut. This became routine for him, leaving in the morning to watch the UA students arrive for classes, and trying to figure out details about their quirks and their lived. He eventually was even able to try and talk to some of them. While at first, he was too overwhelmed to say more than 3 words to anyone, he was slowly getting better and more confident. "What are your classes like?" he asked a group of girls one morning. "Well," one started, clearly feeling awkward that she was being interrogated by a middle school kid. "We have all of the normal subjects," Izuku nodded along, pretending he knew what the normal subjects were, "and then we have specialized classes depending on our course. You see, we're all in the hero course, so we do quirk training, strength and battle training, and rescue and first aid training." "What are your quirks?" Izuku asked, looking up from his notebook where he was taking notes. When there was a pause, he quickly added, "I just want to know what my chances are." The girls gave each other looks, but eventually one of them answered, "It really doesn't matter what your quirk is so much, as long as it's strong. I have a barrier quirk, and she controls water," she said, gesturing to the girl next to her, "but there's people in the hero course with all sorts of different quirks." Izuku nodded, then offered them a small, timid smile that he had been practicing in the mirror lately. It still felt stiff on his face, like a mask. Still, he held it there as best he could, hoping it looked natural enough. He'd spent time last night standing in front of the bathroom mirror, tilting his head this way and that, trying different expressions. Friendly smiles. Confident smiles. The kind of easy, effortless grins he'd seen heroes flash during interviews. It was harder than it looked when they did it. His face had this stubborn tendency to fall back into a blank, gloomy, and slightly menacing expression the moment he stopped concentrating. When he had been practicing earlier, something else had begun to bother him. Standing among the flow of students entering UA made the differences all the more clear to Izuku. Most of them looked so bright. Their builds were already beginning to broaden with the strength expected of future heroes. Their skin was tan darker than Izuku's. Even those with obviously carefully preserved porcelain skin still held some warmth, and their hair was styled or tied back neatly. Izuku, on the other hand, Izuku's shoulders remained slight and his limbs long and thin. His wrists looked delicate enough that someone might worry about snapping them if they grabbed too hard. When he moved, his oversized hand-me-down clothes from Tomura shifted loosely over him, hanging off of him. His ribs were even faintly visible beneath his shirt if he lifted his arms, and his collarbones were clearly visible in sharp lines. His skin was pale to the point that it looked kind of thin, with a translucent gray pallor where, beneath the thin skin of his wrists and collarbones, faint veins showed through easily. His eyes were too large and too green, standing out sharply against the dark circles which lingered beneath them like permanent bruises, from all too common sleepless nights. Murmurs from his shadow friends and half-remembered memories often crept into his mind, refusing to let him rest. It gave him an almost ghostly look beside the sturdier students around him. His hair didn't help any either. Dark curls spilled down over his forehead and into his eyes, the strands uneven and unruly. The black dye he'd soaked them in only swallowed any hint of softness the curls might have otherwise had and cast deeper shadows across his face. As the girls he was talking to walked away, he caught the faint murmur of their whispers drifting back toward him. Their voices were hushed, but not quite quiet enough. Kind of creepy. That kid. Izuku's practiced smile faltered just a little. He stared down at the ground, watching the tips of his shoes while their footsteps faded into the distance. Creepy child. The sting of the words lingered longer than their actual hushed whisper. Maybe that meant he still needed more practice. Maybe his smile still looked wrong. He rubbed the back of his neck thoughtfully, curls shifting forward again into his eyes. If he could learn to look more approachable, more charming, maybe things would get easier. He also decided that he shouldn't hang around too close to the school anymore. People were starting to recognize him. One of the upperclassmen commented that he must be really serious to be here every day, so his actions were drawing too much attention. What he probably should do was make friends with one or two of them, and then get all the news that way, instead of making himself known to a lot of future heroes. But there was some good news on that front, as the middle schoolers were going to be taking the entrance exam soon, and they were his age. When he thought about it, Izuku didn't actually know what his age was. Neither Master nor Tomura were good about keeping track of birthdays, but he guessed based off of his height and his body that he was probably that age. He planned to watch the practical exam from a vantage point he had found within the school grounds. He had scoped out the security system and found that it wasn't triggered if he stayed completely within the shadows. There was a nice quiet spot on top of the wall that surrounded the campus training grounds where the entrance exam would be held. And on that morning of the entrance exam, a flood of students poured in through the gates of UA, and Izuku, from his spot, thought for a moment of going in with them. Maybe he could take the entrance exam and actually become a student here. His social skills had improved so much lately. No. He shook his head. Well, not exactly, because he was enveloped in darkness, so he didn't have a corporeal head, but he figuratively shook his head. Master would never allow that. He watched the different groups enter to take the practical portion of their exams. Apparently there was also a written portion, but Izuku couldn't access that, as it was inside of a large lecture hall further into the campus. In the testing group that he was watching, there was a boy with a tail who was really good at martial arts, and tail whipped the robots to pieces. There was also a girl that could make an entire robot float up into the sky. There was even one boy who seemed very familiar to Izuku, who set off massive explosions. They were all so out of his league. These were real heroic quirks, and Izuku seemed pathetic in comparison, stuffed into the inch-wide gap where the sunlight didn't reach. While he was literally small, he felt even smaller. These were the students that would be accepted, he knew it, and he questioned if he could be so heroic. "Hey!" he called out to a boy later that afternoon, when the practical exams had concluded. The boy had a head like a crow, with black hair that stuck straight back, and red-colored eyes above a yellow beak. They had similar quirks, so he thought this might be someone easier to befriend. "You took the exam for UA, right?" The boy turned around and eyed him warily. "Yes, did you also?" he asked stiffly in a low voice. Izuku thought for a moment. What would make this boy want to be his friend? "Yes," he said, "I want to be a hero too." It was easier to lie when you included part of the truth. "Very well, maybe we will meet again as classmates," the boy said formally. "My name is Fumikage Tokoyami." Izuku swelled up with joy. He had made a connection with someone. Not like those girls from a few weeks ago who had called him creepy. He had never gotten their names. "My name is Zuku Shigaraki." He gave a small smile. "Would you maybe want to hang out?" Izuku felt so stiff asking. It may be pleasant to spend some time with potential classmates, engaging in the regular follies of youth, Tokoyami replied. "I know of a bookstore near here, if you would like to accompany me." Izuku nodded vigorously. He liked reading a lot. Whether it was manga, novels, or poems, he loved books and had so many stacked up around his room that Tomura might be irritated if he brought any more home. "So, what kind of quirk do you have?" he asked, like he didn't already know. "I have Dark Shadow," he explained. "He is my partner, a being made of darkness that I can materialize from my body at will. Forgive me if I do not bring him out at this moment, but we are still weary from the practical exam." Wow, how great would it be to have a built-in friend? A real one too, not like Izuku's shadow friends. "Oh yeah, I get that. I'm pretty tired right now too," he lied. "And what, pray tell, is your quirk?" Tokoyami asked. "Oh," Izuku said, unsure of how much he should reveal. But this would be something that normal friends know about each other. Right? So, he lengthened his shadow and created the shape of a cat. Izuku reached down and wrapped his hands around where the middle of a cat would be, and pulled it out, forming a full three-dimensional shape made from darkness. He put the shadow cat down onto its legs and made it walk on the ground in front of him, never fully leaving his own shadow, but making it crisscross in between his ankles as he walked. "Wow," Tokoyami breathed. Izuku reached down and picked his shadow cat up, holding it out to Tokoyami, who reached out and touched the cat, pulling back his hand in surprise when it was solid. "What does it feel like?" Izuku asked. He knew that Tomura always reacted negatively to his shadows when they touched him, but to him, the shadows just felt like extensions of himself. "I'm always curious to know." Tokoyami looked at his hand and turned it over in front of himself. "It feels somewhat similar to when a limb falls asleep, the experience often referred to as pins and needles." "Wow!" Izuku exclaimed, pulling out his notebook and furiously writing. He rarely ever got to make any entries for himself. They went to the bookstore, which was full of Western books. There was a large volume of poems that Izuku found, from an author called Poe. Tokoyami seemed to approve when he picked it out and bought it. Izuku thought that this was one of the best days he had ever had. It got less great when he returned home to find Tomura asleep on the couch, the hand still clinging to him. Kurojairi was sitting casually in one of the chairs, watching over his brother. "Welcome home, young Izuku Shigaraki," Kurojairi spoke in his slow, patient tone. Izuku bowed his head slightly in respect. Kurojairi sometimes made him uncomfortable, but he obviously cared deeply for Tomura. Izuku wondered why Tomura had a bodyguard and he didn't. Was it because Tomura was more capable than Izuku, and that's why he got to do jobs for dad no for master? "How long have you been back for?" he asked quietly. "Not long, a few hours," Kurojairi told him. "I notice you are arriving quite late into the evening." Izuku cursed himself. He had been alone for weeks now, so he had gotten sloppy at keeping to a schedule. "I was doing reconnaissance on the new UA students," he answered, hoping that his lasting giddiness didn't make him look unserious. He was serious about this task, and he was determined to do it well, but couldn't he also enjoy having friends in the meantime? "Very well," Kurojairi told him. "You will be needed later this evening for a meeting, but I suggest you take the time while Tomura is resting to clean yourself up." Ugh. Kurojairi always harped on him and Tomura, always making them clean their rooms, or eat their vegetables, and now he was ordering Izuku to take a bath when it wasn't even night yet. However, Izuku knew he couldn't argue, so he trudged down the hallway to the bathroom. Apparently, Kurogyuri had taken advantage of the empty house. At some point today after Izuku left, when he and Tomura had come back, he had cleaned the bathroom so thoroughly that it barely looked like the same room anymore. Every surface gleamed. The tiling reflected the overhead light so brightly that Izuku had to squint when he stepped inside, and the sharp scent of cleaning chemicals hung heavily in the air, sterile and almost overpowering. Still, Izuku stepped inside and turned on the bath, adjusting the faucet until the water ran hot. Steam slowly began to gather in the room, and when the water was deep enough, he eased himself down into it. The heat was enough to sting against his skin and make his muscles tense, ready to hop out of the human soup pot. Once he decided he wouldn't actually cook himself, he forced himself to sink lower into the water, drawing his knees in. His nerves slowly adjusted, the sting dulling into a heavy warmth that seeped into his muscles and loosened the tightness he so often felt after sitting in shadows for an extended time. Izuku reached for the shampoo and worked it into his curls, massaging it through his hair. Foam gathered quickly between his fingers, thick bubbles sliding down the strands. When he rinsed it out, the suds swirled around in the bath water in cloudy streaks of gray. Izuku had to wonder if it was from the dye, or if he was really that dirty. He decided to believe the former. By the time he finally stepped out of the tub, scrubbing his face and body to quell any last fears of the latter, the bathroom had filled with soft steam. He dried himself off slowly with a towel before pulling on a pair of loose, comfortable brown sweatpants for which he had to cinch the waist drawstring all the way. Feeling warmer and a little less exhausted, he opened the bathroom door and stepped back out into the hallway. Only to pause. Waiting just outside was Kurogyuri, blocking Izuku like an immovable wall. And in his hand was a comb. "No!" Izuku nearly screeched, readying himself to make a run for it. "No, I don't want my hair pulled right now." "Izuku," Kurogyuri said sternly, unmoving and facing off against Izuku. He let out one last whine of indignation before relenting to his inevitable fate. Kurogyuri, seeing the way Izuku's shoulders dropped in resignation, motioned towards a chair back down the hall in the main living room. Izuku dragged his feet and then clung to the arms of the chair as Kurogyuri tugged the comb through his mop of curls. Just as he thought he was going to be scalped, Tomura stirred. "Tomura!" Izuku gasped and vaulted out of the chair, out of reach of Kurogyuri and his evil comb. "Too early for you to be so loud," Tomura grumbled. His voice was rough with exhaustion, and irritation clung to the words as Tomura slowly reached up and pulled the hand away from his face. The movement was sluggish, almost reluctant, as though that motion, that loss of one of the hands, cost him something. When his face was finally uncovered, Izuku immediately noticed how terrible he looked. Tomura, like Izuku, had always carried a certain unhealthy look about him, but this was different. The shadows beneath his eyes were darker and sunken deep into the pale skin there like bruises. His eyelids sagged heavily, and when he blinked, it was slow and uneven. Even his red irises seemed darker, dull, and set off by red veins throughout the whites. His skin had taken on a gray, chalky pallor that made him look almost like a corpse in the steadily dimming light of the room. It stretched thinly across the sharp angles of his face, clinging to his cheekbones in a way that made him seem older and more worn down. His lips were dry and cracked, and Izuku had to wonder if he had eaten or drunk anything in days. There was something deeply unsettling about that thought. Tomura's hair hung limply around his face, some of it clinging to his forehead as though he had been sweating under the hand. Tomura dragged his real hand down his face, fingers scraping lightly over the dry skin as if trying to wake himself up. The motion lingered around his neck and jaw, scratching absent-mindedly at the irritated patches there. His nails left faint red trails in their wake. Izuku watched quietly. Eventually, Tomura squinted irritably at Izuku through half-lidded eyes. "Why," he muttered hoarsely, voice still thick with fatigue, "are you making so much noise this early?" "I left the bath hot for you," he told his brother. "I had to take one, so you have to take one." "Yeah," was the only response he got before Tomura rose unsteadily to his feet and worked his way down the hall, holding onto the wall and stopping in his room before re-emerging sans hands. That made Izuku feel at least a little better. The meeting they were to attend that night, Izuku learned, after Tomura got done with the bathroom, was with some promising revolutionaries that Master, Kurogyuri, and Tomura had tracked down to meet. Many of them were inspired by Stain, which meant they had similar beliefs to Master, about the failings of hero society. They sat on the couch, Tomura sitting forward with his elbows on his knees in a slouched posture, and Izuku next to him. Izuku sat cross-legged, sinking into the couch cushions and resting his head back, staring at the ceiling. He felt an uncomfortable twinge in his knees. Lately, he had been having aches and pains all over, which the doctor had said were probably growing pains. He had noticed that the hems of his pants weren't meeting his shoes and there was a widening gap of revealed ankle. Izuku would have to either ask Kurogiri for clothes, which would probably result in him receiving yet another pair of the same boring pants and tops, handed down from Tomura. Not that Izuku minded sharing with his brother, but he would like to have something of his own for once. He was also afraid to ask Kurogiri for new clothes. After Izuku had happened across a stack of magazines that featured camo cargo pants and ugly sweaters with little forest animals on them. He couldn't risk that now that he had a friend, and would have to interact with more people. But not letting Kurogiri do his shopping meant that he would have to go into the stores by himself. He could still barely walk through a crowd without being overwhelmed. Maybe he would ask one of the new students to go shopping with him. Was that weird? Would they think he was some sort of social outcast? Well, technically he was, but he didn't want any of them to know that. The door that led out to the bar, attached to the front of the building, which hid their house's presence, opened, and Kurogiri walked through. "Sit up straight, Zuku," Tomura hissed, completely missing the irony of his own poor posture. With a small grimace of effort, he complied, shifting his weight forward and lifting his head up from where it was resting on the back of the couch. His bangs fell into his eyes, and he blew out a puff of air to blow them to the side so he could see. After Kurogiri followed a mismatched band of people. There was a very tall man with dark hair and burns all over his face and arms, adorned with small silver staples. After him was a young girl, probably close to Izuku's age, wearing a school uniform with her yellow hair in two buns on the top of her head. Then there was a man with a mutant-type quirk which made him look like a lizard from head to toe, who was dressed exactly like Stain. A few more followed, consisting of a man wearing a suit and a mask, a tall and muscular woman with red hair, and a man wearing a black and white bodysuit that covered his face. As they made introductions, Izuku couldn't help but let his mind wander. While he was excited at the prospect of having some new people around, he was entirely overwhelmed by their presence. He thought he had gotten better being around people, but his vantage point from shadows and his time in internet cafes apparently had not socialized him as much as he thought. "They will be living here for the time being, in the back rooms," Kurogiri said after he had introduced each new person. "Here?" Izuku blurted out, and then wished he could take it back, based on the glares he received. Tomura sent a sharp elbow into his ribs, making him jump. He glared to the side, which his brother ignored, continuing to stare intensely forward at the intruders. "Deal with it, Zuku," Tomura snapped. "Don't think you have a say in this. All of them have already done more than you." Izuku could have screamed in that moment. It was totally unfair of Tomura to say that, especially because he had been gone the past few weeks. He hadn't seen all of the work that Izuku was putting in. With pain still radiating from the side of his ribs, he clicked his tongue and let out a huff of breath. "DMN it," he hissed, "I can't deal with this right now, I'm going back to my room." He slapped his hands down on either side of his legs and pushed himself up, shoving his hands deep into his pockets before stepping over the back side of the couch. He stalked down the hallway to his room, slamming the door as punctuation. He really didn't like the idea of all these new people, the majority of whom looked like weirdos, invading his space and using his things, disrupting his peace. Any excitement about making friends had died when Tomura put up that wall between them, making them think Izuku was just some stupid kid. Tomura knew that Izuku was insecure about how useful he was, and he specifically dug into that sore spot. This is exactly why Izuku hated when those stupid FING hands came out. Tomura turned into this mean, vindictive, spiteful person, and this was not the first time that Izuku had taken the brunt. The conversation picked back up again, the man in the suit making a loud series of comments about how awkward it was that Izuku stormed out. The crowd in the living room, calling themselves the League of Villains, then discussed their respective philosophies, which Izuku could hear when he stretched his shadows under the door. A small fear gnawed at him, that he could be replaced by any one of them, at any time. He lurked further into the darkness of his room and pulled the shadows over him like a blanket. At least no one could disturb his peace here. What seemed like hours later, the noise from the other end of the hall died down, and Izuku heard feet walking through the hall towards him. His door creaked open, and Izuku turned away, pulling the darkness tighter around him, so that he couldn't be seen. "Zuku," Tomura's voice sounded from the hallway. "I know you're in there." Izuku shook his head, even though he knew that Tomura couldn't see it. He thought about flipping the bird to his brother, but that would mean admitting he was listening. "Zuku, come out. You know I won't be able to find you if you stay in the dark." His voice sounded tired. Izuku pulled the sheet of shadow open, peeking a single eye out through a tiny sliver to see his brother standing in the open doorway. "There you are," Tomura sighed, and took a step into his room. "What was that all about? You were supposed to be on your best behavior." "A hole," he snapped, glaring with his one visible eye. Tomura took a seat on Izuku's bed and sighed again. You didn't stay to talk with any of them. He sighed, you have to grow up. You can't have everything your way. This is Master's plan, and we've been entrusted to play our roles and contribute. It's time you take this seriously. Destroying this broken, rotten hero society will mean upheaval that you'll just have to deal with. Izuku pulled his brows further together and scowled, throwing the shadows back off of him. You didn't have to be so DMN mean. I am serious, and I didn't do shit to deserve you treating me like a petulant child in front of everyone. He ran out of breath and gasped one in before continuing, don't treat me like I'm useless, like everyone else always has. I have a FING quirk, Tomura. It's not my choice that I haven't participated much until now. It's not my fault that you're the favorite. I'm not trash, I'm no less than them. He ranted, working himself up as he went. His brother pulled back, shock in his eyes. I didn't mean, he started. Yes, you did, Izuku cut him off, I know what hurts you too, but I don't use it. Izuku pulled the shadow over himself again, disappearing. Zuku, Tomura called out, reaching into the darkness to try and pull him back. But no one would find Izuku in the shadows if he didn't want them to. Go away, he snapped, retreating further until he couldn't even see the room anymore. After a few moments, Izuku heard footsteps moving away and the door closing. As the hours of night passed, and Izuku stewed in his displeasure, he came to the decision that he would go out in the morning and lay down the law. These strangers needed to understand the order of this house, and that Izuku was above all of them. Izuku was part of the family, and these guys were just guests. He knew he needed to make a strong impression, to overcome the damage that Tomura inflicted on his image. Most importantly, Izuku needed these strangers to know not to mess with him or his things. He hated when people messed up his things. When he emerged from his cover of shadow that morning, his room was as dark as ever, despite the sun shining brightly outside. Still in his sweatshirt and pants from the night before, he tried to stand up taller, square his shoulders to make himself look bigger, and walk down the hall with purpose, to put the new league members in their place. His plan was quickly derailed as soon as he walked into the kitchen space for breakfast, where the girl and the man in the suit were sitting at the table, talking. Ah? The girl squealed as soon as he walked around the corner, into their line of sight. It's you. Izuku was thrown off by how happy she seemed to see him. Had anyone ever looked that happy, simply from his appearance? You're even better in the daylight. You look exactly like this boy I had a crush on back in school. She jumped up and ran to his side, grabbing his arm. Izuku had never been touched by a girl before, and the sudden contact completely threw all his careful planning out the window. The speech that he had practiced over and over in the dark about how his room was off limits, and they were to remain in only the spare bedrooms and the second bathroom at the end of the building, and how they couldn't speak to him informally evaporated from his mind. Huh? Was the only sound he was able to form as she grinned at him. I would love to drink your blood, she said, so earnestly while smiling. What? He said, his voice noticeably higher. He then cursed himself for acting so uncomposed. Hey, give the guy a break, the man in the mask said, immediately followed by, kill him. This was all too much. Izuku hadn't been around many people at all, much less those who were so loud and upfront, and he really didn't know how to navigate this situation. So instead, Izuku stuck his foot out, reaching for the small sliver of shadow underneath the cabinets, where the bright sunlight didn't reach. He pulled himself into the tiny space, and away from the grip of the loud, weird girl. Whoa, she gasped as he disappeared. Don't touch me, and don't touch my stuff, Izuku snapped from underneath the cabinets. Ah, he's shy, the man in the suit cooed, then yelled, PP. I'm sorry Izuku, the girl said to the cabinets, seemingly thinking that's where he was, even though he had already shifted to the dark hallway around the corner. Come out and play. I was just giving you a hard time because of how dramatic you were last night. She paused, seemingly waiting for him to reply, before she continued. I understand, though. I know what it feels like to have strong emotions towards other people. She clasped her hands in front of her pleated skirt and twisted the toe of her shoe on the floor like she was smushing a bug. I thought you were actually alluring, all dark and mysterious. Even though she was acting like a lovesick girl, Izuku sensed bloodlust. He really didn't know how to deal with these people. Both of them were walking contradictions. As he was spiraling about how he was going to survive these freaks, Izuku caught a whiff of smoke coming from behind him. He used the shadows to see the tall man covered in burns walking down the hallway and towards him. As the man was enveloped in the darkness of the unlit hallway, and Izuku was connected to the shadows, he knew every detail. The strong smell that Izuku experienced first was something between cigarettes and the smoke from a freshly snuffed candle. Underneath that, when Izuku probed further, was a scent more acrid and harsh, repulsive and frightening to Izuku as he scrunched his nose against it. The heavy, booted footsteps continued toward the kitchen as the man walked in a relaxed, carefree posture. A slight swing to his arms and a curl in his shoulders proclaimed that he couldn't be bothered with the expectations of others and felt perfectly at ease even in this new place. It irked Izuku to see him strutting about so casually in Izuku's home. This guy was going to be trouble. Fine, if these people didn't care about Izuku's peace of mind, Izuku decided that he wouldn't bother with theirs. He would just act however he wanted. Tomura was being a hypocrite, demanding that Izuku behave, especially when Tomura didn't hesitate to act like an a-hole. After the man rounded the corner into the kitchen, Izuku flung himself from the shadows in frustration. Even though the man held himself as completely calm, Izuku could tell by the way, when he glimpsed Izuku out of the corner of his eyes, and they widened ever so slightly, that he was surprised. Izuku let out a huff of frustration and stalked towards the back door, kicking it open aggressively. "Where are you going?" the girl asked, a slight whine to her voice. "To mind my own business," Izuku snapped. "You should give it a try," he said before he slammed the door behind him. That might have been too far, but he really couldn't care right now. DMN, Day 1 and Izuku had already been driven from the comfort of his own home. And he really didn't have anywhere else to go, but he refused to go back in now. Because, he apparently couldn't catch a break, the girl burst through the door behind him with a squeal. "I want to come too. Let's go shopping. I love shopping." Shoving his hands deep in his pockets and rolling his eyes, he walked away at a brisk pace, hoping she would take the hint and leave him alone. She didn't. "I've never gotten to go shopping with a boy before, but I've thought about it a lot. I have so many ideas about how boys should dress. So many of them dress poorly and miss their full potential for style." The girl caught up to him, walking beside him and keeping pace. "There's this idol that I love who dresses so well. I would love to taste his blood too." She chattered on as they walked, Izuku trying to stay a few steps in front of her, to ignore her, but none of it seemed to deter her. That's what's so amazing about girls. Girls usually have much better style than boys, they're so cute, I love them. Just like I love this uniform because it's so cute. "I didn't ask," Izuku snarked. "Girls love boys like you in books and manga, the rough, dark, bad boy type." She lowered her voice to a dramatic grumble. "It's really working for you too, with your long dark hair, pale skin, rough demeanor." She pauses and giggles, "The dark circles under your eyes, seriously, do you ever sleep?" She's making fun of him. Izuku realized and felt a hot flush creep up his neck. He spun around on the spot, almost causing her to run into him. "If you're just going to be annoying, you can turn around and go right back to wherever the hell you came from," he told her shortly. She pouted, "I don't wanna, everyone turned their backs on me, so I turned my back on them. I think I'll like this new group, especially when there's someone as cute as you here." The heat on his neck climbed higher, he had never been called cute by a girl before. "Please stop teasing me," he tried to sound demanding, but it came out weakly. "But you have such interesting reactions," she told him, "it makes me want to eat you up." Izuku sank down into a crouch, resting his weight back on his heels. He had been alone so long with only his brother, Kurogiri, and Master, and now this girl seemed an insurmountable challenge. Obviously, because she had been invited to stay with them by Master, he couldn't just kill her or pull her into the shadows and trap her there, where she would have to be quiet forever. He rocked back and forth on his feet, thinking of what he should do next. Maybe he could just zip into the shadows and lose her? He rose to his feet but continued to keep his gaze directed towards the ground. If he didn't make eye contact with her, he could probably make a break for those dark shadows over by the corner of the building across the street and be gone before she knew it. Just as he shifted his weight to the ball of his feet, ready to sprint, she interrupted his focus. "Okay, I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore." She held out a fist with her pinky sticking out. It threw him off, it was so unexpected. He stared at the hand that was held out in front of her. What the hell was she doing? After a few seconds of him staring at her hand, she said, "Pinky promise? Pinky promise?" Izuku thought he had heard that phrase somewhere before. Maybe from a manga? Or at some point from his childhood. Bad memories started to creep over him like icy water and he shook off the feeling. "What the F, do you want me to do with that?" he asked frankly. Her jaw dropped. "I'm making you a promise." He twisted his face in confusion, and, she said in exasperation, "You're supposed to seal the promise with your pinky." Izuku flitted his gaze to her face and scrunched his eyebrows. She pet her head to the side. "Do you not know pinky promise?" Izuku shook his head in lieu of a reply. The girl's eyes went so wide that he thought they would pop out of their sockets. "Oh my god, how do you not know pinky promise?" His eyebrows scrunched further together, in a glare. "I don't have friends," he told her shortly. He meant it to sound menacing, but he worried it came out to make him sound like a loser. "Oh, my goodness!" She practically shrieked. Here, hold your hand out like this, she instructed him, and he complied. You seal the promise. She told him as she wrapped her pinky around his and pressed their knuckles together. Now I can't break it, so I can't tease you anymore. Sure, Izuku told her, not understanding or fully believing that wrapping pinky fingers meant a promise was stronger. But, hey, whatever floats her boat. So, you're not going to make fun of me anymore if I let you tag along? He asked. She shook her head from side to side. Okay, Izuku said warily. So, what are we going to do? She asked, sing-song. Izuku's brows scrunched together again. Do about what? She looked at him like he had two heads and then gestured around them. We're out and about. So, what are the plans? Where do you like to shop? No, Izuku told her in a deadpan. I'm not going shopping, I was just trying to get away from you. She stuck out her lip in a dramatic pout. No. We just became friends. We have to go do something fun now. He hesitated, wondering if he should tell her. I've never actually been out shopping. Usually, Kurogiri buys Tomura and I everything we need. She immediately snickered, making Izuku regret telling her, and he turned around and started to storm off. Before he got too far away, he heard her feet run up behind him and she grabbed his shoulder. No, I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of you. Izuku turned his head to the side and gave her a fierce look over his shoulder. No, really. She protested, I'm really good at shopping. She told him, well, actually more than anything I'm good at stealing the clothes I want, but the idea is the same, let's go clothes shopping. I don't need any clothes, he lied. Yes you do. She told him, her voice turning serious. I don't want to go shopping. He said truthfully. She sighed. Okay, you're all broody, I get it. She walked around and stepped in front of Izuku, forcing him to come to a stop. Maybe it's because we haven't actually properly introduced ourselves. Let's introduce ourselves and become real friends. She gestured to herself first, my name is Toga Himiko. Izuku Shigaraki, he answered curtly, but everyone calls me Zuku. She squealed again, Zuku is so cute. Izuku cringed. He didn't love the idea of being cute. That wasn't useful to Master, or to their goals. Izuku had to be scary, stealthy, menacing, or anything other than cute. You can call me Shigaraki. He added to her, feeling like she was getting too comfortable with him. Okay, Izuku. Toga pronounced every syllable, and making Izuku grind his teeth, if you come shopping with me, I will call you Shigaraki. She smiled deviously. Maybe it is worth it, if she backs off after this. Izuku relented and nodded silently, immediately second-guessing himself when she squeals in delight. Inside the mall that Toga practically dragged him to, there were more people than Izuku had ever seen before in his life. People of all shapes and sizes milled around inside the mall and the din alone was almost deafening. Izuku was simultaneously amazed and terrified. And the fluorescents were so bright he wondered if there was a speck of shadow anywhere at all inside this artificial world. Above the constant level of noise from people talking, laughing, and yelling, with the occasional child scream from a play area, was the cacophony of music, each store playing a different genre. One store played an upbeat pop song, while the store next to it blasted death metal, while the next played music that only sounded like the rattling of bass. Izuku wondered why anyone would go here for fun. He had the strong desire to turn around and run, until he glanced over at Toga. She seemed completely in her element, as she looked around with big excited eyes and a wide grin that exposed her sharp canines. Her eyes glittered with elation as she scanned between the stores and the bright displays. If he left now, he would look pathetic. This place didn't bother her at all. Toga snatched his hand and yanked him forward, starting off on a brisk pace towards the first store. I already know exactly what your style should be, she announced, dragging him along behind. What? Style? He asked, his voice coming out high-pitched. Whether that was from overstimulation or the sudden contact with his hand, he couldn't tell. All I need are clothes that fit. Toga looked back at him. Clothes are not just for covering our nakedness, Zuku, she instructed like a teacher, already rescinding the promise she had made to call him Shigaraki. Clothes are meant for self-expression, for declaring to the world who we are and what we stand for. Izuku thought for a moment of all the heroes he watched and admired. He himself had taken pages and pages of notes on their costumes, both the functional and aesthetic aspects. But when he thought of himself, he couldn't actually think of a costume that he might wear. If he couldn't even imagine a hero costume, he definitely couldn't think about styling himself. I don't think I know what that means. He admitted. Sure, you do. She told him as she pulled him through the doorway of a store containing mostly black and playing music featuring an angry-sounding electric guitar. I already told you, you're the dark, mysterious bad boy. No, he shook his head. I have a mission from Master, Izuku protested. I have to be approachable to the first years at UA. Toga looked back with a smirk. You'll definitely have the ladies approaching you with what I have planned. Izuku felt a hot blush flooding his cheeks. The idea of girls even speaking to him was a lot. It was unimaginable that someone might like him. He still wasn't even totally sure how to handle Toga holding onto his hand and talking to him. The store she picked had too many choices of pants, shorts, and shirts, tanks, sweatshirts, sweaters, and shoes, which overwhelmed Izuku. But Toga seemed unfazed, snatched hangers up, pairing up tops and bottoms in different styles until she seemed happy with the variety, and then shoved them at Izuku. Go try these on, she ordered. Izuku took the armful and was unwillingly pushed towards a line of stalls in the back corner of the store. He looked around the 3 walls and pulled the swinging door closed, latching the hook. With his new growth, he could almost completely see over the top of the door, out into the rest of the store. Izuku grabbed the first set on hangers that Toga had paired and felt his stomach drop. He called out, I don't think this one is for me. Put it on and let me see. Toga called from where she had taken a seat in one of the chairs just outside the row of stalls. The first outfit she had picked for him was a pair of long, baggy black pants that had frayed holes in the knees and looked so long that they must drag on the ground. She had paired that with a mesh shirt under a cut-up t-shirt with large print across the front. When Izuku held up the hanger to himself, he realized that both shirts were cut short and would leave more than an inch of bare skin between the bottom of the shirts and the waistband of the pants. Izuku shook his head and put the hangers back on one of the hooks, and looked over some of the other increasingly eccentric clothing still left, feeling sure now that he had made the wrong choice in letting her come with him. I think I'm going to try choosing, he told Toga over the stall door. She pouted and whined, but eventually relented. They left that store behind, as Izuku was sure he wouldn't find anything there. Toga insisted they stop by a cafe within the mall so that she could buy a large drink topped with a mountain of whipped cream, which she happily sipped on while Izuku tried to find an approachable store. So many of them seemed geared towards girls, with dominating pinks and dresses lining the display windows. Finally, he walked by a store that seemed to be closer to what he was comfortable with. Even better, when they walked in, the music was a soft rock sound that was less overstimulating than the blaring bass and screeching guitar from the first shop. Okay, Toga told him as she walked around, perusing the racks, this isn't so bad. At least you didn't choose the sports store. I was worried you might be the kind of person that only wears t-shirt and basketball shorts. She shrugged and held up a bomber jacket for his approval. I hate to tell you this, but that's essentially what I've worn my entire life. It felt strange to talk normally to someone. Though, Izuku wasn't sure how normal their conversation was, but at least he didn't feel so angry or overwhelmed to talk with her. He wondered if this is what hanging out with a friend was like. Izuku ended up buying a single style of straight leg pants in every wash of jean, as well as in khaki and black. Along with those, he bought a few t-shirts in plain black and white, a few long-sleeve collared shirts in a variety of colors, and some soft knit sweaters. He let Toga take over choosing the accessories when she whined about him buying boring clothes. This seemed to sedate her. She chose a pair of white, flat-soled sneakers, a few belts with different patterns on the buckles, some jewelry which he wasn't sure he would wear, and an entire bag of hair ties and clips. Your hair is so long and pretty, Toga told him, reaching for a curl that hung down in front of his eyes, and making him flinch away. It's such a shame that it just hangs there. It would look so nice if you let me do it. Absolutely not, Izuku intoned. Pretty please? Toga pleaded, please. She leaned in close to his face, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Fine, he relented, holding his hands out to push her away, but you have to do something for me. What is it? Toga asked. Izuku put his hand up to the back of his neck and felt himself flush. She for sure was going to give him shit for this. He hesitated, can you check out for me? He asked, holding out to her the card that Kurojiiri had provided him with, when Master had said Izuku could leave the house. Surprisingly, Toga didn't tease him at all, and just took his hangers and walked up to the cashier. Izuku lingered a few steps behind the register, hands shoved deep into his pockets, rocking faintly on his heels as he watched her from a distance. She looked normal, standing there, chatting with the cashier, smiling, swiping the card like she had done it 100 times before. Like she belonged here. Like she belonged anywhere. When she finally turned back toward him, she held up the bags triumphantly, grinning wide enough to show her canines. All done, she sang, skipping back over to him. Izuku took the bags from her, careful not to brush her fingers. She still caught him off guard as she leaned closer, peering up at him with her big golden eyes. You did good, Zuku, she added, nodding. I didn't do anything, he muttered. You didn't run away, she corrected, like that was somehow an accomplishment. He frowned. She was so weird. The walk back home was quiet after the constant noise of the shopping mall. Even Toga seemed tired, preferring to just walk beside him instead of FING with him. When they reached the back door of the house, Izuku didn't feel so bad about going in. He didn't feel so bad about the prospect of living with the others, if he and Toga could get along. He didn't even really mind her presence anymore. Izuku pushed the door open with his shoulder, stepping inside first. The interior was dim as always, shadows stretching comfortably along the walls and curling into corners. He wanted to disappear into them, to recover from his long day. Behind him, Toga kicked the door shut and spun in a small circle. Home, she declared, like she had always lived there. Izuku glanced at her. This isn't your home, he said flatly. He wasn't snapping at her or correcting her, just making a statement that he thought was true. But her reaction surprised him. For the first time since he met her, her eyes turned sad. Not just sad though, a mix of angry and sad, hurt, Izuku realized. I don't have another home. Toga's voice sounded quieter. Oh. He responded, dumbly. Well then I guess this can be your home for now. Izuku surprised even himself with that declaration. Just hours ago, he loathed the idea of anyone else calling this place their home. But her eyes were so sad, and Izuku could recognize himself in that feeling. She smiled up at him, tears shining in the corners of her eyes. Izuku glanced back behind, toward the hallway that stretched to the darkness of his room, unsure of his next move. Do you want to see my room? He asked. Before he even finished offering, Toga was running past him and down the hallway. Izuku sighed. He set the bags down near the foot of his bed, after Toga had barged through the door. He felt a flicker of irritation at someone else being in his space, but he tried to push it down. This is what friends do in manga, right? It's so dark in here. She exclaimed, squinting her eyes. Do you not even have a lamp? No. Why not? Toga asked. In lieu of a long explanation about how his quirk used to be weak when he was a kid, because it lasted, and how his room was Master's concocted plan for a training ground for him, he decided that it was his turn to play a trick on Toga. Izuku could feel the heightening of his power as he stepped further into the darkness, and he reached out with his shadows, slamming the door behind Toga and plunging them into sightlessness. Of course, it wasn't sightless for Izuku, because he became the darkness. His senses merged with shadow, not feeling or hearing or seeing, but knowing everything that he covered. Hey! Toga called out, not fair, I can't see. Izuku laughed out, and used a string of shadow to flick her on the forehead before retreating back into himself. It's okay, sometimes Tomura comes over into my room, so I've hidden this under my bed. Izuku said, pulling out a small desk light. He turned it on, illuminating the room. When Izuku turned back around to face Toga, she was blushing. What are you doing that for? Izuku asked in fear. Toga nervously glanced up at him and then flicked her eyes away, doing that bug-crushing motion with her foot again. That's the first time you laughed. She said as her cheeks grew more red. Izuku's brows scrunched together. What? He exclaimed. You have a really nice laugh. Toga said. Izuku felt his face heat. That might have been that was definitely the first time he ever had a girl compliment him. Okay, she said, slapping her hands on her cheeks. Sit. She pointed to the floor in front of the bed. Izuku stiffened. Why? So, I can do your hair, she said, like it was obvious. But, Izuku tried to protest. Toga but him off. You promised, remember? Izuku frowned. He had promised, and Toga had dealt with the cashier for him. He hesitated for a long moment, then clicked his tongue in annoyance and dropped down, crossing his legs under him. Make it quick, he muttered. Toga practically hummed with excitement as she moved behind him, taking a seat on the corner of the mattress, her fingers already reaching for his hair. He tensed when she touched him, memories of Kurogiri ripping at his tangled curls with a comb, muttering about cutting his hair, flashing through his mind. But Toga's touch was light, and there was no hair pulling as she started to sort through his curls. Relax, she said, patting him on the shoulder. I won't mess it up. You better not, he shot back. Her fingers worked slowly, carefully, combing through the long, dark strands. Separating sections, smoothing them out. Every so often, she would hum softly to herself, completely absorbed in what she was doing. You take care of your hair, she noted after a while. I don't do anything to it, he replied. Exactly, she said. That's why it's nice. You don't ruin it. Then she reached her hand down in front of his face and waved slightly gray fingertips in his eyes. But this isn't your real hair color. What is it really? She asked him. Green, he said with a scowl. Why do you say it like that? Toga asked, gathering up a section of his hair. It just never felt right. I don't really. Like green, because it reminds me of my childhood, when I had no friends and everyone hated me. Izuku admitted that, but he felt like he could trust Toga, felt like she would understand. Did you really not have any friends? She asked, quieter this time. Izuku's shoulders stiffened again. No, he said after a beat. Okay, she said eventually. What about you? He asked before he could stop himself. Her fingers stilled for half a second before resuming. I did, she said. For a little while. Izuku waited, but she didn't elaborate. And, he pressed. They didn't like me very much, she said lightly, like it didn't matter. Like it was nothing. Izuku frowned. They sound stupid, he muttered. Toga laughed, but a lighter laugh than when she was teasing him earlier. This was a nicer laugh, that rung out like bells. Yeah, she said. I guess they were. Izuku felt her fingers tying off the last section, securing it in place with one of the clips she'd picked out with a click sound against his skull. Done, she announced, patting his shoulders. Izuku hesitated before reaching up, fingers brushing over his hair. It was all pulled back and away from his face. He stood up, his knee joints slightly protesting from being in the same position for so long. He walked out of the room, opening the door and turning the corner into the bathroom to look in the mirror. He had to laugh when he saw himself. Toga had tied back his hair in a copy of her own hairstyle, but she added clips in front of the buns, which his curls made much more messy than her own. Toga bounced up beside him, peeking into the mirror with him. See, she grinned. You're cute. Izuku scowled immediately. Don't start that again. She giggled. But you are, she insisted. He rolled his eyes and pulled at the hair ties, letting his curls fall down and into his eyes again. But he wasn't really annoyed or displeased, it was kind of funny. After a second, he glanced at her reflection beside his. Thanks, he mumbled quietly. Toga's eyes widened. Then her devious grin softened to a real smile. Anytime, Zuku. He didn't correct her. The beginning of the new term brought opportunity and excitement for Izuku, even though he wasn't attending classes. The third-year students had graduated from UA, and the incoming first years were starting classes after a week of break, meaning Izuku could start making progress on his mission again. The cherry trees were still blooming along Izuku's walk to the campus early that morning. He needed to arrive earlier than anyone else before the campus stirred to life, and students' voices filled the halls as new routines of friends, classes, and work were made. Before all of that started, Izuku needed to claim a vantage point, somewhere high and hidden, with enough shadows to last him throughout the day. From there, he would watch and learn. His master's words still echoed in his mind, repeating his goal. All Might is searching for a successor. It was Izuku's job, a monumental job, to discover this integral puzzle piece. And, as Master had also told him, All Might was not just searching, he had embedded himself within UA itself, stepping into the role of teacher. That alone narrowed the possibilities to a single, chilling conclusion that the power, stolen from Master's younger brother, would be passed on to a student. Most likely a first year, because of the timing and the fact that All Might as a hero course teacher would have the most interactions with first years. Second and third years had work studies and internships, and didn't take so many of the Hero ING courses at the campus anymore. Observing the hero course students, especially the first years, would be a tough job that Izuku would have to devote hours to. He had to watch them at school during the day to see any changes in quirks, abilities, or particular closeness to All Might. Then he would have devote hours more outside of their school day to getting close to those choice students, learning about them and hearing their gossip. Gossip and rumors often had truth to them, Master had told Izuku. The new first years would be unguarded, still building confidence and lacking long-term friendships. That would make them easier to approach, easier to manipulate, and easier to break, if necessary. Older students were another matter entirely. Second and third years had already carved out their places, locked tight within friend groups and rivalries. And they were already well on their way to developing those hero senses. One wrong move, one misplaced question, and suspicion would grow insurmountably. Which would mean failure for Izuku. With the new additions to the cause, Izuku still thought of the majority of them as a-hole mouth breathers. Izuku felt more pressure than ever to prove himself useful to Master. What if he could be replaced by one of them? He tried to push that dark thought from the forefront of his mind. Surely he was special. Surely Tomura and their master needed him specifically. Why else would his master have rescued him and raised and cherished him for so long? As he finally reached the campus, he casually leaned against the tall archway, which reached high into the sky, and dissolved into the harsh shadows cast by the sunrise. Once his physical form had dissipated and he was nothing more than part of the darkness, Izuku scaled the wall around campus and slipped inside, unnoticed. Izuku exhaled slowly as he moved around the outside of the buildings, using the early morning lighting that provided ample shadows. He looked in through windows into the still, dim corridors, with bright walls and polished floors. He found a comfortable wedge, under the gutters, where the sun wouldn't reach throughout the day, and he could travel along the entirety of the outside perimeter of the building and peek into all of the classes. All that was left to do was to sit and wait for the morning bell to ring. He had almost drifted off to sleep. The early rise that morning had left him drowsy, when there was a loud tone that vibrated throughout the walls and gutters. It startled Izuku awake and he had to catch himself from falling out from the shadow in surprise. Once his ears, or, because he didn't actually have physical ears right then, once his sense of sound had settled back down again, he could hear the chatter of excited voices coming through the window. He took a peek into one of the nearby classrooms to see the new students arriving. There were 2 first-year hero classrooms next door to each other. From the first room, he could see a boy walk in whose entire body was made of metal, and he started talking with a small girl with short brown hair that gave her the uncanny appearance of a mushroom. He watched for a few more minutes as more students arrived. A few of them, he recognized from the entrance exams. After it seemed as though most of that class had arrived and had begun to take their seats, he crept along the wall to peek into the other classroom. Jackpot! He almost cheered out loud as he saw that Tokoyami was setting his book bag down and sitting at a desk. His intuition had been spot on, and he had now already befriended one of the hero course students. If he had had hands at that point, he probably would have patted himself on the back. Glancing around, he recognized a few more faces from the entrance exams, but there were a few brand new faces too. Specifically, there was a grumpy-looking boy with half-white half-red hair, and a girl with a large fluffy black ponytail. The students were mostly still milling around, looking for their desks, or introducing themselves. Izuku saw that Tokoyami seemed to be looking around, even though he had already placed his bag at a desk. It was too much to hope that the extra time that Tokoyami spent looking around was spent looking for him, wondering if Izuku had made it. But it was a nice thought anyways. There was one student that set Izuku on edge for some reason. A spiky-haired blonde boy had thrown his feet up on his desk, and was clearly being lectured to about it by another tall student with glasses. He couldn't quite figure out what bothered him, but he maybe remembered meeting the boy before. Izuku did remember him from the entrance exams, when he had set off a series of large, hot, bright explosions that had almost compromised Izuku's shadows. The rest of the day looked like an eventful class, with their teacher showing up. Their teacher was Eraser Fing head, and immediately setting them in a competition against each other. Izuku followed the class, slithering along the ground and between tree-cast shadows, to the athletic field just behind the main building. He enjoyed hearing some of the students share their own personal philosophies and reasons to become heroes. He distinctly noticed that the blonde boy, whose name was Bakugo, refused to share his reason for becoming a hero, even after the loud and excited Kirishima had asked him directly. Izuku thought he might not get very far in the pro-hero community with a sour attitude like that. If Izuku had the chance to become a hero, he would try to get along with everyone. Izuku decided later into the afternoon that it would be a good idea to show up after school, and at the very least to talk to Tokoyami again. Through the afternoon, he begrudgingly left Class 1A and traveled along to look into the other hero classes. Nothing much happened, especially in the older classes, who just seemed to be getting through formalities of school before they could go to their work studies. Izuku did see that older boy, the loud one who had laughed even though no one had told a joke. He got a shiver up his spine remembering how overwhelmed he was the day they met. As soon as the end bell rang, Izuku beelined for the archway, stepping out of his shadow and forming his three-dimensional body again. After so long out of it, his extremities felt cold, and he scrunched up his fingers into fists to try and warm them. He had spent so much time last night going through his new purchases and trying to pick out the perfect outfit, hoping that what Toga said was true, and it would attract people to him. He had ended up with one of the darker wash pairs of jeans, the new white sneakers, a plain black t-shirt, and a cobalt button-up, left unbuttoned so it blew open in the light breeze. He tugged at the front of the shirt, wondering if it was too much. Or not enough. He hadn't done anything to tame his hair, which was hanging down in front of his face like usual. Shigaraki? The deep voice cut cleanly through the sounds of students talking excitedly at the end of their first day of classes. Izuku's shoulders tensed on instinct before he turned his head. Tokoyami was striding toward him from the main walkway to the front doors, long steps purposeful, his dark cloak shifting slightly with each movement. Behind him trailed a loose cluster of students Izuku immediately recognized from Class 1A. Those now familiar faces from his careful observations were suddenly uncomfortably close. Izuku forced himself to relax, smoothing his expression. He lifted a hand in a small, almost hesitant wave. I expected to see you as a student here as well, Tokoyami said as he drew nearer, his tone carrying easily across the last few steps between them. The group behind him slowed, their attention shifting, their curiosity sparked. A few exchanged glances, and others knit their brows in question for who Izuku was. Tokoyami paused beside them and turned slightly, addressing his classmates. This is Shigaraki. I met him after the entrance exam. He has a fascinating quirk. I'm surprised he was not accepted. A beat passed, then Tokoyami angled his head back toward Izuku, addressing him. Or did you accept an offer from another academy? For half a second, Izuku's mind went blank. He still wasn't used to talking normally with people his age. Then his brain started working again, firing the story he's prepared earlier. No, actually, he said, making his voice catch slightly before he let them flow out more smoothly, giving the appearance that he was choked up about it. But there were so many eyes on him, that he thought he might actually get choked up from nerves. Actually, I'm sick, so I'm not attending any school right now. He let out a small, breathy laugh, the sound thin even to his own ears. I guess my dream of becoming a hero is on the back burner for a while. Heavy silence followed his revelation. Izuku watched their reactions carefully, cataloging every shift. A few students stiffened. Others leaned forward just slightly, drawn into the tragic story. Some eyes widened in surprise, while others softened with something closer to concern or pity. Oh no! The exclamation came from a girl stepping forward from the group. Short brown hair framed her face, and her wide eyes seemed almost too bright, catching the light in a way that made them sparkle. Her hands lifted instinctively toward her chest, fingers curling as if she didn't know what to do with them. Will you be okay? She asked, her voice earnest and full of concern. Izuku's throat tightened. Up close, she was overwhelming. Not like Toga had been, that was because she was so loud, but this girl was overwhelming because she seemed so nice. The kind of person who asked questions because she genuinely cared about the answer. His tongue felt thick, clumsy in his mouth, like it didn't belong to him anymore. Izuku started to second-guess himself. These people weren't the bad heroes that they were trying to topple. These were just kids like him, kids who dreamed of a better world. And they were so good and nice, caring about a complete stranger. Don't. Too complicated. Too risky. Keep your head. I'm not sure yet, he managed, keeping it simple, and therefore safe. Too many details meant he might get caught in a lie later on. The girl's expression crumpled almost immediately, her eyes glossing over as tears welled up, clinging to her lashes and making them shimmer even more. Hang in there, Shigaraki, she said, voice trembling with emotion. Izuku, despite being absolutely stunned by how pretty she was in that moment, pulled at the corners of his mouth, forcing them upward into something resembling a smile. His nerves might actually be helping him pull this off, as he assumed his smile looked more like a grimace by the way his face felt tight. One conversation, that lasted less than 5 minutes, and already it felt suffocating. All these bright people believed him, making his chest feel uncomfortably tight, like he couldn't get a deep enough breath in. Just then, 3 more classmates of Tokoyami's walked past, catching Izuku's eye and snapping him out of his spiral. The first, who passed by closest to Izuku, was the tall boy with the bright red hair and large muscles. The second, following closely behind the others, was a boy with fluffy coiffed blonde hair and sparkling eyes. He was chattering excitedly with animated hand motions. The third was the boy with spiky light blonde hair. He was keeping a brisk pace of purpose, and seemed to be mostly ignoring the 2 at his side. There was still something that nagged at the back of Izuku's mind, some familiarity that was getting louder. Izuku could see closer then, that the boy, who he thought was named Bakugo as the redhead had said earlier, wore hearing aids which he had customized to a bright orange color. Their wires wrapped around the back of his ears, which Izuku also saw were pierced with simple black studs. Bakugo was already shrugging off his uniform jacket to reveal his white shirt, worn without a tie, and with the top 3 buttons undone, to reveal sharp collarbones and the smooth skin at the top of his chest. Izuku wondered if the hearing aids were due to his explosive quirk. The close proximity to such bone-rattling explosions must have done severe damage to his hearing over the years. Izuku made a mental note to write that in his hero journal when he got home. He had taken to including notes about the students he encountered at UA. Keeping details about them now may serve him well when they eventually entered Hero Society, well, if there still was a Hero Society. Just as Izuku realized that he had started unconsciously muttering about the boy walking past, that very boy turned his head to glance at the commotion being made by his classmates, formed in a circle around the new stranger. He and Izuku locked eyes, green to red irises. Bakugo froze mid-step, causing the fluffy-haired boy to crash into him. Oh my! He gasped in a slightly French accent, as he whirled his arms to regain his balance. That nagging at the back of Izuku's mind grew louder, but he still couldn't place it. Bakugo's eyes grew wide with recognition and his face twisted into an expression of intense sadness. His mouth dropped open a little bit, and then opened and closed like a fish gasping for air when taken out of the water. Izuku ped his head to the side at the strange reaction, holding the stare, confused. Some of Bakugo's classmates turned around to see what Izuku was looking at. "Bakugo?" the red-haired boy asked. That seemed to snap him out of the daze that he had been held in. Red flushed up his neck as his eyes flicked around, noticing the multitude of eyes that were on him. He looked around, eyes shifting between the members of the gathered group as an expression of panic twisted his face. With one more wary glance back at Izuku, he took hurried steps away. "I have to go," he snapped, before taking off, leaving his classmates behind. There was a moment of silence that hung heavy as the red-haired and other blonde boy exchanged confused glances. Did I do something?" Izuku asked no one in particular. The red-haired boy looked to him and shrugged. "I have no idea, no one really knows him well yet." The fluffy blonde chimed in next. "He didn't say much at all today, other than he was going to be the next #1 hero. We were talking about why we wanted to become heroes at lunch today as an icebreaker suggested by moi, and he even refused to give his reason." He dramatically put the back of his hand against his forehead. "I don't think he's all that social." He gave a shrug as well. "I just thought it was my responsibility as obvious class extrovert and pretty boy," he flipped his hair, "to reach out to my less social classmates to make sure we have beautiful days together at UA." He finished talking with a dramatic flourish. "I'm sure it was nothing to do with you, Shigaraki," Tokoyami reassured him. The fluffy blonde hair boy reacted to Tokoyami saying his name, eyes widening slightly as they locked onto Izuku. But just as quickly, he composed himself, putting on a big smile. The tall girl with the ponytail stepped out of the crowd. "Maybe we should all go to karaoke to celebrate our first day and get to know each other better?" she suggested. "You are completely welcome to come along as well, Shigaraki. We should get to know all of the future heroes." She gave him a smile. Izuku was almost brought to tears by the invitation. Even though he wasn't really sick, there were other forces holding him back from being one of her classmates. Despite not being able to join an academy, Izuku still truly, with all his heart, wanted to be a hero. Maybe one day he would be able to become a hero alongside these students. Maybe these students would be the kind of heroes that Master, Tomura, and Izuku talked about. Maybe these students would support his master's planned reforms for hero society. They were not selfish and fake like his master said so many of the current pro-heroes were. They had strong ideals and they were all truly kind, going out of their way to include a reject like Izuku. When Izuku gave a smile, a real smile this time, and agreed to go along to karaoke, he heard an intake of breath from some of the students gathered around him. He opened his eyes to see more than a few with flushed faces. Karaoke was fun, and didn't require Izuku to have the spotlight on him much more that evening. As those in Class 1A were still getting to know each other, everyone took turns talking about themselves, what they liked or didn't like, their middle schools, their hometowns, and other basic information. Izuku was able, using his shadows, to blend into the background just enough that they wouldn't turn their full attention to him. He made himself known to the students a few times after that, after watching them from the shadows during their school days, to keep up the comfortability. One of the next times he was invited to accompany them was nearing their midterms. That day, Mina let out a squeal when she saw him waiting near the front arch. She broke off from a conversation that she was in the middle of, with Yaoyorozu and Toru. "Okay, you are definitely coming with us," she said, pointing at him like she had just made an executive decision on behalf of the entire group. Izuku blinked. "Where?" "There's this adorable new cafe that Yaoyorozu was telling us about earlier," she said, grabbing his wrist before he could react and tugging him closer towards the group of classmates that was catching up. "We've all decided to check it out, so you've picked the perfect day to come and see us." He stumbled half a step forward, caught off guard by the contact. No one outside of the league, and even then really only Toga and Tomura, ever touched him so casually. "Wait, hold on," Mina said, leaning in close, eyes narrowing in intense scrutiny. Izuku went very still. "What?" he asked carefully. "Your hair," she said. "My hair?" "Yes, your hair." Mina reached up, then hesitated just before touching it, like she was restraining herself through sheer willpower. "How did you do that? It's like messy but neat at the same time. And those little buns earlier, were those on purpose?" "Because they were adorable." Izuku's hand slowly lifted, brushing against his hair like he had to check what she was seeing. Toga had done his hair again, this time just tying up half of his hair into smaller, messier versions of her usual buns. "I didn't do anything," he admitted. He had never talked about Toga before, and didn't know how he should introduce her. My sister wanted to do my hair today. He decided on. That was the most accurate version of their relationship right now. Toga was closer than a friend, definitely. She had been living in Izuku's house for a few months now, and, when Izuku wasn't working on his mission, they spent every second together. Toga had even taken to dragging a pillow and blanket into Izuku's room and sleeping there. She said that Dabi, who was in the room next to hers, smelled too bad. Then Mina groaned loudly, throwing her head back. Everything we learn about you makes you that much cuter. Yaoyorozu stepped in beside her, expression composed but eyes just as intent. Your skin as well, she added, studying his face with quiet focus. It's remarkably clear. Do you use a particular cleanser? Or a regimen of any kind? Izuku's confusion deepened further. Soap, he said again, more uncertain this time. Just regular soap. There was a pause. Mina slowly turned her head toward Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu met her gaze. Unbelievable, Yaoyorozu said flatly. Boys always have it easy, Mina groaned, slumping dramatically. Izuku glanced between them, unsure how his answer had caused this reaction. I can find out what kind it is, he offered hesitantly. That only made Mina groan louder, though he wasn't sure what he said that was wrong. Behind them, Kaminari snorted, elbowing Kirishima. See? This is exactly why we dragged Bakugo along. He needs to suffer through this with us. I don't need to do shit. The sharp voice cut through the moment. Izuku's attention shifted again as Bakugo arrived behind them, having taken longer to leave the school building. He stood a few paces away from the group again, shoulders tense, eyes locked onto Izuku like he couldn't quite look away. Bakugo always acted so differently, from the classroom to when Izuku was around. Kirishima grinned, clapping a hand against Bakugo's shoulder. Come on, man. You already agreed. We're all hanging out. I said I'd go, Bakugo snapped. Didn't say I'd enjoy it. Denki leaned toward Izuku with a grin. That's basically his version of excitement. I heard that, dumbass. Izuku tilted his head slightly, studying Bakugo more openly now. Izuku was sure he had known Bakugo in the time before his master had rescued him. He even had memories of a small, spiky-haired blonde boy discovering his explosion power for the first time. But Izuku's name was different now, and he looked different, and they hadn't seen each other since they were children, so surely Bakugo didn't remember him? Of course, when they were children, everyone hated Izuku because they thought he was quirkless, so there's no way Bakugo would have remembered someone like him. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, noticing that he was still staring. The question seemed to catch Bakugo off guard. For a split second, something flickered across his face, something akin to pain, so quick Izuku almost thought he imagined it. Then Bakugo scoffed, looking away. You just remind me of someone, he muttered. Izuku stilled. Oh? That can't be good, he thought. Bakugo's jaw tightened. But it can't be the same person, he added, more firmly, like he was trying to convince himself. Izuku took a small step closer before he could stop himself. He wanted to know, needed to know for the sake of his mission, and for the sake of his sanity, if someone from his old life remembered him. Why not? Bakugo's gaze snapped back to him, sharp and unyielding. Because the one I'm thinking of is dead. The world lurched as the final puzzle pieces snapped into place, and some horrible memory rushed to the surface. The small boy with spiky blonde hair slapping his hand away, explosions bursting hot and bright against Izuku's skin, hands with fresh blisters from repeated quirk use pushing Izuku over and over again. Laughter, which was too loud and mean, cutting Izuku to his core. A voice calling out, Deku. Izuku's breath caught, his fingers twitching at his sides. The noise of the group dimmed, like it had been shoved underwater. I see, he said quietly, rage beginning to boil under his skin. Bakugo frowned, something unsettled creeping into his expression. Before the silence could stretch any further, Tokoyami stepped forward. The hour grows late, he said. If we intend to partake in this outing, we should depart. Mina perked right back up, the heavy tension slipping from her grasp. Yes. Karaoke. Come on, Shigaraki. She grabbed his wrist again, this time without hesitation, pulling him along as the group began to move. Izuku let himself be led. But as they walked, he couldn't help it, and his gaze drifted sideways. Bakugo was still watching him, and Izuku tried not to show his anger, smoothing his face into an emotionless mask. Izuku was biding his time. As he spent time with the students of 1A throughout the afternoon into the evening, he merely blended. He smiled and laughed when everyone else did, but never really listened to what had been said just before. His eyes never strayed long from Bakugo. Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken. That was the friendly, childhood nickname that Izuku used to call him by. Deku. That was the name he received in return. A Deku Bakugo had said was a fitting name for a useless piece of trash. Bakugo, Izuku now remembered, had been the leader for his classmates, in turning against Izuku when he had been declared quirkless. When those who had been his friends mere months before had turned against him, excluded him, pushed him down, hurt him, it had been Bakugo at the front of the pack. And now it was Bakugo who was sitting here declaring him as dead. He was probably happy too, that Izuku was dead. He had the gall to attend the hero academy that Izuku had always dreamed of, to become a hero like Izuku had always talked about. He didn't deserve any of this. He was exactly the kind of false hero that Master talked about. When the drinks had been drunk, the parfaits and cake had been eaten, and the conversation dried up, students started to say their goodbyes and head off to their homes for the night. Bakugo said a quiet goodbye to Kirishima and then turned away quietly, walking out the door and fiddling with his hearing aids. Izuku said his goodbyes loudly, waving to those around him and then walked out of the door of the cafe. But he didn't go home. He had other plans. Izuku walked around the corner casually, before he stepped the front of his shoe into one of the quickly darkening shadows cast by the setting sun. He tuned into the area, making sure there was no one following in his direction, and no one close enough to see him, and then he slipped fully into the pool of darkness. Finding a path through interconnected shadows, he followed along closely behind Bakugo, staying near enough so that he could see and hear everything. Bakugo walked through the streets, eventually turning into a residential area that had twisting roads. They were familiar to Izuku, but far enough removed from his memory that he couldn't predict the path Bakugo took. Bakugo continued to fiddle with his hearing aids and Izuku wondered if they were bothering him, or if it was a nervous habit. He hoped it was a nervous habit. He hoped that Bakugo was constantly nervous enough to make him uncomfortable. The sunset bathed the world in unsettling red tones, like blood. As they continued on, they passed a playground that Izuku remembered being cornered and blasted with hot, crackling pops, or being pushed off of the swing set. They passed a small creek that ran through the neighborhood, that Izuku remembered having his hand slapped away when he offered assistance when Bakugo slipped or fell. Then, he remembered being pushed into that creek, being called useless, and being left alone cold and soaking in misery. In the distance, Izuku could see a house, 3 stories with a modern design, tan brick with green trim and large windows. Those windows were lit up, shining golden in the encroaching nighttime. Izuku swore he remembered that house, and that it was Bakugo's. There were so many memories that Izuku had repressed, flooding back into his mind, that he was starting to develop a headache. But, where Izuku expected Bakugo to approach the house to go home, he turned at the street before. Izuku followed him, confused if he was remembering it wrong. Bakugo continued down the street, towards a set of identical apartment buildings, white, square, and plain. He walked up to the one farthest to the right and walked up the stairs to the 4th floor. Izuku followed in silence, staying enveloped within shadow so that he could not be seen. Bakugo knocked on the door softly, politely, which seemed out of character to Izuku. After a few moments, Izuku watched from the corner of the stairwell, the door opened, spilling out warm light and the smells of cooking. A small, stout woman with green hair stood in the doorway, her face lighting up with delight when she saw Bakugo. That looks like the woman from Izuku's strange dream with the doctor. Ah, Katsuki dear! She exclaimed, waving him in and closing the door behind them. Izuku had to be quick to make it through the doorway, slithering along the smallest cracks in between the floorboards, to follow them. Hi Auntie. Bakugo said, I've just come to see him. Him? Who is him? It's been a while, with you being so busy starting school. I hope you're not working yourself too hard. The woman who Bakugo called Auntie said. She reached up lightly for his chin and turned his face to her. His brows were furrowed and his expression troubled as he tried not to look at her. Did something happen, dear? The woman asked softly. Bakugo shrugged in response, his gaze falling to the floor. I feel bad that it's been so long since I came by, he said. The woman smiled, and something in Izuku's heart ached. Well, I'll give you some time alone with him, she said, patting her hand gently on his shoulder. If you want something to eat, I've made plenty. She called to his retreating back and he opened a doorway and walked through. This whole thing was so confusing to Izuku. Why was Bakugo not going home? Who was this woman? Who was this him that Bakugo was visiting? His head started to spin, but he followed along, slipping through the door jamb and following Bakugo into the room. When he got through and looked around, he felt sick. Sick enough that he was almost shocked out of his shadows. It was his room. There were hero posters covering the walls, action figures and toys tucked neatly into bins, and All Might sheets tucked neatly over the bed. And in the corner was a shrine. With his picture. A shrine that Bakugo was kneeling in front of, lighting a stick of incense for, and looking solemnly at. This was his house. His shrine. And that must be his mother? And everyone really did think he was dead. Bakugo's sudden speaking knocked him out of his nauseous panic. "Hey Izuku, I'm sorry it's been a while, but I finally made it around again." It was eerie, Bakugo saying his name, but to his childhood picture. Izuku watched on in rapt horror. "I've started at UA now, and I bet you would love it there," he said. Izuku knew he would love it there, but that was no business of Bakugo's. Bakugo continued, "We have to do a lot of really hard work, in quirk training, disaster strategy, and hand-to-hand. And that's all on top of regular classes. But I bet you'd be fine." He paused, his breath sounds growing heavy. Izuku inched closer, to see that Bakugo's eyes were wet with unspilled tears. "I'm sorry I've been such a terrible friend." His voice cracked. "I'm sorry I was such a terrible friend even before you left." A sniffle. "I saw someone who looks like you today." He let out a little laugh. "I thought it might have been a message from you, but that's ridiculous, huh? Because I know you're still out there, Izuku." A chill ran down Izuku's spine. Did he really know? "So, it's time for you to come back now, Izuku. Your mom really needs you around." He paused and took another heavy breath. "I need you around, Izuku. I have so much I need to say to you." Bakugo leaned back, putting his weight on his heels and clapped his hands. "Well, I'll be back soon, I promise." What the F dash? That was maybe the last thing that Izuku expected to hear from his childhood friend-turned-bully. Bakugo rose back to his feet and grabbed his school bag from where he had placed it on the floor, before he walked back out. Izuku was so stunned that he didn't even follow. Instead, when Bakugo shut the door, Izuku emerged from his shadows to stand in his body again. To stand in his body in his childhood bedroom again. While he was in a physical form again, he felt like he was having an out-of-body experience. He turned around slowly, looking at all of his things, all his old possessions that he only half remembered. Izuku reached out gingerly to a figurine of some now-retired hero, his fingers pausing before he touched the small plastic toy. This was his old life. "Are you sure you don't want to stay and eat something?" His mother's voice sounded through the door, the sound dampened and slightly muffled. "No, sorry auntie, I have to get home and catch up on some homework." Bakugo replied, and Izuku could hear his footsteps padding through the room beyond. "Okay, but don't work yourself too hard. Enjoy yourself as well," his mother said before Izuku heard the sound of a door close. How dare he? How dare he receive the love and care of Izuku's mother? How dare he be comfortable and enjoy his life? He stole Izuku's childhood away. He made Izuku a pariah, an outcast, unwanted, a Deku. He had no right to play the victim, to weep in front of Izuku's shrine, because it's all his fault. Izuku raged, flying back into his shadows and throwing himself out of the crack between the window panes, accidentally blowing them open behind him, but he didn't stop to care. He rushed down the pavement lit by streetlights under a purple sky, towards Bakugo's house. If he wanted Izuku to appear, he would. He circled back to Bakugo's house, just as Bakugo was entering through the front door. Golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the family inside, whole and happy. For a moment, Izuku lingered at the edge of the shadows just outside of the tall brown fence and the perfectly spaced trees, watching. He climbed the outer wall, up to the room where the light flickered on as Bakugo entered. His reflection in the window stared back at him faintly in the glass as he looked in, his form distorted and half covered by dark wisps of smoke, revealing two dim green points hovering in the dark. Izuku slipped forward, his body, contained without the cloud of shadows unraveling and intruding through the leaky windowsill and into Bakugo's room. The air was warmer inside, escaping the chill in the air from the nighttime, and carrying the faint scent of detergent and something sharp, like smoke, maybe, or sweat burned into fabric. The room itself was neat, but not pristine. Clothes tossed over a chair. A bag slumped near the desk. Papers spread across from homework assignments and plans for a hero costume. Bakugo sat on the edge of his bed, hunched forward, elbows on his knees, his hands tangled in his hair. His hearing aids rested on the bedside table, where he had taken them out. For a long time, Izuku just watched. He watched Bakugo through his routines, studying, taking a shower, changing into sleep clothes, and finally crawling into bed. This was fine. Izuku could wait. So, this was the great Bakugo Katsuki. The future hero. The boy who had everything Izuku had ever wanted. The shadows in the corner of the room deepened, thickening like spilled ink. They climbed the wall slowly, deliberately, as Izuku spiraled further into his anger. Bakugo stiffened, apparently sensing some facet of his presence and rolling over. Izuku could swear Bakugo made direct eye contact with him. TCH. Bakugo dragged a hand down his face, exhaling sharply. Get a grip. But his gaze didn't shift away from where Izuku was in the corner. Izuku tilted his head, and then, softly whispered, Kaken. Bakugo's eyes flew open wide, the whites completely visible around his red irises. He looked almost afraid. No. It came out rough, barely a whisper. No, that's... Izuku stepped forward, into his body, but still surrounded by the cloud of darkness, rising around him like black flames. Still obscured in the darkness, but he made sure his face and his green eyes were visible. Why? Izuku whispered, rage tainting his words. Bakugo's breath hitched. Why did you hate me so much, Kaken? He used his old childhood nickname. Bakugo scrambled to his feet so fast the bed frame creaked behind him. This isn't real. His voice was louder now, sharper, like he could cut through it. I'm dreaming. He slapped his own cheek, hard. Once. Twice. Wake up. Izuku didn't move. Why did you throw me away? Izuku moved closer and he stretched the shadows to not only follow along with him, but to go towards Bakugo, reaching along the floor towards the bed and creeping up the sides towards his feet. I was your friend. Izuku said, slightly louder, with more spite. Bakugo staggered back a step, his back hitting against the wall his bed was pushed up against. No. You were my only friend. No, this can't be real. Bakugo near screamed, his voice cracking in panic and horror. Izuku narrowed his eyes, but inside felt elated. He was doing this to Bakugo. He had power over him. And you pushed me away, like I was worthless. Izuku continued, pride and satisfaction rising in his chest. The shadows climbed higher, wrapping around Bakugo's ankles. Bakugo's hands trembled and he looked down at the tendrils climbing his legs. I didn't, he started, then stopped. His throat worked, like the words were stuck there, choking him. That's not. You're the reason I'm gone. Izuku's voice sharpened. Bakugo flinched. You killed me, Kaken. That did it? Bakugo's head snapped up, something wild flashing in his eyes. No, that's not true. You'll never be a hero, because you can't even save one person. Izuku delivered the sharp blow, tightening his shadows around Bakugo's legs and pulling him off balance so that he fell down. Izuku yanked his legs until Bakugo was on his back, helpless, and Izuku stood over him, looking down. Bakugo let out a strangled sound, somewhere between a shout and a gasp, his hands flew out, trying to stop Izuku from coming any closer. Stop! He screamed. Please stop! He was sobbing, still staring at Izuku with wide eyes, his chest rising and falling rapidly, pulling uselessly against Izuku's shadow bindings. Footsteps sounded from the hallway, approaching fast. Izuku tilted his head, listening for when they arrived outside of the door to the room. He pulled the shadows around him so that they swallowed him in an instant, collapsing inward until there was nothing left but darkness pooling under the bed. The door burst open and light poured in. Katsuki? Bakugo's mother's voice, sharp with alarm. What's going on? Bakugo just laid there, chest heaving, eyes wide with tears pouring down his cheeks. His voice shook. His father appeared behind his mother, frowning. What are you talking about? Bakugo dragged a hand through his hair, as he started to try to catch his breath and pull himself together. Midoriya. The name came out raw, with a heave. I saw him. He was right there. His mother's expression changed from fear to worry and sadness. Oh, Katsuki, she stepped forward, sitting down on the bed beside him and wiping the tears from his cheeks. It was just a nightmare. No. Bakugo's voice was wavering. He was here. He talked to me. She cupped his face in her hands and then smoothed out his shirt that had gotten hiked up in the struggle, like she was trying to put him back together. Sweetheart, she said quietly, Midoriya is not here. He's been gone for a long time. You know that. Izuku watched, moving along the baseboards to avoid the feet that clustered around the bed. Bakugo swallowed hard as his gaze dropped. I know. His father placed a firm hand on his shoulder. It was just a dream. I know. Bakugo said again before his breath hitched. But I should have done something. His mother pulled him into a hug, stroking through his hair with calming motions. You've been carrying this for so long, she murmured into his hair. But you have to let this go. It wasn't your fault. You were just a kid. Even if you had been there, when Izuku was taken, you couldn't have done anything. Bakugo curled into himself as Izuku's fingers curled in the dark. This is because of the new school, isn't it? She asked in a soothing voice. Bakugo didn't answer. I've seen your entrance essay, Katsuki. His mother said. You said your reason to become a hero was to help kids like Izuku, so something like that would never happen again. But honey, you can't continue to carry this weight on your shoulders, it's not good for you. After a moment of silence, his father sighed. Maybe it's time we looked into counseling again. His mother hesitated. He hasn't had a night like this in years, do you think that's too hasty? I'm fine, Bakugo muttered, though his voice lacked any real conviction. We'll talk about it, his father said firmly. If this hero course is putting too much pressure on you, we're not going to let you drown. Bakugo sat up. I'm fine, really. I guess I wasn't completely awake. Okay, we're right down the hall if you need anything, just give a shout. His father said before guiding his mother out of the room and shutting the door. He left it open just a crack, letting a beam of light stream in. Izuku pulled his lips back slightly, not quite a smile. What a rush. Izuku shifted, the shadows responding to him like a second skin as he slipped back along the wall and out the window. The shadows carried him home and the city blurred past in fractured glimpses, the world reduced to passing impressions as Izuku slipped from one patch of darkness to the next. But his mind didn't move with the same ease. His thoughts lingered on trembling hands, cracked voices and tears. When he arrived back home, spilling out of the shadow in front of the door, he noticed that the living room just inside was cold. Not in temperature necessarily, but in feeling. There was a tenseness that was unmistakable. Master? He asked to the room. Out of everyone that Izuku had ever met, Master was the only one capable of hiding from Izuku in darkness. You took longer than expected. Master's voice didn't come from any one direction. It filled the space and echoed without a discernible source. Izuku's eyes flicked around the empty room until they fell on the large form, leaning back in the chair like he had always been there. Izuku straightened instinctively. Master. Report. Came the order, low and unbothered. Izuku nodded quickly, stepping forward a bit more until he was in a pool of dim moonlight. I've been observing the UA students during their classes, and enmeshing myself into their groups outside of school hours, he began. Their quirks are varied. Some are straightforward, but others are, he hesitated before finishing his thought, interesting. Interesting? All for one repeated. Izuku's eyes lit, just slightly. Yes. There's one who can manipulate gravity, another who hardens his body like stone. And there's a boy who, he stopped himself, but the momentum carried his voice anyway, softer now, almost thoughtful. Who can control fire and ice at the same time. He was about to continue, to talk through the different quirks, when he was cut off. You sound, all for one said slowly, pleased. Izuku's chest tightened in worry. I know, I was just smiling. The correction was soft. Precise. You were smiling. The air in the room seemed to constrict and Izuku lowered his gaze. I'm just observing, trying to find any ties or quirk connections to All Might, like you told me. A pause. Is that so? Master's voice sounded displeased. Or were you making friends? The shadows along the walls shifted, closing in around Izuku as he unconsciously sought their comfort. Tell me, Izuku, all for one continued, his tone almost conversational now, when you were younger, when you first went to see the doctor, what did he tell you? Izuku's breath caught. He told me that I was quirkless. He answered dutifully. They had been through this conversation, this dance before, and Izuku had to be careful not to step on toes. He might find himself confined again. And what did your peers, your teachers, you doctors, tell you? Master continued. Izuku's fingers curled. That I couldn't be a hero. What did they tell you? Master corrected. Izuku's throat tightened. They told me to give up. And what did your mother do? Izuku's breathing stuttered, thinking about the woman in the warm apartment that he had just met. He swallowed. She cried. She cried, Master said, because she believed you were worthless. Izuku flinched. Izuku, he went on, voice lowering further, do you remember the day I found you? The shadows pressed closer. He remembered, but he always wished he didn't. My clothes were, his voice faltered. Torn. And your body? Bruised. Because? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Because some of the older kids were trying to teach me my place. And what was your place, Izuku? Master asked, his voice dangerously low. Izuku's nails dug into his palms. Below them. They laughed at you, Master said. They hurt you. They discarded you. And they would have continued, he went on, for the rest of your life. Izuku's breathing had gone uneven. They would have grown into heroes, he said, into symbols of justice. And they would have enforced that same system that crushed you. The shadows at Izuku's feet stirred. They would look at children like you and Tomura, he continued, those without power, or those who are different, those who do not fit their mold, and they push them down. The shadows around the room climbed higher, shaking and forming sharp edges that left gouges in the paint on the walls. Keep them in the gutters. Master ordered, because even if you befriend them, they will have to fall for a new world to rise. The shadows broke through the confines of the room, of the house, flying down the streets outside and toppling streetlights, breaking windows, wrapping around Izuku's body like armor and squeezing tightly around him. They are nothing, and unless you want to be nothing with them, finish your mission and tell me who the successor is, he finished softly. Izuku's head dipped. I understand, he said quietly. Do you? All for One asked. A beat. Yes. Then why, he pressed, did you sound so happy? Izuku froze in terror, but forced himself to speak. I won't make that mistake again, he said. See that you don't. The pressure in the room eased, the shadows loosening around Izuku's body and receding back into the room. You have a purpose, Izuku, Master said as Kurogiri's portal appeared around him. Do not lose sight of it. Izuku straightened. As the portal took Master away, he said one last thing to Izuku, we will tear down this false hero society, piece by piece, until nothing remains. After the portal disappeared, with any trace of his master, Izuku still spoke to the empty room. Yes, Master. I'll do better. I'll become stronger. And I'll find one for all. No one responded, and as his shadows slowly continued to resume their natural positions, he said softly, his voice nearly lost within the dark, I'll make it so I'm never thrown away again. Something had been nagging at Izuku, ever since the new term started, and it continued as the summer sun beat down on him as he looked in on the first year's classes, as per usual. While it was true, All Might did spend more time with the first years than the upperclassmen, he didn't seem to have any particular closeness or attachment with any of the students, not even one class over the other. He really just seemed like a hero course teacher. Izuku wasn't sure if he should switch gears and start focusing on the upperclassmen, or solely follow All Might around to try and find where he spends his time, and with who. And after last night, there was no way in hell that he would bring it up to Master. If he did, Master might assume he was unfit for the task, and just take him off the mission completely. Izuku couldn't risk that this was the first time he had really been trusted with something. He couldn't look weak or incompetent. After his work was over that afternoon, he decided that he could ask Tomura, and just tell him to not tell Master about his doubts. When he got back home, he walked in, to Himiko and Twice hanging out on the couch. Himiko had gotten a lot closer to Twice, since Izuku was away for most days. She had told him that Twice felt like herself. Himiko had told Izuku that he should try spending more time with Twice as well, because she thought they would get along, but Izuku just really couldn't find time lately. And anyways, he was always so exhausted from putting on a mask in front of the 1A students, that he never had much energy for socializing when he got home. Hanging out with Himiko was fine, because she didn't make him talk a lot. She would just paint his nails or play with his hair, or read manga together with him. Twice, on the other hand, was always talking, and to make it worse, there was always a conversation going with his multiple personalities. He seemed like a fine guy, and clearly, Himiko got on with him really well, but Izuku just couldn't devote himself to anything else right now. Twice? Himiko said in her sing-song, twirling her hair as she hung upside down off the couch, if you had two of me, which one would you like more? Twice grabbed his head with both hands, sitting on the other side of the couch. Both, he yelled, before his head snapped to the other side. No, neither. His head snapped the other way again. I'd like the original. Wait, what if I couldn't tell? He pulled his knees up to his chest. That's terrifying. Himiko just giggled, obviously not bothered by the breakdown that she just caused in Twice. Ah, you'd love both of me. That's sweet. It's not sweet, it's a nightmare. Twice shouted in his higher voice. 2 togas means double the chaos, double the stabbing, double the space buns? He started counting maniacally on his fingers. 2, 4, 8? No. Yes? I don't know. She just smiled, her big smile which showed her full canines, before she looked to the opening door and Izuku walking through. Once she made eye contact, she swung her feet over the side and sprung upright, so fast that Izuku would have gotten a head rush. Zuku! She squealed. You're home. And it's the weekend, so we can all hang out. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and rolled his shoulders. Yeah, I don't have anything this weekend, but I'm tired right now. He told her. I think I'm gonna go lay down for a while. As Izuku started back to his room, Toga pouted, "Aw, lame. And I've been waiting all day for you to get back." Twice yelled, "Poor kid, he's working himself to the bone." And then followed it up with, "He made Toga sad, I hope he dies." Izuku ignored the latter comment and just closed the door behind him, shutting him in darkness. While it was true that he was tired, the real reason he couldn't spend time with Himiko was because he had other plans. As soon as his door closed, he slipped into the shadows. Izuku had noticed how much more in tune he seemed to be with the dark recently. Like it was actually melding with him, like they were joining together, and he was as much that darkness as the darkness was just another part of him. He thought he would make a journal entry about it tonight. He wondered if it was how much time he was spending completely immersed in shadow lately. He stretched throughout the shadows, traveling right back down the hall he had come from, out the door, and down twists and turns of increasingly familiar streets and alleys. When he reached Bakugo's room, slipping through the cracking caulk around the window, he lay in wait in the corner. Izuku liked watching Bakugo's usual routines, studying, cleaning his room, lifting the collection of weights he kept stored on the rack in the far corner, eating dinner with his parents. It all seemed so normal, so calm. Which made it all the more gratifying when Izuku turned him into a shaking mess. When the sun set outside, and Bakugo had eaten and taken a shower, Izuku lingered in the corner, half-formed. He liked it when Bakugo woke up to see his green eyes, haunting. Izuku hadn't always liked his eyes, but he was coming to appreciate them more lately. Bakugo laid in bed, struggling to find sleep. Izuku decided it was time, and stepped forward, causing the floor to creak. He could have chosen to move silently, still immersed in shadow and without physical form, without weight. But he wanted his presence to be known. He had waited long enough. Bakugo's head snapped up, his red eyes already wide to where Izuku could see the whites. "You," Bakugo said, voice rough and almost accusatory. Izuku tilted his head and put on a chilling smile. "Hi, Kaken." Bakugo's jaw clenched immediately. "Don't call me that." Izuku walked a few steps closer, slow and deliberate, until he stood mere feet away from where Bakugo was sitting up in bed. "Having trouble sleeping?" Izuku teased. "Shut up," Bakugo snapped. "You're not real, you're not real, you're not real." He started chanting, taking noticeably measured breaths in through his nose and out through his mouth. "Is that a little trick your therapist taught you?" Izuku sneered. "Did he also tell you I wasn't real? Or did you come to that conclusion on your own?" Bakugo's eyes flickered with fear. "You only know that because you're a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of my guilt." Izuku could see the exhaustion present on his face, with deep purple eye bags and twitchy movements of his eyes. "Am I? How sure of that are you?" Izuku asked, stepping even closer. "Do you want to know?" The way Bakugo reacted, flinching away from him, stirred something warm in Izuku's chest. "You've been thinking about me a lot, haven't you?" Izuku said. "Only because it's the anniversary, and that guy looks like you." Bakugo said. "Do you want him to be me?" "No, you're dead." Bakugo sounded like he was telling himself more than he was telling Izuku. Izuku took another step forward. "But you want him to be me. Because you want me to be alive." "You're not alive, you're dead." Bakugo said again. "Why do you want me to be alive so badly?" Izuku ignored him. Bakugo just closed his eyes and shook his head, pressing the heels of his palms into his eyes. "You want me to be alive so that you don't feel so guilty." Izuku raised his voice just slightly, to make sure Bakugo heard every word. Bakugo froze, and his shoulders stiffened as his breath caught, making a choking noise. "You knew where I was going that day," Izuku continued, his voice turning to steel. "And you knew what was waiting for me." "Stop," Bakugo said immediately, his voice cracking. "You wanted me to run into those students, didn't you?" "I said stop." Bakugo demanded. "Because you wanted me to know my place." Izuku stepped closer, getting right up in his face. "No!" Bakugo almost cried. But Izuku didn't stop, as memories of heavy fistfalls and hot tears flooded through him. "You wanted to make sure that the quirkless kid never showed his face around you ever again." Bakugo started shaking his head again. "No, that's not true." "Yes it is." Izuku hissed, "So. I didn't." He punctuated every word. Bakugo just started into the bright green eyes in front of his eyes, as he slowly reached shaking fingers up to his cheek, where he felt Izuku's warm breath. Those fingers then reached out through the darkness, towards Izuku's cheek. Before his fingers made contact with skin, Izuku dissolved into shadows, letting Bakugo's hand fall through the air. "No, please don't go." Bakugo gasped when darkness covered Izuku. He reformed a few feet farther away. "I was just a kid." Bakugo whispered. "So was I." Bakugo bent over his knees, curling in on himself. His shoulders started to shake. "I'm sorry," he said, desperation prevalent in the way he rushed through the words. "I'm sorry, I should have done more, he hiccuped. "What?" Izuku demanded. "I should have saved you." Bakugo gasped again, his voice tinny. A quiet, breathy laugh slipped out from Izuku's mouth. Bakugo's head jerked up. Izuku covered his mouth, but his shoulders trembled slightly, but he couldn't quite hold it back. Something about Bakugo. In this state felt really good. "You can't save anyone." Izuku giggled, a high-pitched and uncomfortable sound even to himself. Bakugo's eyes sparkled with wetness. "Please don't say that," he pleaded. "You didn't save me." Izuku reminded him. "You didn't save me, and I was taken. And now, Midoriya Izuku is dead." Bakugo was shaking his head again. "No, I can still save you. I will save you." That's the whole point of this. He gestured around himself. I have to save you. I'm dead. Izuku snapped, panic beginning to swell in his chest. No. You're still out there, I know it. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to save you. Bakugo almost yelled back. Too loud his parents would burst in again. I'm dead. He doubled down, that panic rising higher, gaining fervor, and making his feel tingly. Bakugo reached out again, too fast this time, and Izuku couldn't pull his shadows around him. Bakugo's hand made contact with Izuku's shoulder, his grip tight and desperate. Izuku stared down at the point of contact in horror. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, like he didn't actually expect to be able to grab him. A slight smile turned at the corners of Bakugo's lips and his eyes traced up Izuku's face until they made eye contact. You're alive, he said, sounding sure of himself. Izuku yanked the shadows up, cutting off the contact and disappearing, fading back through the air in a puff and plastering himself in the smallest form possible against the far wall. He had really effed up this time. After a moment of hyperventilating terror, he streaked across the wall and out into the night, flying at full speed back home, which he reached in mere seconds even though it was practically across Mizutofu. He burst out of the door from his room and into the hallway, panic still clawing his throat. Stumbling around the corner, he grasped the door handle to Tomura's room and turned, bursting through without warning. Tomura and Spinner were sitting next to each other inside, a violent shooting video game flashing across the large computer monitor, split into two different views, was the only source of light in the room. It illuminated the sides of their faces as they turned around to face Izuku, in confusion at the sudden interruption. The words got clogged in Izuku's throat as his mouth gaped, trying to overcome the embarrassment of his failures, to ask his brother for help. What are you doing in here, Zuku? Tomura snapped. He tried forming the sounds, but his eyes tracked back to Spinner, who was slightly glaring at him for interrupting the game. Can I talk to you? He ended up asking. Later, Tomura replied, waving him off and turning back to the screen, controller clutched in his hands. Can I talk to you now? Izuku asked again, causing them both to turn around and look at him again. Slight irritation showed itself in the deep line forming between his brother's brows. Then talk, Tomura shrugged. Alone? His brother sighed, we're busy right now, Zuku. Just wait until later if you don't want to say it here. Tomura. Izuku whined, irritation overcoming the panic. No. His brother cut him off, I've had a long FING day, Zuku, in a long FING week, and I don't have time for this right now. I'm in the middle of something, so get out. Tomura punctuated his reproach by shoving Izuku out of the room and slamming the door behind him. Stunned, Izuku just stood in the hallways, where he could hear residual comments of irritation from Tomura, and laughing from Spinner, followed by the increase in volume of gunshots and explosions from the video game. He stood there, staring at the door and waiting for it to open again, for Tomura to sigh, to scratch at his neck, to look annoyed but still look at him and say, fine, come in. It didn't open. Izuku's fingers curled slowly at his sides. Right, he whispered to himself, to the darkness, to no one. He turned abruptly and walked back to his room, shutting the door behind him and turning the lock. Darkness swallowed him instantly. It was better here. It was always better here. Where no one could see him, and no one could hear him. Maybe he should just stay here forever. At least here, he couldn't F up anymore. Here, no one could scold him or call him worthless or useless. Izuku exhaled shakily, pressing his back to the door before sliding down until he hit the floor. The shadows pooled around him and started rising over his body, enveloping him and all his grief, all his worries. Alone, he muttered. The word slipped out before he could stop it. His breath hitched. I'm not alone, he said quickly, sitting up straighter, like he was trying to convince himself. I'm not. His voice faltered. I have Master. I have Tomura. But they weren't here. Tomura had shut the door, Spinner had laughed at him. And Master? Izuku's hands flew up to his head, fingers tangling into his hair as he squeezed his eyes shut. Don't, he whispered to himself, his voice rising in pitch. Don't think about that. Don't mess this up. But he already had. He had already messed this up. No one was supposed to know who he was. Izuku Midoriya was supposed to be dead and gone. Izuku Shigaraki was supposed to have no connections to that life. Izuku Shigaraki was supposed to be strong and competent, to help bring the rise of a new world. And he had only been given a single mission, because no one had any faith in him already. His single mission was supposed to find the inheritor of One for All, and he couldn't even do that. His breath started coming faster. Bakugo's hand had touched his shoulder, growing his confidence that Midoriya was alive. His shoulder burned as he remembered the touch. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he clawed at the spot like he could tear the feeling out of his skin. He touched me, he whispered, almost crying. That wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to be untouchable. He was supposed to be a shadow. That was the point. That was the whole point. Master had told him so that he was a spy because he was untouchable. Izuku tore at his hair again and dragged his knees up to his chest. He was a failure in that too. You're alive. That's what Bakugo had said. Izuku let out a strangled sound, half laugh, half sob, his hands slamming over his ears. No no, 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 no. If Bakugo believed that, if he knew that, and then if he told someone. And oh God, he had heroes all around him who he could tell. He could tell All Might. His stomach dropped so hard it felt like he was falling. I messed up, he gasped. I messed up, I messed up, I messed up. The shadows around him surged violently, reacting to the spike in his panic, writhing up the walls, stretching across the ceiling in sharp, jagged spikes. They tore into the ceiling, making plaster rain down around the room. They're going to find me, Izuku choked. They're going to find me and then, his breathing quickened, they're going to take me away. He couldn't bear to go back there, couldn't go back to that life, where he was alone. A failure. Quirkless. Useless. Worthless. Izuku's nails dug into his arms. They were wrong, he said quickly, voice shaking. They were wrong, I'm not. I'm not quirkless anymore, I'm not useless. I'm not a failure. I won't fail. His vision blurred and his breathing was ragged. No, he said again, weaker this time. No, I'm not that anymore. Izuku suddenly shouted, his voice cracking, but the sound was immediately swallowed up by the shadows coating the walls. His chest heaved. Why can't I do anything right? He cried. He looked down at his hands, pulled away from his face, but shaking. I don't know what I'm doing. The confession slipped out, despite that he didn't want to hear it, to acknowledge it, to know it. I don't know what I'm doing, he repeated, curling tighter into himself, his shaking fingers balling into fists again. I don't know if I'm doing it right, I don't know if I'm going to mess it up again, I don't know, he hiccuped through hot tears rolling down his cheeks, I don't know if I already did. And Tomura, he thought as his chest tightened, didn't even listen. He just threw Izuku out of the room like a nuisance. I just needed, his voice squeaked out, I just needed help. He wasn't a nuisance. He was supposed to be a brother, special, dear. That's how he thought of Tomura. His shadows shot outwards even farther. If Tomura needed help, Izuku would help. So why was he being treated like this? Could Tomura sense that he was a failure? Somehow smell it on him? Awareness grew on the edge of his mind. Was it because Izuku hadn't figured out who the inheritor was yet? But he needed help with that. And he had asked for help. So why didn't he have any FING help? His shadows shot out again in sharp spikes and more plaster raised down from the ceiling. But this time, Izuku looked down at his hands, his fingers which were just shaking, but were no longer shaking. His eyes grew wide as he stared at his hands. His hands, which had just been pierced by his own shadows. A large black spike jutted through his right hand, stabbing directly through the palm, the skin broken in ribbons around the base. His left hand was mangled, with several smaller spikes of darkness stabbing through his wrist and his fingers. The thumb fell to the side at an unnatural angle. Red blood dribbled down his arms and pooled in his palms and dripped onto the floor below him. A high-pitched, ragged scream boiled in his chest before ripping out of his throat. "No!" He shrieked, "Blood! It hurts!" Izuku hadn't felt pain since the day Master rescued him from the creek, his small body bruised and his nose bleeding. That was the last time he had seen his own blood. Ever since his shadow quirk had awakened, nothing had been able to harm his physical body, because it simply dissolved into the darkness. More spikes of darkness jutted out at all angles, slicing his arms in several places. "I can't stop it." He continued screaming, terror consuming him. But no one came to help him. Those same shadows that used to protect him, comfort him, shut out the world and its many harms, were still shutting out the world. But now, they were hurting him. He didn't know how to stop it, as more spikes formed, locking him in place. And he didn't know how to let sound out, so that someone could come and save him. "Stop!" His voice was turning rough from screaming and his head was spinning. The door rattled, momentarily distracting Izuku from the sharp pains covering his hands and arms. It rattled again, but Izuku couldn't hear anything beyond. Then, crash. The door burst inward, wood splintering off the hinges as it slammed against the wall. "Izuku?" Himiko stood in the doorway, chest heaving slightly, eyes wide and pupils blown. Her nose twitched, as she took in the scene, the writhing shadows, the blood pooling beneath him, the spikes pinning him in place. "I smelled you," she breathed, her voice soft but hungry. "Your blood." Izuku's head snapped toward her, his vision blurred with his tears. "Toga?" His voice cracked, raspy from the screams. I can't stop them. The spike in his hand pushed further, the sharp tip approaching his throat. He screamed again. Himiko didn't hesitate, moving quickly around the spikes, the shadows. She didn't flinch as she ducked under one, skipped past another, her movements almost dance-like as she closed the distance. "Izuku," she said, firmer this time, dropping to her knees in front of him. "Hey," she said again, softer now. "Look at me." "I can't," he sobbed. "They won't listen." "Izuku." Her hand, warm and comforting, cupped his face, forcing his gaze onto hers. "I'm here, it's okay," she told him. Izuku's breath hitched, and the shadows stuttered. He shook, eyes wide and wet. "I messed up, and I." Her thumb brushed under his eye, smearing blood and tears together. "Let me take over," she said. She inhaled, slowly, and leaned down towards Izuku's arm. She lapped up some of the blood oozing down his arm. Before his very eyes, her skin started to shift, to change. Her spine seemed to loosen, her shoulders drawing inward. Bone adjusted underneath her skin, and her limbs stretched, becoming longer and thinner. Then the warm tone of her complexion leached away into a pale pallor. Beneath the thinness of it, faint veins began to show, tracing soft blue lines along her wrists, her neck. Izuku watched as the gold of her eyes filled with green, the usual almond shape that turned up at the end softening and widening into a round shape. The skin beneath them sunk as her cheekbones shifted down slightly and dark circles bloomed. Her clothes followed, reshaping, fabric loosening and sagging as if suddenly too big for her frame. The sleeves slipped down past her wrists, swallowing her hands. The shirt hung off her shoulders, collar dipping low enough to expose sharp, jutting collarbones beneath. Dark curls dropped from her head, replacing her usual neat blonde updos. The darkness spread from the crown of her head to cover the golden tips, the hair moving and shifting as it curled. The spike through Izuku's hand twitched. "Izuku," Himiko, in Izuku's own voice whispered, eyes locked onto his. It was eerie, staring into his own eyes. "Let me take them." His chest shuddered as he let out a breath, and the shadows faltered. A strange sensation overcame him, moving throughout the darkness, replacing him. But it didn't scare him. It felt comforting. The spike in his palm began to dissolve, breaking apart into wisps of black that melted back into the air. Izuku gasped as it slipped free, revealing the jagged gash through his skin. "See? It's okay," Himiko told him, her eyes closing in concentration. "How are you doing that?" he whispered, dazed. "It's because I know you so well, because I love you so much," she told him, gritting her teeth slightly. The shadows shrank further, peeling off the walls, retreating from the ceiling, and loosening their hold on him. They moved back from his arms, pulling into the middle of the room. The last one was plucked out of his wrist. "Izuku," she said again. "You're okay." The last of the spikes dissolved. And Izuku's hands dropped limply into his lap, bloodied and trembling with residual pain. The room fell quiet, save for his uneven breathing as the spikes dissolved into simply a puddle of darkness in the middle of the room. After Himiko melted off the outer appearance of Izuku, much to the visual discomfort of Izuku, she asked Izuku if he wanted her to get someone to help with his hands and his arms, which were now bloodied and mangled. "Maybe Tomura can get a doctor or a healer, and they can patch you up," Himiko told him softly. "I know blood, but I can't fix this." She motioned to his wounds. Izuku felt himself in a cold sweat, trembling from the mix of adrenaline and pain. While there was still some anger burning in his gut at his brother, who was partially at fault for sending him into this state, he was also scared enough of blood loss or permanent damage to his hands that he nodded. "Okay Izuku," Toga told him, standing up, "just wait right here, and I'll be back." "Himiko," Izuku called after her before she got through the door. She turned back and looked at him with worry. "Yeah? Please put some clothes on," he said, feeling his face growing warm. Himiko looked down at herself like she had no idea what he was talking about, before remembering that her quirk dissolved her clothing when it wore off. "You're surprisingly prudish," she remarked, before walking back to his dresser and grabbing out a sweatsuit, pulling it on quickly. She disappeared through the doorway and around the corner, the sound of an opening door and muffled voices following soon after. This was weird, Izuku thought, that he couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, even though he was surrounded by darkness. Then he realized that he wasn't connected to the darkness at all. He wasn't connected to his shadows. They were still just pooled in the middle of the room when Himiko had drawn them back to. A pang of fear jabbed into his chest. Were they gone? Did they reject them? Was he quirkless again? Before he could even fully consider that fear, the sound of rustling and running footsteps sounded from the hallway. Then, his brother's face appeared in his doorway, pale and worried. "Izuku?" Tomura asked in his rough gravely voice. He was frowning at Izuku and the current state of his hands. Tomura walked closer, kneeling in front of Izuku and reaching out carefully to touch one of the bloodied arms, making sure to keep his pinky raised to avoid inadvertently doing any further damage. "What did you do?" he asked. Anger flared in Izuku again. "I didn't do anything," he shouted in his brother's face. "My shadows turned on me." Tomura's brows scrunched at that, but he gingerly placed Izuku's arm back down. "I'm going to have Kurojairi call the doctor," Tomura said before walking out of the room. Himiko took a seat on the corner of the bed across from Izuku, looking concerned. When Izuku turned his head, he noticed that Spinner had come to his doorway, hovering just outside the boundary of the room, and looking between Izuku and Tomura down the hall. Izuku's eyes traveled to the spot in front of him, between he and Himiko, where darkness was still pooled darker than the rest of the room. He reached out with his mind, with his feelings, toward the now docile puddle. At first, he couldn't feel anything, but he reached farther, prodding through the dark for that familiar connection. And he felt them again. But they seemed like strangers now. He wasn't sure if that was because they had attacked him, or because Himiko had controlled them. There was something intriguing about the difference though, and he probed further, trying to fully reconnect with them. Just then, Kurojairi's warp appeared in front of him, and a small elderly man stepped through the portal, with his large glasses and white coat, holding a locked case. He bent down, looking more closely at Izuku's hands, which were starting to go cold and numb. "I told All for One that he had chosen unworthy successors," Garaki grumbled, pulling on a pair of blue LTX gloves. Garaki's gloved fingers prodded at the ruined thumb with clinical detachment, as if he were inspecting a specimen rather than a person. Izuku flinched, a sharp hiss escaping his teeth, his whole body jerking back on instinct. "Hold still," Garaki muttered, irritated, pressing the digit back into place with a firmness that made Izuku's vision flood with white spots. "If you wish to keep even partial function, you would do well not to behave like a frightened animal." Izuku's breathing came fast and shallow, chest hitching as he tried and failed to steady himself. He wanted to show a strong appearance in front of Dr. Garaki, one of Master's most trusted colleagues. "Kurojairi," the doctor called without looking up, "that will be all. I will handle the boy from here." A swirl of dark mist answered him. Izuku barely had time to register the shift before the world folded in on itself as he was pulled through the warp gate. He left without calling to his shadows again. The air on the other side of the warp was cold and sterile, with the sharp biting scent of antiseptic that burned Izuku's nose. Bright lights shone down from above, stinging his eyes as they adjusted. He had been brought to Dr. Garaki's lab. Izuku had only been here once or twice before, when he was younger, when he had first been rescued by Master. Dr. Garaki had poked him with needles and hooked him up to beeping machines, all the while whispering to Master and not telling Izuku anything. Ever since then, whenever he and Tomura had their regular checkups, Dr. Garaki had come to the house. Garaki pulled him up by grabbing his shoulder, almost wrenching it out as Izuku tried to adjust to the sudden change of direction. He released Izuku after dragging him over to a cold, reflective metal table, only to immediately begin fastening restraints around his wrists, forcing Izuku to lay back against the hard surface. Wait, his voice cracked, from nervousness. "Where's Tomura?" "Tomura is not required for this procedure," Garaki replied simply, cinching the straps down tightly and causing more blood to ooze from his injuries. Cold metal clasped around his injured arms, locking them in place. Izuku tried to pull back on reflex, but the restraints held firm, biting into torn skin. A choked sound tore from his throat. "Please," he tried again, panic rising fast now, clawing up his chest. "Please, I need my hands." "And that is precisely what you will receive," Garaki said. There was a faint, almost pleased hum in his voice as he opened the metal case he'd brought with him. Inside, rows of instruments and glass syringes filled with different liquids gleamed under the overhead surgical light. Izuku's stomach dropped, but he tried to hide it on his face, no wanting to disappoint anyone or be ungrateful for the care he was receiving. "But it would be a waste," the doctor continued, almost conversationally, "to limit myself to such a simple repair when presented with an opportunity." Izuku's pulse thundered in his ears. "Opportunity?" Dr. Garaki adjusted his glasses, finally looking directly at him. Up close, his eyes were sharp. Measuring. "You have been made aware, I presume, that Tomura Shigaraki is intended to succeed All for One." Izuku swallowed, throat tight. "We are both supposed to help Master carry out his goals for a new and better world." He repeated it almost like it was programmed into him. Garaki chuckled to himself. "What you may not have been privy to, is that we are working to prepare Tomura's body to take on that burden." Izuku didn't know what he was talking about. Why would they need to prepare or change Tomura's body? Maybe it was one of those plans that they never told Izuku about. But he still didn't like the sound of it. A delicate process, Garaki went on, selecting a tool with unnerving calm. Complex. Demanding. And not without risk. Izuku's fingers twitched uselessly against the restraints. So, Garaki said, almost lightly, it is only prudent to explore alternative vessels. Contingencies. Something cold and sickening settled in Izuku's gut. Or at least to practice, to run tests. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Like Dabi, Garaki interrupted, as if Izuku hadn't spoken at all, you are raw material. If Tomura fails, All for One will require a replacement. The room seemed to tilt. Izuku's breathing stuttered, I'm not a replacement. I don't want. He was suddenly very concerned for his well-being. Your desires are irrelevant. Garaki's hand came down on his arm, followed by the other with a scalpel, pushed into his flesh and then cutting into his arm. Izuku screamed. It tore out of him, echoing off the white sterile walls. His back arched against the table, restraints creaking as his body fought against the pain, pressure, and sudden terror. Garaki hummed, watching the reaction with clinical interest. Nerve response is still intact, that's good, but there seems to be a lack of quirk reactivity. Izuku's vision filled with tears, the lights above blurring into indistinct halos. He couldn't focus, couldn't think, there was only pain, and panic filling his brain. He thought Dr. Garaki was supposed to help him, to take care of his health. He thought he was part of Master's family, and he couldn't understand these things that Dr. Garaki was saying. Preparing Tomura's body? Alternative vessels? Why was his doctor suddenly treating him like a practice dummy or a mindless chunk of flesh? Please, he gasped, stop, please stop. But it didn't stop. Dr. Garaki worked methodically, unhurried, as though Izuku's cries were nothing more than background noise. Your condition is unusual, he murmured, injecting something that felt like fire and ice at the same time. The interaction between your quirk and your physiology is volatile, but promising. Izuku's head thrashed against the table. There was no escape from it. No shadow to disappear into, no darkness to answer him. He reached for them desperately, but his connection that used to feel so comforting and familiar felt distant and frayed, like they were just out of reach. He was alone. I wonder, Garaki continued, almost thoughtfully, how much reinforcement your body will tolerate before structural failure occurs. Izuku didn't understand that string of words at all. A sob racked his chest. Are you going to kill me? Garaki paused, looking down through his thick lenses at Izuku like he had said something amusing, and then he chuckled. I would never try to kill my children, he said. But if you do die during this process, you will have served a purpose. Children? That is what Dr. Garaki called those freak experiments, those Nomu, as Master had referred to them in the past. Izuku had never really given them much thought, but he assumed that the Nomu were just lab-grown. Were the Nomu people? Was Dr. Garaki going to turn him into one of those patchwork beings that looked like they were half-rotting, without any rational thought? Something in him shut off and his min overworked itself, refusing to believe or understand what was happening to him. In between the scalpel cuts and injections, there were long stretches where nothing seemed to happen at all. Machines beeped and tools prodded him, but at some point, Garaki strapped his head to the table with a long Velcro restraint, so that he couldn't even see what was happening to his body. He could hear Garaki moving, shuffling around, and the faint clink of instruments being set down, picked up, adjusted. Relax, Garaki would say, in that same detached tone. You are making this more difficult than it needs to be. But Izuku didn't know how to relax anymore. Izuku lost track of time in between the machine that sent electricity throughout him, making all of his limbs and fingers twitch without him making them, the multiple rounds of injections, and the scalpel cutting into him, again and again. Okay, time to take a nap to let your body heal and adjust. Garaki finally told him, setting down a needle and thread, slightly tinged red with Izuku's blood. I don't want to, I'm afraid I won't wake up. Izuku told him, as he had stopped feeling any sensations in his body hours ago. But if you do, you'll be that much stronger. Your sacrifice here today helps Tomura. Garaki said, picking up another syringe with a bright purple liquid that made Izuku's stomach turn violently. He didn't want Tomura to go through any of this either. But he couldn't stop the needle coming for him, piercing his skin. And he couldn't stop Dr. Garaki from depressing the lever, pushing that unnatural purple liquid into his veins. And he couldn't stop himself from falling into blackness. Faint voices played at the edge of his mind. Izuku had no idea how long it had been, but he felt himself floating. Was the test a success? A low voice said. Something in Izuku's mind registered it as Master's voice. Very much so. Someone else responded, that Izuku thought sounded like Dr. Garaki. They continued, his quirk compatibility should be much higher now, with his new body. Were there any drawbacks or failures of the serum? Master's voice asked, but it sounded muffled and echo-y at the same time, which was confusing. There were the obvious physical changes, Garaki's voice echoed the same way, and I have concerns about the subject's mental state if it wakes up. That won't be a concern if I have to plant my vestige in this one. Master's voice continued saying. Let's move forward with this success, and plan for Tomura's modifications to see if the fist vessel can withstand the process. Izuku came into his body more, feeling the soreness in his limbs and a pounding in his head. He tried to open his eyes. Izuku, my boy. Master's voice sounded much louder. Are you awake? He struggled to open his eyes. The light was so bright and his eyelids were so heavy. Izuku tried to talk, but there was something pressing over his mouth. Eventually he struggled enough against the pressure around him and cracked an eyelid open. There was glass separating him and Master. Bubbles floated in front of him and Izuku opened his other eye in confusion. He was suspended in water, or some sort of liquid, in a glass tube. Master and Dr. Garaki were standing outside of his tube looking in at him. Dr. Garaki had a glint in his eye that Izuku really didn't like. You've done well. Master told him. You'll be much stronger now. Kurogyri informed me about your quirk rejection, so this was essential. Izuku felt a flush of shame. He had failed, in Master's eyes when his shadows pierced him and fought against him. He wanted to ask Master why he had to go through all of that, why Dr. Garaki hurt him so much. Wanted to ask why they were talking about a vestige and altering Tomura, but the mask over his face wouldn't let him ask. His attention shifted and he saw his reflection in the glass, and while he could tell his image was warped by the curvature of the glass, it also seemed warped by how different he looked. Izuku had once known his own face. He remembered that what seemed like mere hours ago to him, his features were ordinary, forgettable even. His skin was smooth and unbroken, his green eyes were round and soft, and his lips could stretch into a smile when Tomura let him play video games in his room. Now the thing staring back at him was nearly unrecognizable. He wouldn't have even known it was himself if the reflection hadn't moved at the same time, in the same way, and if his green eyes weren't looking back at him. His skin, while usually pale, had lost its loyalty to any single color. It stretched across his face in uneven tones, from ashen gray bleeding into bruised violet, and sickly green tones mottled across the surface. Scars carved across his bare arms and abdomen in jagged paths, some pale and puckered, and others dark and raw. While he had always been skinny, he could count his ribs. How long had he been in here? The lower half of his face was covered in dark shadow clinging to his jaw up to cover his nose. Tendrils like smoke floated through the water, stretching in creeping fingers down onto his neck and up around his ears. The mask shifted faintly, as if breathing with him, obscuring whatever expression he tried to form. His recognizable eyes seemed larger than they had been, and brighter, almost illuminated with green light. Around them, and on top of the usual deep, dark bags, shadows gathered thickly, pooling beneath his gaze like tears. Replacing his curls that Himiko loved so much to play with, were long, dark strands that spilled past his shoulders, tangled and unkempt, darker than even the blackest raven dye could accomplish. Even in the absence of wind, they shifted with subtle, restless motions, as though they had a mind of their own. He drew back instinctively, the liquid surrounding him whooshing in his ears as he thrashed away from the glass. With the movement, he caught sight of his hands as they slashed through the liquid. His heart pounded at the sight of them, and he felt himself hyperventilating. His fingers had lengthened, thinned, the joints exaggerated. The skin starting halfway into his palms had darkened to a charred black, and continued down to the tips of his fingers. At the tips, his nails curved, hardened, and sharpened into long claws. He flexed his fingers, not believing they were real, but they responded to him, cementing them in reality. Calm down, Izuku. Master ordered, his voice harsh. You can still jeopardize your healing, the process has not been completed. Izuku looked up at Master, pleading with him with his eyes, begging him to say that none of this was permanent or that none of it was real. Your new body is much more compatible with your quirk. You'll find that you're much stronger. Master told him. The panic wouldn't cease, and Izuku felt his eyes well with tears, but in his reflection, they were only more of the black shadow tears, spilling over his lower eyelids and disappearing into the liquid around him like wisps of smoke from an extinguished candle. Now Izuku, Master chided, that's no way to act. This is good. It means that you can contribute more to my plans, and we will need your improved quirk soon, so you must rest and regain your strength. Izuku tried to pull himself together. If Master said it was a good thing, then it must be. It had to be. He clung to that idea like a lifeline, repeating it in the quiet stretches between procedures over the course of the following days, between the hum of machines and the low murmur of voices just beyond his reach. Each day blurred into the next, measured not by sunlight or sleep, but by the slow drip of fluid through tubes and the check-ins by Dr. Garaki to document his symptoms. By the time Dr. Garaki finally declared him fully healed, the words felt surreal. The warmed liquid that had surrounded him for days began to drain with a hollow, gurgling sound, the level slowly lowering until the air felt cold and invasive against his scarred and sensitive skin. Tubes were removed one by one, with each removal accompanied by a faint sting or pull. When the last wire was detached, Izuku sagged forward slightly, catching himself on unsteady limbs. His body felt so different. He felt lighter than before, not just because of the obvious loss of mass that occurred over the healing time, but also because he felt stronger. His muscles coiled with unfamiliar strength beneath his skin, making his movements sharper, more precise, even when he wasn't trying. And the shadows. He wasn't sure if he could call them his shadows anymore. Ever since his quirk had first appeared, and up until the night they rebelled and attacked him, the shadows had felt familiar to him, comforting. They were no longer distant, and no longer angry or trying to hurt him. The disconnect, the terrifying rebellion that had once torn through him was gone. But it was replaced by something far more overwhelming. There were voices echoing in his head from sources nowhere near him. He could feel sensations from outside of the room, just as real as if it were on his own skin. The shadows stretched beyond him, spilling into corners, clinging to walls, pooling beneath objects. And through them, he felt everything they touched. The floor beneath a passing footstep. The faint vibration of a door closing. The subtle shift of air as someone turned their head. Izuku gasped, his hands flying to his head as his vision fractured and multiplied. He was still in the sterile laboratory, standing in the glass tube, slightly wet and shivering from TE air, but he was also everywhere else his shadows reached. The world, processed by his brain, was split into countless fragments. He saw the underside of a table, the darkened edge of a ceiling corner, the narrow gap beneath a door. He heard a bird chirp outside, doctors talking to patients on the floor above them, the faint rumble of the earth shifting beneath their very feet. It was all too much. His knees buckled, and he barely managed to stay upright, stumbling out of the glass cylinder as the flood of information intensified, pressing in from every direction. For years, his quirk had been his refuge. He used to be able to retreat, to sink into the shadows and disappear from everything, wrapped in a quiet darkness that dulled the world to something manageable. But now, his escape turned into a hellscape even worse, where everything existed at the same time. He tentatively reached out for the darkness, what he hadn't been able to finish when he was whisked away by Kurojire's warp. But the moment he touched them fully, the sensations multiplied tenfold. The shadows were no longer a place to hide, now they were a network, vast and inescapable, filled with impressions, movements, and fragments of life happening all around him. And there was no escape. Whatever Dr. Garaki had done, it hadn't fixed him. It had ruined him. And Dr. Garaki only stared at him with coldness, watching him struggle. There will be a time of adjustment, Garaki said, but you should find your quirk to be much more effective now. Make it stop. He whined, clutching at his head and stumbling into a wall and falling to his knees. His bare skin hit the floor, but he didn't even feel the pain when the skin over his kneecap split open. Izuku curled into a ball, not even caring about his nakedness on the cold tile which smelled of bleach. Instead of helping or offering any comfort, Garaki just called out, "Kurojire, you can take him away now. I'm done with him." A brief moment of relief came when he was taken into Kurojire's warp gate. For that brief second, the voices, images, and sensations quieted. Izuku looked up and around him, seeing that Kurojire appeared to him in the warp gate. "I am sorry," he told Izuku. "What?" Izuku asked, his ears ringing and his brain still catching up after the deluge. "I am sorry you had to experience that. I would not have wished that process on anyone," Kurojire told him softly. "I knew what awaited you, and I still brought you to that place." "Knew what awaited me?" Izuku asked, his voice coming out ragged and much deeper than he remembered it being. "I should not say more, I cannot say more, but you are safe for now, Izuku," Kurojire said, stroking Izuku's hair to calm him. Izuku was brought to his room, and gently placed down in his bed from Kurojire's warp gate. While some of the overwhelming experience returned, it seemed quieter and more manageable. Maybe the breadth of reach depended on his emotions. It still took him more than a week, shut away in his room, for him to gain any manner of control over the new facets of his quirk. All through those days he thought he would go crazy from the fractured world, intruding into the corners of his mind with the entirety of the world, all at once. Izuku eventually managed to make it smaller, quieter, and more manageable. Tomura hadn't seen Izuku since his transformation. No one had. Izuku made sure of that. After the surgical alterations to strengthen his body's compatibility with his power, Izuku never had to come out of the shadows. Before, he would eventually feel nauseous or rejected by the shadows, and he would have to go to his physical body again. Then his body would feel like a newborn giraffe, off balance and uncoordinated. Now, he never had to emerge if he didn't want to. And with how twisted his body looked, the surgical scars, the darkened claws, the black mask of shadows and the matching constant tears, he would rather not have anyone see him. There was a second when Izuku thought about Class 1A, when he worried about his mission's success, or even if any of the students had thought about him. But then he remembered his reflection in that glass tube. It would be better if no one ever saw him again. Master hadn't called on him since the last time Izuku saw him at the lab, so he figured his mission responsibilities had been excused. Kurogiri was the only one that Izuku would allow to see him, partially because he already had, and partially because Kurogiri's warp was the only thing that brought him relief and comfort. The voices, images, sensations, that were otherwise constant, were dulled when he was wrapped in Kurogiri's quirk ability. A knock sounded out from the door. Izuku didn't even deign to respond. He had already felt Himiko walking out from her room and down the hallway. "Zuku?" she called through the door. Izuku could hear her from inside the room, and also see her, looking up at her from below, from the door crack, but also looking at the back of her head from where the shadows stretched along the ceiling in the hallway. He felt her knock from the reverberations and in the way it echoed in the walls of the quiet house. In the background, as it had become almost a constant din in his mind, he could hear people talking outside as they walked down the sidewalks, and the other league members talking, snoring, playing video games, plotting, watching videos, or practicing with their quirks. He could see Tomura in the room just down the hall, and he could see Dabi walking behind Himiko, yet again going into his brother's room. He could hear the ants crawling on the ground just outside his window, and see the birds in the sky from a spot of shadow behind the dumpster. "Zuku, are you in there?" Himiko asked, momentarily catching Izuku's attention. She opened the door with a creak and looked into the room. It didn't matter to Izuku because he wasn't in the room, not physically. He was in the room, but only because he was everywhere. "Please," she said, a pleading tone in her voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that you'd be taken away, I thought I was helping." Even though he was otherwise occupied, the part of his brain that was tuned into Himiko felt bad. He hadn't meant for her to feel bad or blame herself. It just seemed so impossible to interact with a single person, partially because he was ashamed of her to see him, but also because so much was always happening constantly that it was difficult for him to pull himself together enough to talk to just one person. But he tried, for her, because she was his closest, most dear friend. Izuku struggled against his quirk, trying to piece himself together in the shadows, trying to find enough focus to form a body again. He appeared in the corner, far enough away that she wouldn't see his grotesque form. "I don't blame you, Himiko." He spoke, hearing his raspy voice again and cringing at its sound. Himiko's eyes widened. "Zuku, you're there? You're really here?" she asked. Izuku could see his own form from just behind Himiko as she stepped into the room. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness, with a reflective quality like that of an animal's. Even from this distance, he could make out the wavering outline of the mask over his nose and mouth, and the black tears spilling around his eyes. "Don't come closer," he snapped in fear. Himiko pulled back just slightly, before taking another step. "Don't come closer," he repeated, louder and more desperate. "Don't look at me. You need to come out now, Zuku, it's been weeks," she told him, walking closer. Weeks. Izuku had never figured out how long the experiments took, or how long he had been in that tube of liquid, asleep. Since he came back, it had been just over a week, so the experiments had taken longer than he assumed initially. "I don't want you to see me." His voice broke as she advanced. Himiko smiled at him. "Zuku, I don't care what you look like." "When my quirk showed up," she continued, voice light even though Izuku noticed a slight waver, "I thought it was amazing. But everyone else didn't like it very much." Izuku's glowing eyes flickered toward her in panic as she walked even closer. "They said it was creepy. Wrong. That I was wrong for liking blood, for wanting to be close to people in my own way. They wanted me to smile normally, act normally, love normally. But that wasn't me. I wasn't wrong for living in my own way." Her gaze sharpened, locking onto his. She was close enough that she must be able to see him now. Izuku formed the rest of himself, rising out of the corner and to his full height. He loomed over Himiko slightly now, the surgeries adding to his height, which also made his gangly limbs appear freakishly long. Himiko smiled fully. "There you are." Izuku just stood in front of her, not knowing what to say or do next. "And this," she gestured to him, his face, his body, the shifting darkness, "this isn't wrong either." Izuku recoiled slightly at her words. "How can you say that?" His voice cracked, rising. "Look at me, Himiko. I look like something out of a nightmare." "I am dummy," she snapped at him. "Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think I can't be around people because my smile is too wide, and my canines are too sharp, and I drink the blood of the people I love? She confronted him. Oh, of course not. Izuku stammered, feeling like he was getting backed into a proverbial corner. Then why can't you feel the same about yourself? I love you, Izuku, and right now, even more than drinking your blood, I just want to be around you. She yelled at him. You're still Izuku, she continued, quieter, even if you look a little different, you're still you. His fingers trembled. Then why does it feel like I'm not? Himiko reached out and took his hand, not even flinching at his claws, probably because you've been hiding out in the dark for a whole week. She explained to him, speaking slowly like he was a child. It's time to come out, to talk to people, and to get out of this room. Himiko demanded, still holding onto his hand and clutching it between her own. I want you to come and meet someone. I don't want anyone else to see me like this. Izuku said, covering his face with his other hand. Trust me, he doesn't care about what anyone looks like. She took one of her hands away, but then placed it flat across his chest. He only cares about what's in here, and I think that's a lesson you need to learn. Her tone was reverent. Who? Izuku asked. Stain, she said, told him. He showed me that the world isn't broken because of us. It's broken because it only accepts people who fit inside its tiny little box. She leaned forward slightly, eyes bright. The shadows around Izuku's face shifted faintly, like they were reacting to his thoughts, his emotions. Izuku, she said, softer now, almost coaxing, you're not the problem. You never were. His gaze dropped again to his hands and the claws with blackened skin. They still looked wrong. But, they moved when he wanted them to. They were still his hands. He looked back up at Himiko, and he could see from the shadows across the room, that his eyes softened, the glow from them somehow growing warmer. Then he took a step towards her, finally emerging fully and separating from his shadows for the first time since Kurojiiri had brought him back here. You're not scared of me? He asked. You're not repulsed? Himiko smiled at him again, her hungry smile that she got when she wanted to drink someone's blood. I think you're still the cutest. She told him, pulling him close. Izuku felt a slight pain in his shoulder, and realized that Himiko had stabbed him with one of her needles, and was drawing some of his blood. She must not be lying if she still wanted to be like him, if it meant enough to her to use up one of her syringes. Izuku wrapped his arms gingerly around her, not wanting to accidentally hurt her with his claws. It felt nice to be around someone again. They agreed to leave later in the evening, when the sun had set, because that was when Stain worked. Izuku was glad that there was less of a chance of anyone seeing him. The city seemed quieter at night, which was to Izuku's great delight, because the world was not so overwhelming as he thought it would be. While his reality was still shattered between the multitude of views from the darkness around him, as well as the enhanced sounds which stretched far beyond what his ears could pick up, and the heightened sensations provided by the darkness, it was no so bad as he thought it would be. Izuku had assumed that night would make everything worse because there was so much access for his shadows. But instead, there were actually fewer points of view, because they were all merged together. The increase in knowledge of everything happening around him was still overstimulating, but easier to understand. And for maybe the first time since he was released from Dr. Garaki's lab, his shadows didn't feel so sinister, they welcomed him again. Though, it was more difficult for Izuku than expected, to stay in his physical body. There was a constant urge to sink in and become part of the shadowy depths that he knew was all around. Himiko skipped ahead of him at times, then slowed, waiting, always glancing back with that same bright, eager expression. Like she was excited to show him something important. Stay close, she whispered at one point, almost seeming to notice that Izuku was listening to the enticing call to fall into the pools and vanish. I am close, I'm everywhere, he murmured back, his voice slipping out from the darkness at her side instead of coming from his body. She jumped, and then giggled at her own reaction. That could be really useful. She told him, and Izuku was sad that she couldn't see his smile. Himiko gasped at that moment and pointed up. Stain crouched atop a low rooftop across the street, silhouetted against the dim glow of the city, still and seemingly waiting for something. Himiko spoke low, her eyes shining. There he is. Stain didn't look at them, but Izuku knew. He could feel the slight shift of weight when Himiko had spoke, could see the slight twitch in his jaw and the way Stain's eyes slid to the corner, towards them. Stain knew they were there, and didn't react negatively, seemingly giving them permission. Maybe he already knew Himiko, had seen her follow him before. The thought passed through his mind just as Stain moved, dropping down into the alley below by swinging from several windowsills to drop himself gently on the ground. Izuku followed his movement, approaching the hero walking through the alleyway. Himiko gasped, there he goes. Let's get closer to watch. Izuku grabbed her arm, halting her approach. Wait Himiko, we shouldn't be so brazen. He thought for a second, also not wanting to miss any of the action. Trust me for a second. he told her, wrapping the shadows around the two of them and then bringing them both over to the corner of the alleyway. As soon as he pulled them into the pool of darkness, he noticed that Stain halted, glancing around like he sensed they had disappeared. Nevertheless, Stain dropped down on top of the hero, who fell hard to the ground. It was so fast, that even with all of his expanded senses, he almost missed when Stain slashed his blade into the hero's shoulder and licked the blood off. He could immediately tell why Himiko felt such a connection, their quirks were so similar. The hero barely had time to gasp before his body locked, collapsing stiffly against the pavement, paralyzed. Izuku's breath hitched, his shadows rippling around him. He could feel the blood hit the ground, could hear the slowing heartbeat, could see the shock and fear in the hero's eyes from every different angle at once. Stain landed lithely beside the hero. He seemed to be planning his next move, having successfully incapacitated him. Izuku noticed heavy footsteps approaching from down the block, sweat on the skin of the intruder, his glass shifting down his nose as he approached the far side of the alley. "Oh no," he whispered. "What?" Himiko said, the sounding traveling straight to his ears with them both covered in the dark. "Stain." A voice cut through the alley, interrupting Stain as he circled the downed hero. Stain's head snapped toward the far entrance. Tenya Ida stood there, rigid and furious, glasses catching the dim light. His armor was scuffed, his breathing sharp, but his posture was straight and confrontational. "You're the one who attacked my brother," Ida said, voice tight with rage. "Ingenium." Stain turned towards him slowly, but flicked his eyes back towards Izuku and Himiko for a fraction of a second. Izuku stilled completely. "Can he see me? Does he know we're here?" Ida charged when Izuku was distracted and he almost missed it again when Stain flashed the blade, swiping at Ida. Ida staggered, froze, and then fell, his legs locking up below him. His body fell, stiff beside the other hero, eyes wide with fury and helplessness. Izuku felt something twist sharply in his chest. Stain stood between the two of them, looming. "Pathetic," he said, voice low, rough, and echoing through the alley. "You call yourselves heroes." He crouched near Ida, gripping his chin and forcing his gaze upward. "Your brother," Stain continued, "was the same. A false hero. Obsessed only with fame and money." Ida's eyes narrowed, glaring. "You don't know anything about my brother," he exclaimed. "The streets will run red with the blood of the false heroes, those hypocrites. All those who assign themselves the title of hero are frauds. The only real hero worth any respect is All Might," Stain announced. Izuku's shadows stirred uneasily. The speech sounded so similar to what Izuku believed what Master and Tomura talked about. But, Stain thought All Might was a true hero, and Master always talked about how All Might was another fraud with his quirk being stolen from Master's brother. Izuku's gaze flickered back to Ida. He had met Ida. When he met the other students of 1A, Izuku always had such hope for those students, had even thought that they could be the true heroes that Master talked about. Izuku remembered that Ida was strict and bossy, but he was so earnest, and he believed in his brother. He always had talked about Ingenium in those days that Izuku was still watching their class. The shadows around Izuku tightened. He didn't want to see Ida die. And he couldn't help but sympathize. Even if Ingenium was a false hero, Ida was only standing up for his brother. Izuku would do the same for Tomura, even if Tomura was in the wrong. "Please." The word slipped out before he fully formed the thought. It didn't come from his mouth. It came from everywhere, from the walls, the ground, the darkness pooling at Stain's feet. Stain stilled and slowly turned his head, looking around him in the darkness, before zeroing in on Izuku and Kimiko. "You speak," Stain growled. Izuku hesitated, worrying he had overstepped whatever tenuous permission Stain had seemingly granted them. "He's not like that," Izuku said, the words fracturing slightly as they echoed from different points in the alley. "He's trying to be a good hero. I think he can be a real hero, that is. I've heard him talk about it. And he's one of All Might's students." Izuku tried to reason. Himiko listened silently from his side, her eyes darting between Izuku, Stain, and Ida. Stain stepped closer to the shadows that Izuku was holding Himiko in. "Who are you to determine that?" Stain asked. "No one," Izuku said, "we just look up to you, and agree with you." "Then I will judge him again," Stain said. "If he lives long enough to prove it." He stepped back from Ida. Izuku felt the tension in the shadows loosen, just slightly, apparently responding to his emotions. Stain glanced back once more, his gaze cutting through the darkness. "You," he said to Izuku, "walk a dangerous path." Then he vanished into the night. Ida lay frozen on the ground, breathing shallow but still alive. His eyes flicked around wildly, trying to determine the source of the voice. "Who's there?" he demanded. "How do you know so much about me?" Izuku, without answering, pulled he and Himiko away, not releasing them from the shadows until they were a safe distance away from the alleyway. That was amazing. Himiko squealed when Izuku formed his body again. You got to speak to him, interact with him, and he listened to you. Himiko grabbed his arm, jumping up and down with excitement. And did you notice? She asked. What? Izuku said, confused how he was supposed to notice just one thing with all that just happened. Stain looks like us, she said, smiling up at him. Izuku pet his head to the side. Like us? She traced along the curve of her lips with her fingertips. Our smiles. All of our smiles are different. Thinking about it, Izuku did realize that all of their lower faces were different than the norm. And he thought about how Stain's quirk functioned, with his mouth and tongue being reshaped to support his quirk. Also, how Himiko had pointy canines to work with her quirk. But I'm not like you guys, Izuku said. My mouth. He reached up, feeling only the shadows on the bottom of his face instead of his mouth and jaw. My mouth was because of Garaki, not because of my quirk. Himiko reached up and flicked him on the forehead. Ow! Were you not also just there? She held her hand out in the direction of the alleyway. You spoke through the shadows. The only way you were able to speak to Stain is because you are connected to the shadows like that. Izuku wasn't sure that was true if the only reason he could speak through the shadows was because of this mask. But, it was worth looking into. Maybe he could treat these new bodily developments as fuel for his continued quirk observations, both in studying his own, and using these new abilities to study others. Maybe, this wasn't all bad. Izuku smiled down at Himiko, and even though he knew she couldn't see it on his mouth, she could see it in the way his eyes crinkled at the edges and the shining green filled with warmth. Thank you, Izuku said. Himiko's eyes widened as she looked up at him, and her cheeks flushed with color. When they got back to the house, Izuku decided that he had built up enough courage to go and see his brother. He approached the door, holding up one fist to knock. Momentary doubt flooded through him and he glanced back at Himiko, wary, but she gave him an encouraging nod and then left to give him some privacy. He rapped on the door 3 times, recoiling his awareness away from Tomura's room as much as possible the moment he felt that Dabi was in there as well. When he was unable to control his awareness earlier in the week, he witnessed some things in the room that he would rather forget. Desperate shuffling and hushed exchanges sounded out from the other side of the door, making Izuku glad that he had prevented himself from seeing the current inhabitants. Hold on. Tomura called out. Several seconds later, the door opened to reveal Tomura, with his hair mussed and wearing his 2-fingered gloves, that he usually only wore when sleeping or training, to prevent himself from accidentally decaying his bed. Behind him was Dabi, stretched across his brother's bed without a shirt, revealing the true extent of the burn damage across his torso. Tomura's eyes widened when he was met with the new appearance of his younger brother. Zuku, he gasped. Jesus Fing Christ, what the hell happened to you? Dabi called out from across the room. Izuku snapped his shadows out, forming a wall in front of Dabi. Did I say something? His voice sounded out from the other side of the wall. Tomura glanced back and clicked his teeth in reproach, stepping out of the room and shutting the door behind him. His hands shook slightly as they reached towards Izuku's face. Izuku flinched, jerking back and away from his touch, and Tomura curled his fingers back away from his face in response. Does it hurt? He asked, almost in a whisper. What did they do to you? It did. Izuku admitted, almost wishing he had lied when he saw fear, sadness, and rage fill Tomura's eyes. I'm going to kill that Fing doctor, he growled. Izuku reached out to grab Tomura's shoulder, realizing that they were almost the same height now. No, Tomura, this is what Master wanted. This made it safer for you. Tomura stumbled backwards. They did this because of me? No, I agreed to it. I told our master that I would take that risk, but you weren't supposed to. You weren't supposed to have to go through that. He looked down in horror at Izuku's hand, the blackened skin that stretched down into the jagged fingertips, tapered into jagged points. Is it that bad? Izuku asked, feeling his stomach drop. No, Zuku, it's not you. His rough voice cracked, I wanted you to have a future, I wanted you to be safe. That's why I made this deal with him. What deal, Tomura? Izuku said, hearing how his own voice became more raspy with emotion. Tomura shook his head, closing his eyes. I was going to tell you, I just didn't know how. What deal? Izuku asked more forcefully. But now, you're covered with scars, and you've changed so much, they've changed you so much. Tomura's voice grew louder and more angry. That Dmed Garaki and his chop shop, you must have been so scared and so sad, look at your tears, and he took away your mouth, took away your smile. Is this his idea of some sick joke? Tomura rambled in anger. Izuku grabbed his shoulder and shook him. What Fing deal, Tomura? Tomura stopped and looked into Izuku's eyes, flinching again before finally regaining control of himself. I was giving my body to Master, for Garaki to make me into the ultimate weapon for the final step in his plans. Garaki has been experimenting with the Nomus to perfect the process. But it was only supposed to be used on me, not you. You were supposed to be fine. Weapon? Izuku felt like he was spinning. Why would you not be fine? All I want to do, all our master has trained me for, is to destroy everything Zuku. Tomura said sadly, I never expected to get out of this unscathed, but I thought I would leave it better for you. Leave it? Izuku spat in disgust. Society treats people like us like sheet. It has to be torn down, reduced to ash, before anything can change. If that's what I have to do, if that's what my quirk is meant for, and if I can give you a chance, then that's what I'll do. He told Izuku, looking into his eyes. This whole time, you've been planning to what? Izuku asked in anger, die and leave me alone? If that's what needs to be done. Tomura raised his voice. Some things are bigger than any one of us, they're bigger than me. I thought you were just as committed to this. I thought you were committed to bringing around the vision of a new world. He yelled at Izuku. You're going to leave me. Izuku said quietly, and watched as Tomura pulled back like he had been struck, you're going to abandon me, just like everyone else. The hit landed and Tomura's eyes flew wide in shock. No, that's not it, Tomura tried to say, but Izuku cut him off. You're just like everyone else, and you're repulsed by me, I can see it in your eyes. He snapped before vanishing into the darkness. The last glance he took of his brother before he wrenched his consciousness away from that section of shadow was a look of sadness crossing over his expression. Izuku disappeared back into his room, rejected, with real tears burning in his eyes, not just his now permanent shadow tears. Tomura walked up to his door, where Izuku could sense him, his hand suspended in the air just before a knock. But he never knocked. Izuku watched, or sensed, from his room as Tomura lowered his hand, then raised it again, second-guessing himself. Zuku, he rasped, not quite loud enough that he want to be heard. Of course, he didn't know about Izuku's new quirk abilities. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. He stayed wrapped in shadow, tucked into that familiar, hollow space. He had hoped that Tomura would have met him without judgment or rejection. He guessed that was too much to hope for. Zuku, he called out louder. I want to talk about this. Izuku swung the door open, but refused to reform his body. He didn't want to see that look of repulsion in Tomura's eyes again. I am leaving you. Just like everyone else. Izuku shot out a spire of shadow and hit his brother square in the stomach. He knew it. He would be left all alone. I'm sorry for it. But I never planned to stay with you forever. Tomura gasped, grunting as he tried to regain himself after the impact. Izuku launched himself from the shadows like a pouncing cat and started beating his fists against Tomura. F you. I thought we were family. Does that mean nothing to you? Zuka, stop it. Tomura grunted, trying to restrain Izuku's fists. Fat, hot tears poured from Izuku's eyes and rolled down his face. Tomura finally got hold of his wrists, restraining his movements. The years of physical training gave him an edge over Izuku even when their quirks were not in use. He sighed, holding Izuku back. I have a hard time with family. And I don't? Izuku yelled, but I thought we were different. I'm sorry. You are different. But I just can't stay. I want to accomplish my goal, and then I want to rest. His eyes did look more tired. His whole posture looked weary. My first family, my father scorned me, hated me, and my dreams, beat me when I went against him. And on the day they died, the day I killed them, I was cast out, left without anything. And then society scorned me, hated me, beat me down. I was filled with so much rage that it took over everything else. There was nothing left of me for years. Tomura spoke quietly, painfully. Izuku sat back, halting his onslaught of punches, and wiped at his eyes with the backs of his hands. Tomura had never been so forthcoming before. My body constantly rejects me. Society rejects me for it. I can't touch anything, can't hold anyone important to me. I can't create anything. All I am meant for is destruction. There was almost no emotion in his voice, he just said the words like they were memorized. Izuku's shadows stirred uneasily around him, reacting to his emotions to Tomura's confession. They knew that feeling. Izuku knew that feeling. He remembered what it had been like to lose control, to have something inside you turn against you. Just like when they had attacked him. Our master gave me a reason to exist, even after I had destroyed everything that ever mattered to me. I hated it, Tomura went on. I hated everything. The heroes who never came. The people who looked away. The system that let it all happen. His voice grew rough again. Edged with something raw and endless. And that hate, that's the only thing that never left me. Izuku clenched his fists. I've had a good time, Tomura shrugged. With you. With the League. You're my little brother, Zuku. His voice softened in a way that made Izuku's chest ache. That part's real. Izuku closed his eyes. But it doesn't change anything, Tomura continued. I can't forget what they did. I can't forgive it. And I can't pretend this world deserves to keep going the way it is. I've always planned to destroy it, Tomura said plainly. All of it. Izuku sniffled and felt his shoulders shake as he started to cry again. He couldn't help it, the tears just flowed out and the sobs shook his body. It was so sad. Sad that Tomura had such a hard life, that he thought this was the path to follow, that Izuku wasn't enough for him to stay. Please don't mean that, he said, the words catching in his chest and coming out all choked up. Dabi, Tomura interrupted. We've been spending time together, because we understand each other. He wants his revenge. He knows it'll destroy him, and he doesn't care. Just like me. Izuku leaned over, curling in on himself and just letting himself cry into Tomura's chest, not even caring that his tears were soaking his shirt. Tomura brought up a hand to Izuku's back, noticeably not using all 5 fingers. Was this what he meant? By not being able to hold anyone? A quick thought flashed through Izuku's mind, not fully taking form that Tomura was holding him, was comforting him. I just wanted to leave something behind, Tomura said, his voice rumbling in his chest against Izuku's ear. A clean slate. A world without all the rot. So you could build something better. I don't want to be around without you. He sniffled. Tomura shushed him, patting him gently on his back. You're a dreamer, Zuku, you always have been. He paused. I'm not repulsed by you. I would be a hypocrite if I judged you on your looks. I was angry that Garaki took that bright future from you. I didn't want that, he said quietly. I didn't want you to end up like me. Izuku's chest clenched, both from pain and frustration. You are a hypocrite. Izuku said, but his words came out muffled by the fabric of Tomura's shirt. What did you say? Tomura asked. Izuku brought his face up and glared. You are a hypocrite. His brother's face twisted in confusion. You say you want to destroy everything and leave it for me, he spat. But you're not giving me a future. You're taking it away. I'm scared, Izuku admitted, the words raw. I don't know what they did to me. I don't know what I'm going to become. His hands trembled. But I'm still here. I've gone through everything you have, and worse, he motioned to himself, his new monstrous appearance, and I'm here. A line formed between Tomura's eyebrows. I'm not as strong as you, Zuku. His tone was resigned and sad. Then figure it out, Izuku snapped. I don't accept this, and I'm not letting it happen. You have to stay with me, and if we have to be monsters together, so be it. We're responsible for each other. We're family, and you're not leaving me on my own. He sat back, onto his haunches, taking his weight off of his brother. Zuku, Tomura started, exasperated. No, Izuku interrupted. End of discussion. Tomura fully sat up from where he had been knocked down when Izuku pounced. He seemed like he was going to say something else, opening his mouth and taking a breath, but then he seemed to either think better of it, or lose strength, and he shut his mouth. Wiping a hand down his face, he just sighed. Just then, a warp gate appeared behind where Tomura was sitting and Master stepped through, the metal of the tubes and machines which he was connected to clinking and whirring. Master seemed to have terrible timing in Izuku's life. In fact, Izuku wondered if Master had some quirk that was connected to Izuku's feelings, and planned to show up and give some new orders whenever Izuku was feeling worst. Despite not wanting to really participate in any mission at that point, or wanting to see his brother, Izuku couldn't disobey Master. Especially after he had been effectively taken off his observation of the 1A class, he couldn't be a disappointment again. Get up and gather the League members, I have a new mission. He ordered. Tomura stood up without any complaint or delay, took one last tortured glance back at Izuku, and then turned and walked down the hallway. Izuku stood from his crouched position just through the threshold into his room. It seems you have healed well, and the procedures have worked as intended. Master commented, before turning and walking the other way, into the main living room. Well? Izuku was aghast. Master could look at him now, in this twisted, hideous, terrifying form, and think that the procedures went as intended? Is this what he intended? To make Izuku a freak? Rage flared, but he quickly managed to tamp it on, shame at his embarrassing failure in finding the successor flooding back. He should be grateful that Master is even giving him a second chance. I have received information from one of my informants, that the first-year classes favored by All Might, plan to attend a training camp away from the UA campus. He announced in his low timbre to the gathered League members minutes later. It seems that after our attempt to draw out any hidden powers from the students at their usual training field a few weeks ago, raised their defenses. Izuku swiveled his head to glare at Himiko. Why hadn't she told him about that? They went and attacked the students while he was out of commission? This is an opportunity to break the students into smaller groups, to get them away from their teachers, especially that troublesome eraser head. Master continued. We will move in pairs and small groups to separate and systematically attack the first-year students to see who presents with powers similar to those known of One for All, my brother's quirk. Then Master handed it off to Tomura, announcing that he would be leading the operation. Rage built in his stomach as Izuku watched Tomura step up, covered in his hands, and speaking in a harsh tone as he laid out the plan. He assigned pairs and given targets to the league members. Izuku was put into a group of 3, which made him feel even more pathetic and useless, but also angry at the unfairness of Tomura treating him like he was delicate. Like he still wasn't trustworthy enough, still treated with the kiddie wheels. If anything, he was probably one of the strongest now, Garaki had even said so. Still worse, he was assigned to work with Dabi and Twice A-Hole and Psycho, both of whom didn't like Izuku. After that was announced, Izuku noticed out of the corner of his eye, because he was trying to not look directly at Tomura, that Dabi was making his way over to Izuku, from where he had been standing behind Tomura. Sorry you had to see that earlier. Dabi said in his gravelly voice, sarcastic and mocking. I really couldn't care less. Izuku snapped. Unfortunately, he had already seen worse. Dabi whistled, DMN, I guess you two really did have a falling out. I expected you to scold me and tell me to stay away from your precious big brother. Izuku glared up at Dabi, who, even with Izuku's new growth, was taller. Clearly, Tomura can choose to do whatever he wants with his own body, his own future, and oh yeah, everyone else's. That's a shame, Dabi said with a smirk. I think I liked you better when you were the devoted kid brother, just looking for some attention. Izuku turned to face Dabi head on. Is there something in particular I can help you with? Or are you just over here to F with me? Dabi smiled wider at that, not anything specific. But I have a kid brother, and unfortunately, I think he would greet me more like this, he motioned toward Izuku, than how you used to be. Actually, he might try to kill me if he ever saw me. Izuku was taken aback slightly. Imagining Dabi as an older brother seemed wrong. The a-hole really didn't seem to have any capacity to care for anyone but himself. Poor kid, whoever had him as family. He believed that anyone subjected to that would try to kill Dabi. Izuku was right on that edge already, and didn't even have to spend any real time around the guy. In fact, he hoped Dabi's little brother would kill him so Izuku never had to deal with the a-hole again. Zuku, Tomura called sternly. Izuku slid his eyes over to fully look at Tomura. Of course, he was always looking at Tomura from every angle, but just not with his eyes, to where his brother would know he was watching. His bright green eyes glared with coldness. Izuku, Tomura demanded, louder, when he had not yet moved. When you want to seriously consider my demands, you can talk to me. Until then, F off. Izuku snapped and swished away, into the shadows, losing his physical form where he could not be followed. He saw Tomura give a heavy sigh and place the final hand over his face in frustration, slapping it into place harder than usual. Spinner tried to walk over to him and say something, but Tomura cut him off and skulked out of the room. They left for the camp near sunset, to arrive at the location under cover of night. To avoid having to talk to Dabi or his brother for the moment, Izuku stayed in the far corner of the room with Himiko until Kurojairi opened the warp gate. After walking through, they ended up in a forest of thick trees. I can't see anything. Himiko whispered. Izuku, moving much more quickly in the darkness, using the shadows like waves to carry him around, appeared beside her, and held onto her arm to bring her along with him when he moved. Don't worry, I can see enough for both of us. Hey, I can't see anything either. Twice yelled out before several of the league members shushed him. Dabi, taking advantage of the chaos, started to stride away from the group. Dabi. Tomura snapped. Sorry, but I don't actually care about All Might or Metalhead's Bother's power. I have more interesting things to do around here. Dabi shrugged as he looked back, and then continued walking off. Izuku. Tomura turned to him with a sharp tone. He never used Izuku's full name. What? Izuku asked, offended, holding his clawed hands out in front of him. Tomura gestured towards Dabi's retreating back. Get him. Izuku gave his brother a look of bewilderment. What am I? Your FING attack dog? Get him back yourself if it's that FING important to you. I for one, actually don't care if he's here or not. Dabi. Tomura yelled again. I do not have time for this sheet. I'll meet you back at headquarters. Don't worry, I won't leave your bed cold for too long. Izuku, sensing an opportunity to get back at Dabi for all of those stupid digs, as well as get on Master's good side if he made sure of the success of the plan, reached out with his shadows towards Dabi. He wrapped them around Dabi's midsection and yanked him back towards the group. Dabi cursed, and set his blue fire alight. Sorry, that doesn't bother me. Izuku said in the same sarcastic tone that Dabi always used on him. Get the hell off of me! Dabi yelled. Hush, Izuku said and brought the shadows up to cover Dabi's mouth, muffling his continued cursing. What the f dash? Tomura demanded in a hushed voice, you are not blowing my plan up. You will play your part, and then you can f off to whatever other apparent plans you have. Don't bother coming back when you're done. Dabi glared at Tomura and Izuku dropped him from the shadows, causing him to stumble slightly when his full weight was returned suddenly. Tomura stomped away to the others, who had gathered together, unsure of how to interact with the situation. Listen here, you little sheet, Dabi whirled on Izuku and adopting a threatening stance, bright blue flames dancing across his palms. I have my own plans. I am here and going along with whatever that f all for one says, as long as it benefits me, but right now, I have my own life to live. If you have a drop of sense, you would do the same. What is that supposed to mean? Izuku asked. It means that to that freak you call master, you, me, and Tomura, he pointed to the subjects in time, are just hunks of flesh, ready for replacement at the very moment we lose our value to him. I've already lost my value because of these burns. You are merely my replacement as a replacement for Tomura. Bullshit. You didn't even matter until a few months ago. Izuku said. Dabi laughed, low and rumbling. I've been in that Garaki's lab with all the other replacements for years. You're just the first runner-up, so you get kept like a pet. Did you know that Tomura's body will host all for one? You don't FING know anything. Izuku retorted. No kid, you don't know anything. And what's worse, is they put you through that F-ed-up surgery, and even told you that you were only a practice dummy for Tomura, and you still eat up their bullshit like it's gourmet. Dabi pushed Izuku forcefully. Shut up. Izuku demanded, covering his ears even though that didn't even begin to stop the sound from all around him in the dark. God DMN. He couldn't catch a FING break today. You're not even actually brothers, you're just farm animals sharing the same pen. You're disposable, and your little fake family will fall apart. The words didn't just land, they burrowed underneath Izuku's skin, giving voice to his worst fears. They crawled under Izuku's skin, slipped between bone and nerve, whispered in places no one else could reach. After his fight with Tomura, his status as family was already a sore spot, and the idea of losing his family was still a fresh wound at the surface. Shut up! Izuku snapped, louder this time, his raspy voice coming out strained, stretched thin, like it was about to snap. Dabi grinned wider, the torn edges of his skin pulling grotesquely. Tomura will become a puppet, he continued, and you'll be thrown away like the useless garbage you are, you ugly freak. His laugh followed, dry and splitting. Something inside Izuku did snap then. The shadows erupted around him, complete blackness even in the dark, refusing to be illuminated by the moon and ambient light. They burst from the ground, from the air, from the spaces between the trees, as if reality itself had been punctured and something beneath it was forcing its way through. They slammed into Dabi with a crushing force, pinning him back against the nearest tree. Bark exploded outward in jagged splinters, the trunk groaning under the force. Dabi tried to laugh again at the rise he had caused in Izuku, but his laugh came out in broken, breathless fragments, choked by the pressure crushing his ribs. Izuku couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear, and see, and feel everything around him. All he could hear was the roar of blood in his ears, thunderous and drowning out everything else. His vision flooded with red. The shadows around him coiled upward like massive, boneless limbs. Surfaces rippled like liquid tar, and from them came a faint, wet whispering like 1,000 voices. They tightened around Dabi. The tree behind him began to fracture further, cracks spiderwebbing through the trunk with sharp, splintering pops. Zuku, knock it off. Tomura's voice felt distant, like it had to travel through layers of something thick and suffocating, or a great distance, to reach him. One of the shadow limbs lashed out and struck Tomura when he approached, connecting with a sickening, heavy force, sending him skidding back and falling back onto the ground. Izuku lifted from the earth, raised by his shadows. They gathered beneath his feet, spiraling upward in a slow, unnatural bloom, raising him higher and higher until he loomed above the others. His body hung suspended, and his eyes burned through the dark. Green light spilled from them, unnaturally bright and sharp, cutting through the dimness, washing everything in unnatural luminance. Below him, Dabi struggled. Zuku, he's had enough. Tomura demanded from the ground below, brushing dirt off of his front as he regained his feet. Blue flames sputtered to life, flaring desperately. But as soon as their light shone, as soon as their heat flared, they were extinguished, or more appropriately, consumed. Izuku's shadow swallowed the fire whole, rippling slightly. Dabi's grin faltered. His breath hitched into a strangled, choking sound as the pressure increased. The shadows tightened further, pressing into him, and completely surrounding him. Blood oozed from the separations in his skin, popping staples. Zuku! Himiko's voice cracked, sharp with panic. You're killing him. Killing him. The thought didn't repel Izuku. Good. Dabi's irritating voice, his laugh, his cruel words. His life would be better without Dabi. His life had been better before Dabi showed up. The shadow limbs shifted, their movements growing more unhinged and uncontrolled. One tendril crept upward along Dabi's throat, tightening to make his choking worse. Another pressed against his chest, right over his heart, as Izuku could feel the panicked fluttering. His life would be better if Dabi had never existed. Izuku, please. Tomura pleaded. Izuku's head jerked downward. Tomura looked up at him, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. One hand, the hand that was covering his face, lay discarded beside him, fingers splayed lifelessly in the dirt. Tomura had discarded the most important hand, that always created the stark contrast in his personality, willingly. Izuku stared, the shadows pausing. Tomura had done that for him. And all of a sudden, the fears that Dabi had given name, the fears that Izuku held most closely in his heart, dissolved. Izuku wasn't just a replacement, a mindless practice dummy, and hunk of flesh to be used and discarded. At least not to Tomura, and he was who mattered. To Tomura, Izuku was worth more than his past family. Suddenly filled with shame over his actions, he released Dabi, who collapsed onto his hands and knees, gasping and coughing as he tried to refill his lungs with air. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. Izuku said, lowering himself to the ground. Silence stretched on as Izuku became tuned into the omniscience of his shadows once again, the single-minded rage fading away with a slight shiver. I fear I've wasted time and put us behind schedule. I'll handle my targets alone so we can catch up, especially because of the state I've left Dabi in. He hesitated, looking back at Tomura who ran a hand through his hair. Zuku, hold on, Tomura tried to call after him. We'll talk later tonight, but we can't let Master down. We have to finish the mission. Izuku said, taking his leave as shame filled him, multiplied by the wary looks he received from the other League members. The fear in their eyes was chilling. He used to think it would make him feel strong and powerful if people feared him. Master was powerful, and Izuku feared him. But now that he had done something, acted out in a way that actually inspired that fear in other, it didn't feel as good as he expected. The shadow swallowed him whole as they rose up from the forest floor like a closing wound, folding over his body. Then they sank, dragging him down and away, slipping between roots and soil and darkness as though the world itself were porous. But Izuku did not emerge where he intended. He hadn't actually consciously thought about where he wanted to emerge, but as soon as he tuned into the forest, feeling first-year students spread throughout, he wondered what they must be doing. At that moment, his shadows carried him upwards, through the forest floor again, and melding him into the general dark of the night. The trees seemed closer together in the thick than they had been in the outskirts where Kurogiri's warp had brought them. Their trunks were warped and twisted, and branches tangled overhead, blotting out what little light remained, until even his own glow from his eyes felt swallowed. Izuku looked around, wondering why his shadows had brought him here, seemingly of their own accord. Did he overuse his powers earlier, and this was their limit? Something about that assumption felt wrong. It felt more like his shadows had brought him here because they knew him, because they were reading his emotions and desires. But why would Izuku want to be here? The shadows recoiled slightly beneath him, rippling in expectation. Izuku rose slowly from them, reforming at the base of a cluster of trees. He thought he was alone until he heard it. A breath, a gasp. Izuku turned. There, half collapsed against the base of a tree, was a figure he knew immediately. Ash-blonde hair, shining red eyes, narrowed even now in defiance. Kaken? Izuku's voice came out rough at the edges. Izuku took a step forward and the shadows followed, but they didn't just stay at his feet. Thin tendrils stretched outward across the ground, curling over roots and stones, inching toward Bakugo. Like they wanted him. Bakugo's eyes flicked down to them. Izuku's did the same. They seemed at first like they were acting of their own accord, but Izuku realized slowly that this is what he wanted. He had wanted to see Bakugo. His shadows were acting before Izuku even recognized his own desires. Bakugo stood up from where he had fallen back, cautiously, and slowly. He reached a hand out with wary fingers reaching towards Izuku. You are real. He breathed. Unsure of what he should do, Izuku took a step backwards. This situation seemed bad, especially in light of their goals tonight. No! God damn it. Bakugo's voice cracked, sharp and desperate. Stop disappearing. Izuku froze. You show up, remind me of all my failures, give me hope that you're still alive, and then you F off to who knows where again. He continued yelling, marching right up to Izuku. How did you know? Izuku asked, his raspy voice squeaking on the end in shock. Bakugo stared at him like the question was an insult. How did I know, he repeated, disbelieving. Because I'm not a FING idiot. His hands clenched at his sides. A kid who looks exactly like Midoriya shows up, stares at me for hours like I'm gonna vanish, and at the same time, Midoriya starts haunting my dreams again. His lip curled. And then they both disappear at once? He hadn't realized how obvious he'd been. How careless. He had been so preoccupied in settling whatever imaginary score he had perceived from when they were children. One of his many shadowed perspectives shifted and he caught sight of himself, and it hit him all over again. He wasn't that boy anymore. Tall, gaunt, and all sharp angles and unnatural length, like his body had been stretched into something barely human. Skin so pale it looked lifeless. Fingers elongated into clawed points, blackened from the wrists down until his claws looked dipped in shadow itself. His hair, long and unkempt, black as void, shifting with no wind to guide it, ended in smoke-like wisps that curled and vanished into the air. Izuku recoiled at his own face. A living mask of shadow clung to him, breathing, shifting. Bright, unnatural green, eyes glowed with a cold, reflective sheen like an animal caught in the dark, and were haloed by deep, bruised hollows. From their corners, black tears spilled in a constant stream of shadow made liquid. From his ghostly body, shadows stretched outward in long, limb-like tendrils that slithered and coiled across the ground, reaching towards Bakugo. But still, Bakugo stood in front of him, looking at him, asking him not to leave. You wanted me to keep haunting you? Izuku asked incredulously. Bakugo bared his teeth. No, I didn't want you to keep showing up in my room at night in the dark and saying effed up things, he hissed through grinding teeth. That was terrifying, and I'm not crazy. He huffed a breath. I wanted you to stop lying to all of my classmates and just come back as Midoriya. But I'm not Midoriya anymore. Izuku said. Bakugo halted, his glare faltering as he was taken aback. I'm not Midoriya, and I can't be Midoriya again. Izuku said, holding his hands up to his face, I'm a Shigaraki. I've changed too much. That's bullshit. Bakugo shot back instantly, you're still you. I don't care what you look like. Your mom won't either. As long as you're alive, as long as you come back. I don't want to go back. The words clearly landed, stunning Bakugo into silence, what Izuku assumed was a rare position for Bakugo to be in. I don't want to go back to being nothing. To being less than nothing. His breathing hitched. To being the kid everyone ignored, or laughed at, or shoved aside like I didn't matter. His claws curled inward, trembling. To being someone you could look at and decide was worthless before I even got a chance. The universe was clearly determined to bring up every wound that had ever been inflicted on Izuku, right to the surface that day. Bakugo's expression twisted. That's not. That is what it was. Izuku snapped, shadows flaring violently around him, tendrils lashing out before curling back in tight, agitated loops. He was clearly still in an emotionally heightened state from his fight with Dabi. You think I forgot? You think I can just go back and pretend that didn't happen? What do you mean? Bakugo said, returning the shout. I remember everything, Izuku continued, voice hollow now. Every look. Every word. Every time I thought, maybe this time I'd be treated like a person. His lips trembled. And every time, I was told my life would be worthless. Those assholes don't matter, they were idiots anyways and we don't have to listen to them, Bakugo asked, his voice trailing into hysteria. You did it too. Izuku shot back. Bakugo staggered back half a step, like he'd been hit. I didn't, he floundered, I didn't mean any of it, I was just some stupid punk kid repeating what every other a-hole said. You did, Izuku said, everyone did. As soon as they thought I was quirkless. But you're not. Bakugo shouted, voice breaking. As soon as you disappeared, I knew I didn't mean it. I wanted to apologize and save you from whoever took you. I just wanted you to come back. I want you back. Izuku faltered, just for a second. Would it be worth it? To go back, if he really would be welcomed? No. He couldn't. He wouldn't be. Not anymore. He had just pledged, had just committed, to being a monster forever with his brother. And what happens, Izuku asked, when I stand in front of them like this? He gestured to himself, the shadows, the claws, the tears. When they see what I've become? Bakugo didn't answer immediately, and Izuku could see the cogs of his brain turning. He must know that Izuku would be scorned and rejected. Then I'll deal with it. He said finally. Izuku blinked. What did he mean? Was he going to be with Izuku every moment of every day, to make sure nothing bad happened to him? That was ridiculous. The world SCKED, and one person, one student, wouldn't be able to change that. But before he could voice that thought, Bakugo stepped forward again, towards Izuku. You're not the only one who's been no changes, dumbass. His voice wavered slightly. I was wrong. I know that. I've been trying to make up for it all these years. I only wanted to become a hero because you wanted to. I thought I would do you some honor if I was able to become a hero you could be proud of. Bakugo's fists clenched and he took another step forward, breaking the line that Izuku's shadows made on the ground. I'm here. I'm not running. Bakugo continued. The shadows recoiled slightly as he stepped over them, uncertain. I'm not letting you disappear again. Izuku's breath stuttered. Kaken. Shut up. Bakugo grabbed his wrist. I don't want to hear any more excuses. Izuku tried to pull away, shocked by the sudden firm contact. You don't get to decide this alone anymore, Bakugo said, lowering the volume of his voice, but not the intensity. Weren't those just the words that Izuku had yelled at Tomura? I can't pretend that everything hasn't happened. Izuku said with a slight whine as panic started rising again. Stop running. I can't. Izuku said, panic prevalent in his tone. He didn't know. He didn't know anything. He didn't know who Izuku was, or who Master was. He didn't know that Izuku couldn't leave because Master had given him everything, and expected so much. Holy sheet. Holy sheet. This was exactly what Tomura had been trying to tell him. This was exactly what Tomura had said he felt. That he couldn't be part of society, so he would destroy society. For Master. Because Master had given them a reason to live again. Izuku was the hypocrite. But he understood now. His shadows exploded outward, and for a moment, it looked like they might lash out. But instead, they wrapped around Bakugo. Izuku formed a shell around the both of them, dragging them both into the darkness of the forest. Bakugo tensed, but didn't fight it. Didn't look away with his burning eye contact, staring into Izuku's bright green eyes. I won't run away from you, but I can't go back. Izuku rasped, his voice sore from all the yelling, and sounding even worse than it had since Garaki's surgeries. He would show Tomura that it was possible, to be accepted, to have a future with those who cared about him. Fine. Bakugo said curtly, I'll drag you back myself later. Izuku stared at him as he whisked them away from the camp, away from the forest, all the way back to headquarters, to Izuku's house. He brought them out in his room, needing somewhere quiet and away from the League's plans for that night. He had to make sure Bakugo was safely away when the League members found their targets and started their attack on his classmates. He felt horrible, guilty, about not warning Bakugo and giving him the chance to protect any of his classmates, but Izuku needed to ease Bakugo into his life, without Dabi or someone else interfering. Shadows coated every surface in his room, swishing around faintly like something alive. The walls breathed. The floor shifted subtly beneath their feet. His cocoon of darkness was in full force. This is how he had lived since he returned from their rejection. Bakugo looked around once, confused, before his gaze snapped back to Izuku. You live like this? He asked, quieter now than he had been in the forest. Where are we? Izuku didn't answer. The shadows just curled tighter around him, like a shield. I'm about to tell you a whole lot about me, and I need you to listen and understand. Izuku said, lowering himself down to the floor to seated, for what would be a long talk. Bakugo nodded, copying his movements, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. Izuku sat across from Bakugo in the dim, shifting dark of his room, shadows curling close like they were also listening. I'm not like you. His voice came out low, scraped raw. I'm not a hero. I'm not good. The words didn't fight him on the way out. That was the worst part. They slipped free too easily, like something he'd been holding in his mouth for too long. He had gotten the idea for a while now, especially after the surgeries, that Master perhaps wasn't on the right side. Izuku had been thinking about all the heroes he liked, all the 1A students that he had watched so close for so long, that he had become friends with. They couldn't be the bad guys, they weren't the same people that rejected Izuku and Tomura. There were inherent evils in hero society, how those with mutant-type quirks were treated more harshly, how quirkless people were looked down on and abused, how quirks outside of the norm, like Togas, were rejected. And sure, there were plenty of false heroes, like Stain said, who were only chasing fame and money. Endeavor was one of those. But that didn't mean that Master's plans were the solution. That didn't mean that Tomura's plans were the solution. They couldn't destroy everything, kill everyone. Most people, Izuku assumed, were innocent in the whole thing. I've helped people do some really bad things. His hands curled tighter in his lap, shadows liking up his arms. His voice shook despite him trying to lock it down. He thought to how Master and Tomura had attacked the UA students while Izuku was getting those terrible procedures. They had to have relied on Izuku's reports from when he was spying on the school to pull that attack off. Bakugo sat quietly, thinking for a moment. Apparently so did I, he said at last, quieter than Izuku expected. Back when they said you were quirkless. A beat. doesn't mean you're not good. I don't think I can make amends for mine as easily as you. His stomach twisted, especially because I'm doing it right now. Doing what? Bakugo asked. I'm still helping people do bad things. Izuku looked to the side, away from the piercing red gaze. What is it? Bakugo prompted. Izuku hesitated. The room felt smaller, like the walls were inching closer. Then he forced himself to look back up. My brother and we're part of the League of Villains. Bakugo jerked forward like he'd been struck. Your brother? You don't have a what? The League? How the hell did they attack the school? His voice climbed with each word, sharp and disbelieving. I know. Izuku's reply came fast, almost tripping over itself. I know, I'm sorry. I wasn't part of that one. Bakugo stilled, eyes narrowing. That's when you disappeared. His voice dropped again, tighter now. You know we were worried about you. I'm sorry. Izuku's hand lifted halfway, then faltered. He gestured vaguely to his face instead. I couldn't come back like this. How did this happen? Bakugo asked, hesitantly. Izuku let out a long sigh. My quirk backlashed, rebelled against me, and I got really hurt. He started. Bakugo cringed and his hand, seemingly unconsciously, reached up to his ears, to the brightly colored hearing aids. Izuku guessed that he knew something about quirks hurting their holders. One of my father's. Izuku stopped himself, the word catching. He forced it out again, corrected. My master's employees. A doctor. His jaw tightened. He ran tests. Surgeries. To make my body handle the quirk better. The shadows along his arms pulsed faintly, reacting without permission. Some of them had side effects. Bakugo was staring at him now, really staring. His expression had twisted into something complicated and sharp-edged, anger, yes, but threaded through with something heavier. Something that looked a lot like fear. I'm sorry I look like this, Izuku quickly apologized, thinking that Bakugo didn't want to look at his monstrous appearance. You don't have to face me if you don't want to see it. Deku Midoriya. Bakugo clicked his tongue in frustration, dragging a hand through his hair. Izuku. He forced the name out like it mattered. It's not that. His teeth clenched. I can't wrap my head around why you'd stay with people who did this to you. His gaze dropped, scanning Izuku again, slower this time. I can't even imagine what they did to make your quirk react like that. Bakugo reached for Izuku's hand, his claws, and lightly touched them. His fingers brushed over one of his raised, puckered scars, and Izuku tried to jerk his hand away, not wanting Bakugo to be disgusted at his marred skin. Instead, Bakugo tightened his grip around Izuku's wrist, holding it steady. His calloused fingers brushed over the rough texture of scarred skin again, then traced along it, finding the seam even under the complete cover of darkness that permanently existed from Izuku's claws, up to his elbows. His fingers traced the scars all the way around and to the underside of the arm, his eyes taking over and following the path created by the scars all the way up to where they traveled under his arm and disappeared beneath his shirt. Can I see? Bakugo asked. Izuku nodded silently, embarrassed, overcoming his desire to pull away and hide himself, all his ugly, into the darkness. Bakugo pushed the sleeve up slowly. More skin came into view, pale, broken by dark pink seams that ran, jagged and branching off into others. Bakugo sked in a quiet breath. Then, more deliberate now, he reached for the hem of Izuku's shirt. Izuku tensed but didn't stop him. The fabric lifted. Cool air hit exposed skin, and with it came the full reveal, a patchwork body, mismatched tones of pale pallor stitched together. Seams crossed over his chest, his stomach, wrapped around his sides and back like the lines on a map. Then Bakugo's breath hitched. He tried to control it and play it off, but it was impossible to hide. Izuku couldn't look at his face. He fixed his gaze somewhere past Bakugo's shoulder, jaw tight, bracing himself, though for what, he wasn't sure. They did all of this to you? That doctor? That guy you call master? Bakugo's voice had dropped, rough around the edges. Izuku nodded once. A beat passed. Then Bakugo's grip shifted. He didn't let go of the hem of the shirt, but his other hand came up, slowly. His fingertips hovered just above Izuku's chest, close enough that Izuku could feel the heat of them without contact. Like he was deciding where it was safe to touch. They don't hurt anymore. Izuku assured him. Then, gently, his fingers brushed along one of the raised scar lines, tracing it to where two tones of skin met. Bakugo frowned slightly, following the scar upward, feeling where it ridged under his touch. It's uneven, he muttered, like it didn't heal right. Or like it was sloppy work. Izuku swallowed. It didn't heal right. His eyes filled with wetness. Garaki had to stitch them several times. They tore when I thrashed around. Eventually they had to make me sleep. Bakugo's jaw tightened at that, but his hands didn't stop. He shifted closer without seeming to notice, knees almost brushing Izuku's. His fingers moved again, slower now, probing to feel the difference in texture that occurred with the changes in color. Izuku's breath caught as Bakugo's thumb dragged lightly across another scar, and Izuku's shoulders tensed before he could stop himself. Bakugo noticed, his fingers immediately jerking away, then hovering over Izuku's body. "Does that hurt?" he asked, his breathing growing heavier. "No," Izuku managed, his voice coming out with a rasp. "It's just sensitive." The warm fingers made contact again. "Is this even all you?" he asked. A drop slid down Izuku's cheek. "I don't know. I don't remember all that he did to me, or if he did anything else after I was asleep." Terrors that Izuku hadn't realized were plaguing him came to the surface. Was he even completely himself anymore? Izuku exhaled shakily. Bakugo leaned in just a fraction, close enough now that Izuku could feel the warmth radiating off of him. Was that a facet of his quirk? That he was so warm? Was it due to Izuku's quirk that he was so cold? Bakugo started, then stopped, teeth grinding. He didn't finish the sentence. Instead, his hand shifted again, flattening briefly against Izuku's chest, and remained there as a solid, anchoring pressure. His fingers splayed out, spanning across skin and over muscle and bones. Izuku's heart kicked hard against his palm. For a moment, neither of them moved. Bakugo's gaze flicked back up to Izuku's. "You stayed," he said, low, like he was still trying to understand it. "Even after this." Izuku finally met his gaze again, this vision focusing. "I didn't have anywhere else to go. My brother was here." Bakugo's hand slid up, the fabric of Izuku's shirt bunching around his forearm, until he was grasping around the back of Izuku's neck. "But you do," he said. "I can't leave Tomura," Izuku squeaked out, his breath seeming to catch in his throat. "If I leave Hill," the thought was too terrible to speak aloud. Then he shook his head slightly, feeling the way the pressure on either side of his neck increased with the movement. "I don't deserve it, because even though I know now that I was doing bad things, I still haven't stopped." "What do you mean? What have you done?" Bakugo asked, his voice low and rumbly. Izuku's throat tightened. "This," he started, "I brought you here." Bakugo released his neck, his shirt falling back down. "What?" he asked. "Stop being so evasive." Izuku swallowed hard. "I kidnapped you." A moment of silence stretched between them as Bakugo's face changed from confused to a smirk. "You," he let out a short, disbelieving breath, like a laugh. "You're serious? You think you kidnapped me?" "Izuku, I came willingly. But under false pretenses," Izuku said, feeling sick. "Why didn't he get it?" Bakugo scoffed. "Okay, so how did you trick me here?" Izuku felt his face twist as fear grew that he had to come clean. He was sure Bakugo could see it, even with only his eyes visible. His shoulders tensed. "The League is attacking your class." The admission came faster now, like it was trying to outrun the barriers that Izuku wanted to slam into place to keep Bakugo here. To keep him happy. To keep him in the same mood that made him touch Izuku without fear. But he couldn't. He had to tell Bakugo, or else he really would be a villain. Right now. Or soon. "I don't know the exact timing, but..." Bakugo surged forward, concern and fear immediately present. The movement was sudden enough that Izuku's shadows flared instinctively, rising and twisting, but Izuku caught them before they touched Bakugo. "You dragged me out while they're under attack?" Bakugo snapped, eyes blazing now, heat rising off him in waves. "What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't want you there." Izuku shot back, voice breaking through the fear. "I didn't want you to get hurt." Izuku's chest heaved, the rise and fall uneven. "They're my friends." His voice had a whine to it like it was fraying. "Class 1, they're the first real friends I've ever had. I don't want them to be hurt. I don't want any of them to, but I couldn't take everyone." "But you took me away?" Bakugo cut in, sharp and immediate. "I could be there helping them." Izuku flinched. "You can't. You don't know how strong they are." Izuku cried, grasping for Bakugo's arm, then jerking back when he remembered his sharp claws, a sudden image of his shadow-darkened claws rending Bakugo's smooth flesh. "You don't know how strong I am." Bakugo countered, "Why are you helping them if you don't want to? If you don't want my classmates to get hurt?" "I can't go against him," he gasped. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. "If I disobey, if I interfere," his breath cut off with the terror that gripped him. He shook his head. "It's already bad enough that I'm not there." Bakugo's jaw set hard. "So, your solution is to pick me off the board?" he demanded. "Take me out of the fight so you can pretend you're not part of it?" Izuku's eyes widened. "No, that's not," he faltered. "I thought if you weren't there, if at least you were safe." "Safe?" Bakugo echoed, incredulous. "You think locking me in some room while my friends are out there fighting makes me safe?" I didn't know what else to do, he admitted, voice cracking. I can't stop them. I can't warn the others without being caught. This was the only way I could, he broke off, frustration and guilt twisting together. I just saw you there and acted, I just didn't want you to have to face any of them. Bakugo exhaled sharply through his nose, like he was puffing steam. His gaze flicked down, briefly, to the exposed skin that peeked through, where the shirt was bunched over Izuku's stomach, to the scars his hands had traced moments ago. Then back up. For a second, it looked like he might attack. He took a step towards Izuku and grabbed him under his arms, hauling him to his feet and pulling him in close. You said they're your friends, Bakugo said, almost growling, but restraining himself enough to not shout. Izuku's throat tightened. Yeah. And they're out there right now. Bakugo's eyes didn't leave his. Fighting. Maybe being injured. Maybe being killed. And you know how to make it stop. Izuku flinched. I can't, he started. You can, Bakugo cut in immediately. You just don't want to deal with what happens after. That's not, Izuku shook his head hard. The shadows around him tightened, pressing closer and swirling around with anxiety. You don't understand. Master, he's not someone you can just disobey. He made me. Bakugo's gaze flicked, just for a second, down to the exposed skin. Yeah, he said, blunt. I noticed. Izuku's jaw clenched, but before he could respond, Bakugo's expression shifted, like he was recalculating. What the hell do they even want with first years, he demanded suddenly. Last time it was the third years. Why us? Izuku blinked, thrown by the shift, but answered anyway. To find who All Might gave his power to. Bakugo went completely still. What the F does that mean, he asked, slower this time, like he was trying to decide if he'd heard that right. Izuku swallowed. All Might didn't always have his quirk. It came from Master's younger brother originally. It can be passed on intentionally. From one person to another. The explanation started to tumble out, uneven but urgent. All Might chose a successor. And Master thinks it's someone at UA, because All Might teaches there. And he pays more attention to the first years. Bakugo stared at him like he'd just started speaking a different language. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, he said flatly. And even if it wasn't, All Might doesn't favor our class. His lip curled. Your master, the word came out like an insult, is barking up the wrong DMN tree. Izuku shook his head immediately. No. He's not. His voice dropped. He has reason to believe it. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. What reason? Izuku hesitated, cringing. It was almost painful that the whole truth was coming out now, and he had to face up close all of the things he had done. Because I told him, he said finally. I was spying on all of you. For months. Christ, Izuku. Bakugo dragged a hand down his face, frustration flaring hot again. Is there anything you won't do for this guy? He stopped, throat tight. He saved me, he said again, but it sounded weaker now. Hollow. Like he was trying to convince himself as well. So that's it, he shot back. That's the whole justification? He saved you, so now he gets everything? He leaned in, voice dropping but not softening. Your life? Your choices? Your friends' lives? Everyone else's? Izuku's hands trembled at his sides. It's not like that. Then what is it like? Bakugo pressed. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like he broke you down, put you back together however he wanted, and now you think you owe him for it. That's not fair. Izuku snapped, strained. But he couldn't seem to come up with further justification. Have you ever even asked why? Bakugo went on, relentlessly. What he gets out of it? Izuku opened his mouth and closed it again, not finding words and gaping like a fish. Dabi's words slid back into his mind, unwelcome and impossible to ignore, that he was just a piece of practice flesh, that he didn't matter, that he was a replacement. Izuku's breath hitched. He hurt you, Bakugo said, quieter now, even though the rumble of anger was still present. Over and over. And you're still sitting here acting like you owe him something. Izuku's gaze dropped again, breath uneven. I don't get to just choose myself, he whispered. Bakugo grabbed under his chin, forcing his head back up, forcing his gaze back, and looking deep into his eyes. Yes, you do. Izuku let out a broken sound, halfway to a laugh. It's not that easy. No, Bakugo agreed immediately. It's not. His grip tightened. But you don't get to use that as an excuse to keep doing it. You think I don't know what it's like to screw up? Bakugo went on, his voice roughening. To hurt people and realize too late you were wrong? Izuku blinked. I told you, Bakugo said, jaw tight. I did it too. I treated you like sheep because I thought that's what I was supposed to do, because that's what everyone else did. His grip loosened slightly, but he didn't pull away. I was wrong. So I changed. Izuku stared at him. We wanted to be heroes, Izuku. Bakugo growled. Izuku shook his head immediately. No, look at me. Look at what I've done. That's in the past, Bakugo snapped. Decide now. Right now. What you want for your life. He pointed at Izuku's chest and poked his finger into Izuku's sternum. What you want? Izuku gasped. If I take you back. If I interfere. Then I'll be right there with you, Bakugo cut in. And we'll figure it out together. Izuku stilled, and swallowed hard. Bakugo's harsh gaze never left him. I want to be good. I want to help my friends. I want them to be my friends. Izuku rasped. Then let's go. Bakugo said through his teeth like he was talking to a child. Izuku immediately called up his shadows around the both of them and carried them back through the pathways until they were deep in the forest again. The forest swallowed them the moment they crossed back in. Damn it, I can't see anything. Bakugo grunted as he tried to take a step and immediately tripped over a root sticking out of the ground. Izuku caught him with a shadow tendril and righted him again. I can feel them, Izuku whispered. The words barely left his mouth, but the effect was immediate. His pupils blew wide, green swallowed by black as something deeper took hold. Something that wasn't fully him. The shadows spread further, faster, rippling outward in a silent wave. I know where they are, Izuku said, breath quickening. Everyone. The class, they're split up. There's fighting. His head turned slightly, tracking something only he could see. Bakugo, they've already begun the attack. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Then move. Izuku didn't run so much as the shadows carried him along at near impossible speeds. Bakugo kept pace beside him, bursts of controlled explosions lighting the dark in sharp flashes of orange. When they broke through the trees into a clearing, there was chaos. Students scattered across the clearing, some standing, some down. A massive figure loomed at the far end, one of Garaki's nomas, while League members encountered students throughout. Quirks fired off, tearing up the ground and the trees until the place looked like a war zone. Izuku stepped forward, shadows rising around him like a tide. Stop, he shouted. The word cracked through the clearing, sharper than expected. On the opposite side, Tomura froze, head snapping towards his brother's voice and fingers stalled right before they clasped around a girl's leg. Zuku? Tomura yelled, his voice sounding more relieved than upset. Please, he said, voice breaking. Don't hurt them. Tomura's hand lowered slowly. You disappeared, he said, tone flattening into anger. And this is where you show up? His eyes flicked to Bakugo, who had taken a stance next to Izuku. Zuku, what are you doing? Tomura asked. Please, if we could just talk, I'm sure there's some other way, without hurting anyone. Izuku yelled. Bakugo? Kirishima asked, trying to catch his breath, grasping at one of Himiko's syringes, apparently using his body as a shield for Uraraka and Tsuyu. Who is that? Bakugo's eyes flicked to him with a flash of concern. It's Shigaraki. He said the name with some measure of distaste. Shigaraki? Tokoyami's voice sounded out in confusion. What? Tomura's head snapped around. No, not Izuku's explanation was cut off by a huge figure ramming him from the side, throwing him off his feet, away from his pool of gathered shadows, and knocking the wind out of him. Stop! He heard Tomura yell. A giant clawed foot stomped on him where he was sprawled on the ground, one of the talons stabbing into his leg. He let out a scream of pain. Stop! Tomura roared. Izuku could hear his footsteps pounding across the ground of the clearing, heading towards him. Izuku looked up at the Nomu standing over him, the grotesque, half-rotting flesh rippling with muscle. It raised one of its fists, bringing it down with full force at Izuku's head. The world turned to slow motion. Sound dropped out first. The clash of battle, the shouting, the explosions, dulled and warped. Every movement stretched, dragged thin across seconds that felt too long. Izuku turned his head and the forest split into pieces. On one side, blue fire carved through the trees in jagged, unnatural paths, burning bright. And without mercy, walls of blue cutting students off from each other, isolating them in pockets of panic. Figures stumbled in the flickering light and then doubled. Twice copies swarmed the battlefield, relentless. Faces repeated and voices overlapped in a disorienting chorus. Students struck out, only finding that their opponent melted into mud, quickly replaced by another, confusion fracturing any sense of coordination. With a flash of silver, Himiko darted through the chaos, light on her feet, her laughter thin and bright. Her knife flashed as it caught the light when she drove it forward. Tsuyu didn't have time to fully react. The blade sliced. A wet, horrible sound as it cut into her tongue mid-strike. Her body jerked back, hands flying up too late, pain flashing across her face as blood followed. Izuku's breath hitched and his head snapped the other way. The trees groaned under strain. Muscular loomed like something out of a nightmare, his body swollen with layers of twisting muscle, each movement with violent intent. He had Yaoyorozu and Mina pinned, driven back against separate trunks, bark splintering under the force of his grip. His hand tightened around Yaoyorozu's arm, the pressure visibly crushing, forcing her further into the tree. Mina's acid hissed uselessly against his skin, sliding off without slowing him. His grin stretched wider. Ice exploded outward in sharp, desperate bursts. Todoroki braced himself, one arm extended as a wall of jagged ice surged up between him and his opponent. Frost crept across the ground, climbing trees, and then shattering. Blades flashed through the barrier, slicing it apart with brutal efficiency as Skinner tore through, his blades flying. They carved through ice like it was nothing, splintering Todoroki's defense. Dabi was moving toward Tokoyami. Tokoyami stood his ground, but dark shadow churned violently around him, unstable under the pressure of the flames. The blue fire flared brighter with every step Dabi took, eating away at the darkness, forcing it back, unraveling Tokoyami's control. No. No. This is all wrong. And there were more students and heroes throughout the forest, fighting on their own, which Izuku could see through his shadow connections. Shadows exploded outward. Waves of void in every direction tore out from the ground in a violent surge, thick and lightless, swallowing the space between Izuku and the Nomu in an instant. The creature's strike came down with bone-crushing force and vanished into black. The impact detonated against the barrier. A deep, concussive boom rippled through the clearing, rattling branches, shaking loose leaves in a dry, whispering rain. The shadows buckled but held, rebounding the force up the Nomu's arm, shattering every bone and slitting skin. Tomura started to shout something, and Izuku saw his mouth move, but any sound was cut off by a wave of force that seemed to slice the very atoms of the air around them. Another attack. From above. The Nomu dropped its other fist, this one armed with claws. Its mass blotted out the moon in the sky as it came down, aimed to crush and kill. The shadows reacted before thought. Izuku reacted before thought. They snapped upward in a jagged column, forming a wall that caught the blow mid-air. The collision warped the air itself, a visible distortion rippling outward as the creature's unnatural strength met something that refused to yield. For a second, they were locked. Then the shadows tightened and consumed. The Nomu's limbs sank into the surface of the darkness. Its muscles bulged, tendons straining, as it tried to pull its arm back out, but the shadows didn't give. They continued creeping up instead, inching up its arm. Hungry. Izuku's breath came shallow and uneven. His focus shattered outward. The forest opened to him. He felt everything again, but it was controlled this time, controlled by him. Instead of being subjected to hundreds of thousands of views, he looked and searched, steering his fractal vision. Every stretch of darkness became an extension of him, every shadow a nerve ending. Movement flickered everywhere, and he followed it. His jaw clenched hard enough to hurt. His wisps and vines shot through the forest floor, spilling outward between roots and stones, climbing trees in twisting spirals, slipping through branches and over leaves. They wrapped around trunks, split, rejoined, spread wider, searching and knowing. Finding every student, every league member. Every moment where someone was in danger. He stopped all attacks, indiscriminate for if they were from student, hero, or villain, across the forest. Blades froze inches from skin, caught in sudden bands of black. Explosions were swallowed whole, their light snuffed out before they could bloom. Feet stumbled as the ground beneath them gave way to writhing shadow, dragging at their ankles, their wrists, pulling them down. One by one, then all at once, students through the clearing, and those scattered beyond disappeared, dragged through vacuums that opened beneath their feet like a mouth and closed just as fast. Bakugo barely had time to register it before the air behind him split with a low, tearing sound, and suddenly they were there. Ida, mid-step, stumbling as he reappeared. Uraraka collapsing to her knees, disoriented. Todoroki sliding half a pace before catching himself. Dozens of them, pulled from scattered points across the forest and dropped into one place. Bakugo whipped around, eyes wide, instincts flaring. What the? More kept coming. Materializing in bursts of inky black that dissolved into nothing at their feet. The strands condensed, sharpened, forming an appendage that lashed across the clearing faster than sight. It wrapped around a slender ankle mid-step. Ha! It yanked. Himiko let out a startled, delighted squeal as she was ripped off her feet and dragged through a streak of darkness, landing lightly near Izuku, more surprised than hurt. Hey! That's not fair, she chirped, pouting even as her eyes glittered. I was in the middle of. That's enough, Himiko, Izuku said, voice low and strained with focus. She huffed, crossing her arms, though the thrill hadn't left her expression. You're no fun like this, Izuku. Always one for violence, no matter the target, muscular charged, upset at the apparent slight of Izuku taking his prey. His glare focused on the gathered students and he was aimed straight for them, muscles twisting and flapping outward in grotesque layers as he built momentum, a human battering ram driven by nothing but mindless rage. Every tendril snapped inward, converging into a single, concentrated strike that cracked forward like a whip made of night itself. It hit muscular midcharge, the sound produced wet and heavy. The impact folded him for a split second before launching him backward. He tore through the air, slammed into a tree hard enough to split the trunk, bark exploding outward in a spray of splinters. Then the whip wrapped around him, immobilizing him no matter how much his strength was bolstered by the impact. Izuku stood at the center of everything, breathing uneven, shoulders erratically rising and falling, his eyes unfocused. His fingers twitched like they were electrocuted and the shadows coiled, writhing in slow, deliberate motions, looping and unlooping like an eldritch terror. "Don't make me fight you," he called, voice carrying across the silence of shock from his attack. "Please." Across from him, Tomura stood frozen still, shock and fury twisted together across his face, his hand hovering uncertainly at his side. Twice started try and shout something, but his multiple personalities couldn't seem to get anything out, fighting against each other and resulting in a garbled yelp. Instead, every one of his duplicates turned toward Izuku. The cacophony that broke out from the doubles drowned out any intelligible words. Some said Himiko's name, some shouted angry curses, and others whined about their fighting being disturbed. They surged forward, duplicating themselves until there were hundreds of them. The inky whips connected to Izuku fractured and divided, smaller and smaller into enough thinner strands that shot outward in every direction. Each one found its mark, tying and cocooning every last clone in soundless, sightless, senseless dark. Izuku's awareness expanded again, farther this time. Beyond the clearing. Beyond the fight. He could feel everything. And it didn't feel overwhelming or scary this time. It felt glorious. Every insect crawling beneath the soil, tiny legs brushing against grains of dirt. Every drop of sweat sliding down skin, every hitch in breath, every stutter of a heartbeat. The distant crash of movement from teachers, pro-heroes breaking free, racing toward the clearing. All of it connected through him. Omnipresent. Omnipotent. Izuku wasn't standing anymore. He could see himself from the outside. His body had gone slack, lifted slowly off the ground by those limbs of shadow. They rose beneath him, cradling, suspending him in midair like a puppet. His head tipped back toward the sky, eyes glassy and animalistically reflective stared unseeing at the stars. But the darkness didn't just surround him, it flowed from him. From down his arms to his claws, spilling off his body in thick streams that sank into the earth and spread outward, anchoring him to everything, everywhere, miles deep into the forest. Below him, the UA student stared up in confusion, fear, or awe. Tomura stared up at his brother's body, eyes wide. A warp gate opened behind him. The purple warp gate undulated behind Tomura, drawing Izuku's attention. He had expected some repercussions from his actions, but not this quickly. Identical gates opened behind all of the League members, including mid-air behind Izuku himself. Then, they were all pulled through. The last things Izuku's conscience saw, before he was physically cut off from his forest-covering shadows, was Tomura's fearful eyes. The sudden change in location disoriented Izuku, snapping his back into his own body, behind his own eyes. Master stood in front of him in a large, empty, echoing building. Tomura appeared through his own warp gate across the large cavernous space, behind Master. Himiko, who had ended up traveling through Izuku's gate, unwrapped her cord from his arm and slinked off into the corner, afraid, when confronted with All for One. "You have failed me," he said, his low voice echoing. His voice came out rough. "I'm sorry, Master, but..." "There is no but." Master cut him off. "You were given an opportunity to grow. To prove that your hatred could mature into something useful." Izuku's hands curled. "I did what was necessary." "You nearly killed Dabi," he continued, almost thoughtful. "For a moment, I believed I had succeeded." Izuku's chest tightened. "And then," Master went on, "you stopped. You relented. You allowed sentiment to override purpose, and you caused chaos in my plans." His head tilted slightly. "Weakness." Izuku shook his head. "I've seen them, I know them. The UA students aren't like you say. You are not the one who decides." The shadows around Izuku stirred with his anxiety, but didn't react to him as he still fought to regain his brain after the sudden departure from the forest. "I gave you power," Master said. "A body that could surpass its limits. A purpose. And you return all my generosity with this. There are repercussions for your actions." Something cold settled in Izuku's stomach. "What do you mean?" All for One did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was quieter. "You have betrayed the League, betrayed your brother, betrayed me." Izuku froze. "No," he said, quickly, desperately. I didn't mean to. And do you think your intentions changed the outcome? The fallout? His tone did not change. Izuku's shadows tightened, instinctively, pulling inward. Trash, Master said. An experiment that fails to produce results is discarded. Izuku took a step back. That's not, the words caught on a forming knot in his throat. You said we were building a future for us, together. I said what was necessary for your allegiance. Izuku just stared at him, dumbfounded, his reality cracking. You are not the weapon I require, Master continued. Tomura has far greater potential. His hatred is stable. His resolve does not fracture. He does not harbor fantasies of friends and heroism. Izuku's breathing became uneven. You were meant to support that development. Instead, you compromise it. That's not true, Izuku said, his voice rising. I've done everything you asked. Everything. And now you've disappointed me. His voice was casual, detached, despite saying reality-crumbling things. Izuku shook his head again, more violently this time. You're wrong. Master stepped forward. Izuku's shadows surged up instinctively, forming a barrier between them. They trembled. I thought, Izuku's voice broke, just slightly. I thought I mattered. A pause. While you were useful. The shadows faltered. Pain spread through Izuku's chest, sharp. He couldn't breathe around it. I can fix this. I can prove that I'm useful. I just have so many things that I've learned, that I need to tell you. Master raised his hand, cutting off Izuku's words. The air shifted. Izuku felt it before he saw it. Pressure was building, compressing. His shadows reacted, lashing upward to meet it, to block, to protect himself, but they were too slow, too weak. A force slammed into Izuku, throwing him across the space and making him roll across the ground. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His body felt bruised and broken after one hit. He had never been hit by Master before. Tears sprung to his eyes as he let out a pathetic whimper, both from pain and shock. A shame, Master said casually, we put so much time into that body. Izuku struggled to push himself up off the ground, grit and dirt in his mouth and between his teeth. Blood trickled down his forehead and tinged his vision red, making strand of his long hair stick to his face. His shadows surged around him again, forming a barrier between him and Master. Izuku had never thought of fighting against Master, had never had to entertain such a horrible idea. Is this all? Master asked. Is this all you can manage, even after my years of housing and maintaining you? Izuku's shadows wavered, quaking with fear. This was the person who had found him. Who had given him purpose. Who had told him he could become something more. Who he had considered a father. Who he had spent his entire life trying to please. He couldn't fight him. Izuku swallowed. I can do better. No, the apathetic response came. The force hit him again, dissipating his shadow shield. Izuku didn't even register the impact fully. His body lifted, slammed back into the wall, then the floor. He heard something crack. Pain followed a second later, pulsing. Izuku's eyes flew wide. Trash. Disposal. Was Master going to kill him? He tried to move, fight or flight taking over, and his mind choosing flight. His strength failed and his arms crumpled beneath him as his face fell into the dirt again. Explosions lit the room as Bakugo blasted from one of the darkened corners near the roof, and he rocketed himself directly at Master. No! The scream tore from Izuku's throat and he reached a useless hand out towards the inevitable impact that would surely shatter Bakugo right in front of him. Sharp, fast, controlled, Bakugo didn't hesitate. He drove forward, aiming straight for all for one, forcing space, forcing movement. He threw his hands forward and his palms crackled with an oncoming massive blast. Bakugo's next explosion never landed. He was caught mid-motion, body locking up as the same invisible force closed in. Izuku tried to get up. He couldn't. Interesting, All for One said. Bakugo struggled, forcing another blast out anyway, pushing through the restraint just enough to connect, and it hit. Just barely. Master's head tilted back slightly with the heat of the blast. Then Bakugo was thrown. He hit the far wall and dropped, unmoving. Izuku's chest tightened. No. Shadows surged outward from his body, across the ground. They lashed upward, aiming not for Master's body, not trying to do damage, but just trying to throw him off his balance, wrapping, constricting, trying to halt his movement. At the same time, he sent snakes of shadows in the other direction, covering Bakugo's limp body, probing for signs of life. While Izuku's shadows wrapped around Master's legs, anchoring him to the ground, Master countered with rivet stabs, which erupted from Master's arm in a spray of spikes. They created a cage around Izuku, piercing through him and into the ground. Master picked them up, and Izuku's skewered body with them, and flipped him over. Izuku's limbs were stretched apart on the spikes, shooting burning pain throughout his entire body. One spike inched closer and closer to his throat, poking into his skin, drawing a drop of blood. It's time for this to be done now. You've ruined enough of my plans and I have no time for you anymore. Master said coldly. Izuku threw more whips of inky black shadow toward Master, wrapping around his body and squeezing. They crawled up his body, closer and closer to his breathing machine, to his vital organs. They were posed to strike. Master chuckled. You're trying to kill me? He said in a mocking tone. You have surprised me now. Let's see if you have the strength to follow through. Izuku reached his claws out, reached his mind out to the tendrils. He visualized them ripping the machine apart, strangling Master until he ceased movement. His hand fell limp and the shadows melted away. Disappointing. Master commented. Izuku just couldn't manage it. He couldn't kill Master, the person who rescued him, who saved him from torment, who gave him purpose, who gave him family. He just couldn't manage to kill him. He was weak. The spike pushed closer to Izuku's throat, cutting into his flesh. Izuku closed his eyes, accepting death. Then, heat. Hot air flashed over Izuku's skin, nearly blistering. Izuku opened his eyes again. Blue flames cut throughout the building, charring the spikes and turning them to ask around Izuku. I think that's enough out of you. Dabi smirked, strutting through the space towards Master. Unlike this useless brat, he jerked a thumb at Izuku. I have no allegiance to you, all for one. I have no problem burning you to nothing. A manic smile spread across his face, pulling at the staples in his skin. Master shot more spikes at Dabi, who nimbly dodged and spread his blue fire to them. They crackled and were set alight. Bakugo intercepted then, flying at breakneck speed. He must have recovered and rejoined when Izuku's shadows dissipated. Explosion met momentum as Master fired off his air cannon. The collision detonated the air between them, shockwaves slamming outward in overlapping bursts. Bakugo's grin was feral, teeth bared as he drove forward, forcing all for one back inch by inch. Is that all? Bakugo snarled. You've been talking big for a corpse. Air cannon fired again, point blank. Bakugo set off a series of blasts from one hand, spinning him around and to the side, completely dodging the shockwave. Dabi took advantage of the opening, launching himself in close at Master. His flames surged again, hotter and compressed around himself and Master. Just as quickly as his flesh burned, melted, and peeled back from his skeleton, Master regenerated, emerging completely unaffected. Master's skin started to glow with red energy. He calmly as casually reached out a single finger and simply touched Dabi's chest. The next second, Dabi was thrown backwards as the red energy exploded from the tip of Master's finger. Izuku had seen this before. Master had absorbed the energy emitted from Dabi's flashfire flames and transformed it into kinetic energy, reusing it in that awful attack. Bakugo steadied one arm with the other in a kneeling position, pointing the palm of the hand of his outstretched arm directly at Master. His palm seemed to charge with explosive power. Then, he let off a hail of sharp explosions with the force and precision of bullets from a machine gun. Master flicked his arm out and the bullet-like explosions rebounded, flying back at Bakugo. Izuku reached out and threw up a wall of shadows in front of Bakugo, absorbing the impact of the explosions, each hitting the dark wall and sending out ripples of force across the surface. The movement of his arm made his body squelch against the dirt below him, turned mud with his own blood. Master flicked a hand again, this time at Izuku, while he was distracted by trying to protect Bakugo. A ramming force drove through the air at Izuku. Desperately, he tried to throw up a shield of his own, but the blood loss made his mind slow and fuzzy, and he didn't get the shield to cover him completely. The shockwave bounced off of the shield in front of his head and torso, but hit full force against his legs, unprotected below the knee. The force turned one of his legs in the wrong direction, and blasted against the other, causing his body to flail and turn over. The scream never reached his mouth, cut short from shock. Izuku! Bakugo yelled, screamed. His vision dimmed at the edges. Bakugo blasted off again, at full speed, towards Master. But this time he didn't turn to aim his explosions at Master. Instead, he maneuvered around to Master's back, grabbing onto the back of his clothing. Bakugo then let off a series of blasts, aimed in different directions, creating a spinning, fiery cyclone, with himself and Master at the center. Izuku thought it might actually work, this approach. Bakugo really was such an outstanding hero. Children, Master's voice echoed, deep and darkly. In a flash, Master extricated himself and levitated high above them all. He sent out more of those terrible spires down into the cyclone, and, while Bakugo tried to maneuver away, was hit through the shoulder, the spire piercing out through his underarm, and then again through his knee. He hit the ground hard with the sound of bone cracking. Dabi's boots pounded through the dirt as he ran across the floor of the empty warehouse. Dust and ash kicked up around him. TCH. He caught Izuku by the collar and hauled him upright with a sharp JRK, irritation obvious in his body language. He grunted when Izuku's legs were giving out under him. "You're heavier than you look," Dabi grumbled, his rough voice dripping with reluctance. Blue flames flickered to life along his arm. The hot air and bright blue liking outward burned Izuku's skin. Part of him assumed Dabi did that on purpose. With the extra time that it took to get Izuku's remaining good leg under him to take some of his weight, Dabi glanced back and forth at Master. He threw his arm out, burning a wide, violent sweep of fire that tore across the space toward Master, a curtain of flame separating them. "Stay down or don't." "I don't care," he added, already turning away as the flames roared outward. They made it 3 steps before they felt the shift in the air when Master set of his air cannon, extinguishing half of the wall of flames. Dabi clicked his tongue, pivoting just enough to keep his balance as the pressure behind them warped again. "Yeah. Didn't think it'd be that easy." Izuku stumbled beside him, barely managing to stay upright on one leg, breath hitching when he realized that Dabi was trying to make him retreat. "Kaken." His hand reached out, shaking, toward Bakugo, who was still down, still trying to push himself up off of the ground. Dabi followed the line of his gaze, eyes narrowing. "Seriously?" His grip on Izuku shifted, tightening on the back of his shirt like he was holding a cat by its scruff. "I'm already going out of my way," he said, voice edged with annoyance. "Tomural be said if you die, so fine. But I'm not dragging that explosive idiot too." Izuku twisted against him, the shadow mask flaring erratically, lighting up his face in response to his anger. "I'll kill you if we leave him," he snapped. "Yeah?" Dabi snarked, the flames along his arm surging hotter, brighter, crackling intensity. "Get in line." Izuku gathered his shadows around himself and Dabi, anticipating the next attack. He reached out another group and covered Bakugo, pulling them all into the darkness and looking for a safe path away from Master, to travel as far as they needed until they were all safe. Just as the darkness enveloped them and Izuku felt that familiar pull through the network of shadows, a loud booming voice sounded in his head. He was forcefully expelled, no, yanked from the darkness. Izuku was used to separating from his corporeal form, becoming the darkness instead of just controlling it. This was a lack of control he had never felt before. After the confusion and disorientation, the physical sensations hit, a flood of pain so sharp and reaching every corner of his body, like nerves misfiring. Like every nerve misfiring, filling his skin, muscles, bones, brain with acidic fire. His lungs seized, and he gaped on the ground, floundering but getting no air. Every inch of him burned, cramped, screamed. His eyes bugged and he thought his head would explode. He tried to pull away from instinct and panic, tried to melt away again, to escape this cage of a body, but there was nowhere else to go. "Ah!" Izuku screamed, clutching at his head as he, Dabi, and Bakugo all tumbled out of the dark, back onto the hard-packed dirt floor of the warehouse. "Did you think I was so foolish as to not keep a copy for myself?" Master's voice echoed relentlessly. Izuku's shadows were ripped away from him, subdued under another master, deaf to his calls. "Especially of such a useful and powerful ability, one that I will combine with Tomura's when I transfer my consciousness to him, making myself the singular most powerful being. When I rule over the entire planet as its new god." Master boomed through the building. "Thanks to you, I have a better idea of its full capacity. I knew those enhancement surgeries from Garaki would be worth it." He continued. Izuku's shadows no, they weren't Izuku's anymore, they were Master's. Master's shadows rose up around them, engulfing the space around them in a cage that rose to the ceiling. "But you've served your purpose, and I have no more time or patience for you anymore," Master said, in the last glimpse that Izuku caught before the walls of dark closed around them. The last thing he saw was Master turning away, giving a simple flick of his hand. Izuku's mind crumbled as the walls turned into sharp spike and moved in on them, trapped like rats and with no ability to escape or fight back. Tomura will be erased, Izuku realized with horror. Master never meant for them to inherit a new world or perfect the system. He always just meant to take their bodies and erase them as people. They were only ever meant to be fuel for Master's incessant consumption of life. Izuku closed his eyes and reached for Bakugo's hand, fingers meeting with a return reach. Dread and oncoming death pooling in his gut. They grasp onto each other just as the ground rumbles around them. Wild cracks spread over the ground, shaking the walls of darkness. The walls of shadow part, and the 3 glimpse light again, to be met with the view of Tomura, latched onto Master, in a feral pose. He was perched high, feet planted on either of Master's shoulders like hooked talons, toes digging in for balance. His knees bent tight, pressing inward, anchoring with a tense, coiled strength. Both hands were clamped around Master's head, fingers splayed across his scarred, bald skin, gripping hard enough to press indents. His arms shook with the effort, muscles taut, elbows angled sharply as he leaned forward, with a wild, rage-filled expression across his face. His mouth moved slightly, whispering something into Master's ears. He was gripping on with all 10 fingers. Before Izuku's eyes, Master's skin turned dry, colorless, and cracked. Then, he crumbled into nothing. Into nothing more than dust. Silence stretched forever, heavy and empty. As the shadows rushed back to Izuku, back to where they belonged, he succumbed to the blood loss and pain, as the adrenaline faded from his system. His vision faded. He felt his body fall to the side, but couldn't stop himself. Bakugo's hand caught his already bloody temple from slamming into the ground as he fell from his knees into a crimp-lead pile. Bakugo took him into his arms, pulling his limp body close into his chest. The warmth felt so nice and comforting.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.